Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Shall we start, sir?
Am I audible?
Gurjit, sir, you are
Hello.
not audible.
Good morning. Hello. I'm trying to. No. For microphone.
Hearty welcome, Professor E. Vayunandan.
Now am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible, sir.
Hello.
Good morning. Welcome,
Hello, am I
Dr.
audible
Jagdish,
now?
sir. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good. Thank you.
We'll just wait for a minute for participants to join and we shall start.
Yes, madam.
He's on mail. Sir, shall we start? Please unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay. Very pleasant morning to one and all. Knowledge shared with purpose becomes the foundation of national progress. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the one-day international e-conference on Viksit Bharat at 2047, shaping India's journey towards a prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global future. Organized by the Department of Commerce and Department of Accounting and Finance of KONKAN GYANPEETH URAN College of Commerce and Arts. Uran, permanently affiliated to University of Mumbai. I, Dr. Hannat Sheikh, Assistant Professor, Department of Accounting and Finance, feel privileged to be a host for today's inaugural session. I welcome the dignitaries. Today, we are truly honored by the gracious presence of our distinguished dignitaries. I extend a respectful welcome to Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nagaland University. Our guest of honor, Professor E. Vayunandan, former Vice Chancellor, YMCOU, Nashik. Our keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Yelare, Associate Professor, Center for East Asian Studies, JNU, New Delhi. Our Honorable President of today's function, Honorable Shri Kapil Patil Sir, Chairman, Kapil Patil Education Institute. And our respected Principal, Professor Dr. Valmik Garje Sir. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to all heads of department, faculty members, researchers, participants, and academicians who have joined us today. We shall start our e-conference by playing University Song followed by Maharashtra Geet. I request the technical team to kindly play them.
सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् कलाशास्त्रवाणिज्यशाखाभिरूढा अमूढा विमुक्ता विहङ्गा वयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो नृणां दुःखभारं लयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो नृणां दुःखभारं लयम् स्वकाले रतानां सदा जागृतानां भवेत् किं भविष्येति तस्मात् भयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् युवा स्यात् बलिष्ठो युवा स्यात् गरिष्ठो युवाग्रेयनिष्ठो विभूयाद्वयम् युवा स्यात् बलिष्ठो युवा स्यात् गरिष्ठो युवाग्रेयनिष्ठो विभूयाद्वयम् यदि स्यात् युवा राष्ट्रकर्तव्यनिष्ठा विलोकत्रयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम्
Over to you, Hannat ma'am.
Thank you, Vinita ma'am. Now we shall start our conference inaugural session. I request Professor V.S. Indulkar sir to formally introduce the conference and present its objective as a convener. Professor Indulkar is head and associate professor, Department of Commerce. I request Indulkar sir to deliver the introduction of the conference. Sir, please kindly address the gathering.
Good morning. Are you audible? Myself?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Good morning, all of you. Today's conference president, Honorable Chairman Mr. Kapil Patil, Chairman Kapil Patil Educational Trust, and member of KONKAN GYANPEETH. Respected Principal Dr. Valmik Garje, KONKAN GYANPEETH URAN College of Commerce and Arts. Today's Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, Vice Chancellor, University of Nagaland. Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor E. Vayunandan, Vice Chancellor, Yashwantrao Chavan, Maharashtra Open University, Nashik. Today's keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Ellari, Associate Professor at the Center for East Asian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Respected colleges, resource person, delegates, and all participants joining us today on Zoom. Good morning and warm welcome to all of you. I, Professor V.S. Indulkar, convener of this conference and head of Department of KONKAN GYANPEETH URAN College of Arts, Uran Raigad, feel honored to introduce this one-day international e-conference jointly organized by Department of Commerce and Department of Accounting and Finance. Theme of the conference, Viksit Bharat 2047, Shaping India's Journey Towards a Prosperous, Inclusive, Innovative and Global Future. As well, I know 2047 will mark 100 years of India's independence. The vision of Viksit Bharat is not just a policy goal. It is a national mission. It is innovation India has developed, self-reliant and globally leading economy built on 5 pillars: economy, infrastructure, governance, youth, and sustainability. Objectives of the conference: to deliberate on India's roadmap to achieve a $30 trillion economy by 2047 and the role of education, commerce, and finance in it. Number second, to provide a platform for academicians, researchers, industry experts, and students to share the ideas on inclusive growth, innovation, and global competitiveness. Number third is to explore the how sectors like tourism, digital economy, sustainable development, and entrepreneurship can shape a prosperous, inclusive, and innovative India. Number fourth is to foster the collaboration between institutions and nations because the challenges of 2047 will need global thinking and local action. And very important to inspire our students and young researchers to align their academic work with the national vision and contribute meaningfully to national building. Today, we are privileged to have eminent dignitaries with us, visionary leaders and scholars who will guide us with their insights on policy, innovation, and global perspectives. I am confident that the deliberation in the session ahead will generate practical ideas and research direction that can truly contributing to shaping India's journey towards a Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. With these words, I once again welcome all of our guests, participants, and delegates to this e-conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for presenting the vision and objectives of this e-conference. Now to deliver the welcome address, I now have the privilege of inviting our respected principal, Professor Dr. Valmik Garje, sir. Sir, we request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Hannat Madam.
Thanks.
Honorable Chairman, Sri Kapil Patil, sir. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nagaland University. Our guest of honor, Professor E. Vayunandan, sir. former Vice Chancellor, YCMOU Nashik, distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Elleri sir, esteemed professors, researchers, academicians, scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and heartfelt good morning to everyone. It is my immense pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the one-day international e-conference organized by the Department of Commerce and Department of Accounting and Finance of KONKAN GYANPEETH URAN College of Commerce and Arts. Today's theme, Viksit Bharat 2047, is not merely the title of a conference. It is a national vision, a collective responsibility, and a roadmap for the India we aspire to build. By the time our nation celebrates 100 years of independence, friends, history tells us that great nations are not built only by governments. They are built by enlightened citizens, visionary teachers, innovative researchers, and responsible youth. This conference provides an excellent platform where ideas meet innovation, research meets reality, and knowledge transforms into action. Today, experts from different disciplines have gathered to discuss the opportunities, challenges, and strategic pathway that we shape India's future. Such multidisciplinary dialogue is essential for achieving the vision of a developed, inclusive, technologically advanced, and globally respected India. I am proud that our institution, established with the noble mission of providing quality higher education to the students of this region, continues to contribute to academic excellence through conferences, research, innovation, and community engagement. This conference reflects our commitment to creating a vibrant research culture and encouraging meaningful academic discussions. I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected management, especially Honorable Chairman Sri Kapil Patil sir, for his constant encouragement and visionary leadership. My heartfelt appreciation also goes to our conference convener, organizing committee, faculty members, student volunteers, and every participant whose efforts have made this event possible. To all researchers and presenters, I encourage you to use this platform not only to present your papers, but also to exchange ideas, build collaborations, and inspire one another. Every meaningful discussions today has the potential to become tomorrow's policy, innovation, or social transformation. As Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam beautifully said, dream is not that which see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep. Let Vikasit Bharat 2047 become that which inspires each one of us to contribute through knowledge, research, innovation, and dedicated action. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, academicians, researchers, students, and participants from across the country. I am confident that today's conference will be intellectually enriching, thought-provoking, and highly successful. I wish the conference every success and all participants a productive, inspiring, and memorable academic experience. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring words and constant encouragement. It's my proud privilege to introduce our chief guest for today's inaugural session, Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Nagaland University, an eminent academician, distinguished educationist, and a renowned scholar. Professor Patnaik possesses over 35 years of rich teaching and academic experience. He previously served as the Dean and the head of the Department of Political Science at Mizoram University and is a Commonwealth scholar having his PhD from Queen's University, Canada. His academic contributions include more than 25 books and edited volumes, over 25 research publications in reputed journals, 80 invited lectures, and chairing numerous technical sessions at national and international conferences. He is also associated with several prestigious professional bodies, including the Indian Political Science Association, the Indian Institute of Public Administration, the International Studies Association USA, the International Studies Association, and the Jadavpur Association of International Relations. Sir, it is indeed an honor to have such an accomplished academic leader amidst us today. May I now respectfully invite Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, sir, to deliver his valuable address. Sir, the virtual dais is yours. Please, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning to all of you.
Very good morning, sir.
Madam, before I introduce or start my presentation, I want to just make small corrections. I have put in already 42 years. Where from did you get my biodata? I don't have 25 publications. I have around 60 publications. Anyway, wherever you collected, that was an outdated one, because after that I didn't update. In Mizoram University, I was a pro vice chancellor also, and for quite a long time. Then after that, I am in Nagaland University. Okay.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for that.
Honorable Principal, the chairperson of this committee, this college. Actually, I don't have that name. Sorry. I'm doing in a very haphazard manner because today is a holiday and there is a power issue. But having said that, I'm very much heartened, glad that I was requested by my friend, who is a professor of political science of Bombay University, Professor Mridul Nile. Once he called up and he said, "Sir, would you like to join us online briefly to share your ideas?" Because the college is organizing one very big, I would say, because the number of participants seem to be crossing 160 digital conference online. I first of all would like to congratulate the college authorities, the principal, and other faculty members who have taken the efforts to organize this wonderful program. I'm also very happy that the theme that has been chosen is very timely and relevant, keeping in mind the changes that we witness in the recent years, not only in the domestic front, but at the international front. When I talk about the domestic and international front, I've spoken it deliberately to highlight and relate this to the main theme that we are going to discuss today. Of course, I am not the keynote speaker. There is another gentleman from JNU, I think. He is going to be the keynote speaker. But what I would like to speak about and also underscore the relevance of somebody is speaking. Okay, no, fine. When I speak about these things, I don't do any kind of preparation, to tell you honestly, because these are the themes that are dear to my heart, and we have been discussing these things over the last several years to some extent. Of course, in the year 2015, after Modi government came into power in 2014, this theme, Viksit Bharat, has become the buzzword. And over the years, we have seen, for these 12 years, the momentum gaining so much of pace that everybody is aware of our goals and objectives by 2047. When I talk about the goals and objectives of 2047, I want to tell you that by that time, India need to be a fully developed country, the way the present developed countries are having, and also have a preeminent role in the Committee of Nations at the world stage. What are the main aspects that we need to focus on if we want to make by 2047 a developed, a Viksit Bharat, developed Bharat? As you are aware of the fact that there are the 4 important points that we need to focus on, are 4 important segments of the society. That is important. That is more important, not the points. The 4 segments are the youth, 1. Number 2 is the poor. Number 3 is the woman. 4 is the farm. If you focus on these 4 important segments of the society and transform their life, transform them and empower them to the extent that they would contribute to the growth and development, that would take care of our Viksit Bharat. When I talk about youth, all of us are aware of the fact that India is having 50% of its population below 30 years. And this population need to be empowered. How do you empower this population? By providing them employment, or generating employment for them, or having any other strategy, so that this youth, this demographic dividend that we have, we need to tap them and also make fullest use to the extent that they would contribute to the development of the country. For that, I would again like to have a few bullet points. First is economic. When you empower them economically, it's not just by having the jobs, but the economy needs to be transformed by different means. When I talk about youth, it also includes women, the poor, and the farmers, because all of them are on the age group of this 30 and something, below 30 or a little bit over 30. That is the interesting thing about India. And when you talk about the economic development, how can we develop the economy from a developing country to developed country? Here, we need to have the technology. We have been at the forefront of technological development in various sectors. When I say forefront, at least at par with some of the European countries, at times more than in certain sectors, more than the European countries, because of the industrial base that we have set up for ourselves. has been contributing to a great extent in transforming ourselves or transiting ourselves from a developing country to a developed country, from one generation of industry to the another generation, from third industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution to the fifth industrial revolution. All of you are aware of the fact that the present buzzword is artificial intelligence and machine learning and blockchain technology and so on. I want to inform you all, maybe all of you are aware of it, but I would like to reiterate about India's global leadership in the realm of artificial intelligence, that is particularly in the area of small artificial intelligence. In small artificial intelligence, there are, you see, big artificial intelligence and small artificial intelligence. In the area of small artificial intelligence, we have been doing much better than many European countries, many other countries, developed countries. The use of apps. All of you are aware of how one farmer can make use of app and can know the weather prediction, and from there can know the status of its plants, it's whatever the farming things that is doing. And there will be, if there is an insect, you take a picture in the app and can detect the disease. Like that. These are the small things, the small artificial intelligence modules, apps that have been created through invention and innovation by our innovators and inventors. When I talk about blockchain technology or machine learning, again, there is the use of this technological power. I'll give you another instance. India is the country which has got the digitization, and the public digital infrastructure is one of the largest infrastructure in the world. And through that, all of you are aware again about the UPI, Unified Payment Initiative. And in 14 countries, the UPI has been in use. Countries like France or Singapore also are now using this UPI, the digital payment. This is one of the largest, the biggest digital transactions taking place across in different places, different times. So this is also a kind of a blessing for us economically, in the pharmaceutical sector also. India is the leader. 15 to 20% of our pharmaceuticals are exported to the US. I'm talking with respect to the generic drugs. The point that I'm trying to bring to your notice is that at the moment we are on the throes of development, and there would be much more higher pace in the process of transformation, so that our economic growth, India is the only bright spot. All of you are aware again. It's the only bright spot at the moment, with roughly 7% of growth of the GDP. And this momentum will, still take pace and move ahead in empowering the youth. You see, now the youth is not so keen to run after jobs. Of course, where there is a large scale unemployment. And this large scale of unemployment will be definitely slowly disappear, because the objective is 100% employment by 2047. When I talk about technology, India has got all the semiconductor. Now we are having at 6 places semiconductor industries. We are now in the process of producing microchips. India is the largest exporter of mobile phones. Even then, we are not able to provide 100% employment. Reason is there is a large number of population which is not still empowered through skilling process. So skill employment, everybody should be skilled so that either he will be a job creator or a job seeker. A job creator is the one who will have a startup, a business enterprise through venture capital or through own investment or crowdfunding. I would like to also tell you about the drone technology, for example. And all of you have seen how in the Operation Sindoor, our drones have done their job. The drones have taken care of the job, and it was not even the enemies, drones swamping our territory, border areas. They were taken care of. So what I'm trying to bring it to you is technology is the only panacea, and the technological transformation will bring us the so-called empowerment. Whether it is drone technology, semiconductor industry, pharmaceutical industry, or agri-tech. We have signed so many with many European countries and also Asian countries. And we're exporting food grain. We're food grain surplus. Despite so many challenges internationally, I began with the domestic as well as the international dimensions affecting India's growth story. We had the COVID. Recently, we experienced the West Asian crisis and its impact on the Indian economy. But because our economy is strong, we could swim through, we could wade through the difficult times, while many economies had to face a crisis situation. India's leadership in the global south, in this multipolar world, we find India as an important actor. Now there are questions with regard to the multipolarity. The world order that was witnessed immediately after the collapse of Soviet Union in the post-Cold War era was more amorphous and more unstable, to the extent that the so-called multipolarity was also very fragile. But over the years, we noticed that there are layered multipolarity, and the layered multipolarity, the US-led multipolarity, and the Europe-led multipolarity, and the developing countries, the global south multipolarity. And being the leader of the global South, India, how has been playing an important role in influencing the rules and procedures and the norms, international norms, that enables the nation states to transact without having much of hassle. So what I mean to again bring in to your attention that internationally, India is trying to project itself not only as the leader of the global South, but also one of the polar poles about the multipolarity international structure. As I've said already, the multi-layered multipolarity structure. And India has a decisive position, whether it is BRICS or even G7 countries. Recently, how the Prime Minister was received by the various political leaders of the G7 countries. You have seen. So it is in the process of identifying its civilizational, cultural elements by projecting its soft power, also by projecting its economic power to some extent, and of course, militarily. Recently, India has started exporting defense equipment. We are importing, fair enough, even now also we are importing defense equipment. But there are many challenges in defense area. Recently, because of our success in the Operation Sindoor, how the US is arms twisting France with regard to our
कितना
Rafale deal.
निकाल के दिए
Rafale would be
निकाल के दो
Rafale deal. India is going to produce it in India, Rafale. But at the same time, there are issues with regard to technology transfer. Because the source code will be retained by the French, and India is not willing to accept that. If the source code is the French, then what is the point of producing or manufacturing it in India? Only to produce the cover. That was the kind of discussion going on with regard to the Rafale deal. Same thing is in agriculture sector, in WTO, World Trade Organization. We have got so many issues with regard to dairy farming, fishery. So challenges are numerous, but at the same time, the extent of the development taking place and growth taking place in different areas. But the bottom line that I want to tell you is that education is the important element, or is the backbone. When our gross enrollment ratio at the graduate level and postgraduate level will be 50%, then I would say that, and at the age of 18, if it's 100%, I would say that we are, and that education need to be skill-based and vocational education. And you know, this National Education Policy 2020 squarely gives importance to these things. We have got I generally say NEP 2020 is the Bible for us in education, for the educationists, to march towards Viksit Bharat by focusing on equity, access, and affordability. These are the elements, the main focus areas of NEP 2020. And when we realize the NEP 2020, the charter or the Bible, whatever the Gita, whatever you say to it, if we realize that fully, then India will be a Biswaguru. India will be the superpower, a Viksit Bharat, a Bharat that will be having not only military strength, but also economic strength, and also will have the soft power strength. And a most peaceful, loving country will spread the message of peace across the world. I think my time is out. I would like to stop here. Thank you very much to all for having given this opportunity to me. And thank you all for listening to me patiently. And I appreciate my friend, I don't know whether he's there, Professor Mridul, who actually asked me to be present in this important online conference or seminar, one day seminar. And I thank the principal. I thank the host who is hosting, madam. And I thank all of you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir, for your truly enlightening and inspiring address. Your thought-provoking insights highlighted India's immense demographic advantage, particularly its vibrant young population and the tremendous opportunities that offer technological advancement. At the same time, you aptly emphasize that real-life challenges lies in bridging the skill gap through quality, innovation, education. Your message that transforming India from a developing to the developed nation requires skilled, empowered, and future-ready workforce has provided valuable direction to all of us. Thank you once again, sir, for sharing your vision and inspiring us towards the dream of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's now my privilege to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Professor E. Vayunandan, sir. Professor E. Vayunandan is a highly respected academician and an eminent administrator in the field of higher and distance education. Sir served as a Vice Chancellor of Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University, Nashik, and prior to that, Professor of Public Administration at Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Under his visionary leadership, Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University received the prestigious Commonwealth of Learning Award for Institutional Excellence, recognizing its outstanding contribution to technology-enabled open learning. An authority in public administration, governance, open and distance learning, and national education policy. Professor Vayunandan has guided numerous academic initiatives and has inspired educators and institutions across the country. Through his leadership and scholarship, we are deeply honored by your gracious presence, sir. Welcome, Professor Vayunandan. I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, Hansat Yusufji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I should thank the principal of the college, Professor Valmiki RJ, for inviting me and as a guest of honor. I don't know, frankly speaking, I'm not that authoritative or authority having in this Viksit Bharat. being a student of administration, and this is the Department of Commerce has hosted this conference. Anyhow, yeah, the chairman of the the president of this conference, that is Honorable Kapil Patilji, Chairman Kapil Education Institution, and the convener of the conference, Professor Vinod Indulkar, and the principal, Professor Dr. Valmiki E. Garje, and the guest of honor, the chief guest, Professor Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Nagaland University, and the main speaker, Professor Arvind Elerji, Associate Professor, Center for East Asian Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. The participants, the delegates, the research scholars, and the faculty, good morning. Coming to the main topic, the Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, and the one-day international e-conference Viksit Bharat 2047, shaping India's journey towards prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global future. Yeah. Yes, will be celebrating our centenary of independence in 2047. So maybe because of that 100 years, I think we have to have some sort of vision to transform the nation into highly developed, not only within but also integrating with the outside world, sharing all those, which can also help the other friendly nations to take and towards the development. See, because the earlier what we understand, many of the speakers also spoke about the vision, the targets, and all those things. So what I feel is, as a academicians, as a teachers, I think no doubt the government presents a lot of things, schemes, visions. So we have to look into the all the aspects, the what are the things which take us for the development, what are the things which are really left out or to be integrated, and what are the things which are being overlooked. So that is how the teachers can put forth all these things by research, by analyzing the various schemes taken as the part of this Viksit Bharat. What I'm seeing, I'm sorry, I will be little critical. What I'm seeing is that we put once the government announced, we put a rosy picture about it. So we, as a teacher, as a research, we do a research, we have to analyze with objective and balanced mind. So simply, we should not be a spokesperson of the government. That is what I feel like as a university faculty. So we have all seen that there are that basically it's a comprehensive. What we is it Bharat? That is, a lot of things have been told earlier. Also, economic progress. So economic growth, social progress, environmental sustainability, good governance, and all this should elevate across. The standards across the board. Then targeting that that is what we call 30 to 45 trillion USD dollars. There are some targets: zero poverty, healthcare, education, ensuring 100% good quality school education and accessibility, affordability, healthcare for all. Women empowerment target 70% sustainability, and the other is the important, very important. All that, no doubt, they have presented that the 4 pillars which are to be, the segment are youth, poor, and women and farmers. Yes, coming here, youth. Yes, you know that as rightly said by earlier guest, Vice Chancellor, that we about more than 50% are youth. So you have to address it. So what I understand is that yes, there are a lot of things we say skill development, technology. No doubt, we did good thing in technology. We have integrated, and that way, India is very forward. I mean, in the technology and skill. I think as a teacher, as an administrator, see, we are talking about skill for last so many years. So we have already a setup like industrial training institutes, we have polytechnics, we have engineering college. There is no need of any other thing to draw a parallel. And we have a lot of colleges. I mean, you have degree colleges, PG colleges, universities. So there you can integrate, need not have a parallel. So we have created parallel bodies and we have unable to really address those skill development because Industrial Training Institute, I think in Maharashtra, politics in Maharashtra are very vibrant. If I understand, I mean, because I was there for 5 years as the Vice Chancellor of Yashwantrao, and I was 1 year in charge of the North Maharashtra, University. So that where we are at, always we are say skill, and we start some skill universities, and that way we do not able to address. But already we have an infrastructure where we can really strengthen not only polytechnic, not only industrial institutes, not only engineering, even like your college and others. So this is where we are. My personal opinion, we are unnecessarily duplicating it, and we are not able to do the real justice to that skill. No doubt, every person needs some sort of a skilling. It is already inbuilt in our, so we have to address that one thing. The other very important thing is unfortunate that in Maharashtra, I've seen a lot of, private initiatives, which came with a commitment, a sincerity for the societal upliftment, education. There are a lot of educational trusts have been formed in Maharashtra. So that way, I think government did not feel to intervene in the education. That was the greatest thing about Maharashtra. But others, you don't find that kind of initiatives. So here, the education, I think, has become highly commercialized in this picture. So unfortunately, that should not be there because education, health is this where the government has to play a centrality role. There is no option. No doubt, it is not against any private participation. Side by side, private is also advisable. But slowly, what we are finding is we talk in any pay, accessible, affordable, but other side we see that the education is slowly going out of that accessibility. And being seeing it from the point of view. So that is very, very, very important, and that is what you have to look into it. See, because I come from Telangana and that combined state, the recruitment in university is almost 20 years back. So what are you addressing? Almost all universities are run by head of teachers. So this is what I think we have to address. Then the youth naturally will, how the university will prosper, how they can address the NEP. And the other very important thing is we are also to be integrated with the society. See, like there is a demand for English medium. You talk about, regional medium, mother tongue is the one of. So these are the things which we have to address within looking at the societal needs, not imposing from above. So this is what I understand. So then other very important thing, what we understand, the poor. Yes, it's a greatest thing which we have provide free rationing that nowhere in the world that kind of a thing is. But only thing is there has to be some sort of other schemes also where a poor person or in a rural side village should be sustained in village, or so not smart cities, it should be smart villages. Like I have seen a lot of experiments done in Maharashtra, clubbing the villages and farmers cooperative societies. So these are the things which we have to address so that there will not be any migration to urban areas. And the other very important, the farmers. Unfortunately, we give a lot of concessions, subsidies to the industries, but farmers we don't address it. Today in Telangana, when the procurement is taking place, they don't have even gunny bags to carry the. That is the government is not able to supply. So these are the things which we have to address. Simply trying to say that we will be, global leaders and all that. These first domestically, no doubt, a lot of infrastructure has been built up. Well, last 10 years, they have done tremendous. Like we have, like small example I give, Vande Bharat. Yes, very good. But what will happen to the poor who are, third class? So you also provide one coach to the poor people. In that Vande Bharat, they will also integrate. Not that it is an elite class. So these are the something which I think have to be addressed. Looking into all these things. So these, no doubt, our presence because of our human resources, of our technically competent persons, we are dominating world over in various other employments, and that is the one of the good signs of what we are seeing. And every nation want India's presence. So that is the one of the greatest achievement we have done last 70 years. So this is one thing. So we have to sustain that, means so we have to have this all inclusiveness. We have to have an inclusiveness. So what we understand is that the rural-urban divide, which I said, that's not smart cities are important for us. Smart villages are very important. That we have to look into this aspect very seriously. No doubt we are providing certain subsidy at rural side, but that is not enough. So we have to be self. We say Atma Nirbhar Bharat. It is from the village we have to start. Then the second important is what, as already said, education. So education, I think centrality role has to played by the government. There is no excuse for it. I'm very sorry, because we are seeing that we are slowly making education as a market product. Sorry, this cannot be like that. Education, what should be, it should be. Then equally health. Health is very important. Today, I know that Maharashtra is very good in health, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, some states, but other states, the health is not accessible, affordable. So that also has to be taken care if you want to become Viksit Bharat 2047. The other very important is the political parties. Yes, that is also because they are the people who govern us. So these days, I think unfortunate, you have seen the scenario of political parties today, jumping this side, jumping, and in a democracy, I think there has to be some norm, some sort of, I don't know what you say. I'm very sorry, because the way you know that what we are seeing, the corruption and all that, that in the democracy, if you don't arrest, I think we cannot call ourselves democracy. The other very important is dissent. Dissent is very important in democracy. So it's not that if I say something, you are anti-national. If I say something, a foreign hand. So you have to have a space for dissent. So if I'm saying that, yes, we are like this, so you have to understand that. Simply that does not wash away saying that is an anti-national, is an anti, this thing or foreign hand. So in a democracy, dissent is very, yes, dissent is also should be within the constitutional norms. So these are the things which we have to take into consideration if you really want to become a Viksit Bharat 2047. And inclusiveness is very important. Simply adding airports, simply adding, what you call renovating railway stations, or it's not that. You have to take care of every sector. The real segment of the society which are really downtrodden, you have to address first them. No doubt, other things that is equally, but equally these are also the very, very important things which I feel as a teacher, which I was last 45, which I was teaching the administration and governance. So this is what I feel. So no doubt that because of our youth, because of our human resources, because of our technological integration and education, we are no doubt dominating at the world level. So that has to be sustained, and simply calling Vishwaguru will happen. We have to be Vishwaguru means you have to, not that we are focusing, no doubt our traditions have been neglected. Factual traditions have to be integrated, not ritual, things like that. Factual traditions, yes, we have neglected a lot of things. So that has to be integrated. Simply, Indian knowledge system does not work. So you have to take the traditions and factual things to be integrated. So that is what we have to take care of. That is where we will become Viksit 2047. So this is what I feel, because all of you are going to further discuss on this. Please, as a teacher, please be realistic, be practical, and based on logic and factual. Simply coming above and saying everything, that does not. See, we are teachers. So society looks towards us. So that is what my experience of 45 as a student leader of Usmania University, teacher activities at Delhi, and administrator at Maharashtra, who gave a chance, one of the greatest state I came across culturally and well maintained state. Thank you once again to Dr. Valmiki Garze for calling me. I don't know why I have no authority in it. Last 6 months he was at me. So I made a point this day I should present, because to respect his, having confidence in me. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the entire college for giving me, sir. Namaskar. Jai Maharashtra. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful and thought provoking address. Your inspiring reflections reminded us that teachers are not merely the transmitters of knowledge, but the true builders of nations entrusted with the responsibility of shaping future generations. You emphasize the need to uphold the dignity and the purpose of education and stand up against the cautioning against the excessive commercialization of education. Your vision of self reliant India, beginning with the empowered and sustainable, inclusive, accessible healthcare education, gives us a holistic perspective of the journey towards the Viksit Bharat 2047. We are truly grateful for your inspiring and valuable guidance, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Participants, it is now time to introduce the keynote speaker. It's my privilege to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Balaji Yerle, sir. He is an associate professor at Center for East Asian Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He also PhD in Chinese Studies from JNU and a Master's in Politics and Public Administration from Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Prior to joining JNU, he has served as an associate fellow at the Institute of Chinese Studies, New Delhi, and has also undertaken research and consultancy assignments in Shanghai, China. His areas of expertise include political economy of China, China's foreign policy, international relations, and East Indian strategic studies. Through his extensive and scholarly contributions, he has significantly enhanced understanding of contemporary Asian geopolitics and global affairs. We are privileged to have such a distinguished scholar as a keynote speaker today. I now request Professor Arvind sir to kindly deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Dr. Hannah, thank you so much, and it's really an honor to be here. Okay, let me at the outset welcome all the dignitaries here, which includes Honorable Chief Guest Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, Vice Chancellor Nagaland University. I'm a part of ICS, Institute of Chinese Studies, which is going to hold an annual conference in his university later this year. So it was great to meet you, sir. Then guest of honor, Professor E. Vayunandan. So you have been extremely prolific, what you underline right now, that we are teachers and we are not preachers, and we need not to be prophetic here. We need to be actually speaking about the facts. So that leads the way for every one of us. I also thank the chairman of Kapil Patil Education Institute, Sri Kapil Patil, Principal Professor Valmik Garje, the convener of the conference, Professor Vinod Indulkar, Professor Riaz Pathan of the Department of Accounting and Finance, and Dr. Hanat for welcoming all of us. And most importantly, what Professor Jagdish Kumar Patnaik said, and Professor Vayanandan also said, I want to underline an invisible hand here, Professor Mridul Nile, who has been the prolific personality in education field for bringing all of us over here today. So very good morning to you all. So this is really an honor that Department of Commerce and Department of Accounting and Finance asking me to deliver the keynote address. and choosing a theme which is very wise and very timely, Viksit Bharat 2014, which is the keyword and the buzzword in today's developmental arena. You talk about commerce, you talk about development or foreign policy. So let me start with the phrase. The phrase itself, Viksit 2047, is not a matter of debate and a theme over here, but it sets a destiny or a destination for a developed India at the 100th year of our independence, right? And when we look at this theme, and when we look at the host, which is the city of Uran, I mean, I'm no stranger to Maharashtra. I finished my primary education, secondary higher education in Maharashtra, and in our textbooks we kept on reading about the city called Uran, a dynamic coastal city of Raigad district of Maharashtra, which boasts of port and logistics. We have now JNPT out of Uran, right? You talk about ONGC, which is operating out of one of the important platforms in Uran or off Uran coast. We have power generation. We have Uran GTPS, which is an important player. We have shipbuilding and fabrication. We have traditional industries. You just name it, in Uran is at the forefront. So I think that Uran and the Konkan Gyanpeeth, this very much education institution, was a bit late in organizing this conference. You should have organized it earlier, right? Because you are the torchbearer. You are doing so many things, and you have fantastic domain to talk about the importance of spaces like Uran. And as Professor Vayanandan has said, that it is no more the cities. Those are the urban-rural spaces, urban spaces, which have to deliver the 2047 goal. So that importance and accountability to lift a nation of having people of 1.4 billion people into a rank of high-income societies, and to do so, we need not to imitate others. We need to look inside us and try to see, what are the possibilities and ideas we can bring it together. So the organizers have framed it correctly in 4 objectives of 2047, and then the deliberation over prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global. I want to take each one of them and seriously put my thought around that, but also want to be a little bit cautious and tell you that I would be a little bit critical over here, because when you talk about Viksit Bharat, when you talk about ambition, you need to be critically introspecting the possibilities, introspecting the way you have covered so far. So when we look at the ground so far, which we have covered, consider whatever we have covered so far, a little over 3 decades ago, in 1991, okay, we stood at the very edge of balance of payment crisis, okay, physically airlifting our gold reserves abroad to meet our obligations. Today, India is a $4 trillion economy, counted among the largest in the world and the fastest growing of all major economies, expanding at over 6% at even much of the world's slows. We are now the world's most populous nation and a median age under 30. That gives us a demographic dividend that the aging economies of the West and indeed of the East can only envy of us. The vision set before us is to reach national output of some $30 to $40 trillion by 2047, and to other ranks of the top three economies in the world, in a span of 3 decades. This is going to be a monumental task. I don't want to sound pessimistic over here, but I think we are pitching way, way above our height, and that is something really challenging for us. And as a student of international relations, I still consider myself not as a practitioner, but as a student. I need to be absolutely honest at the outset, because it shapes everyone that follows when I'm going to talk here. When students are looking at these numbers, the size of the economy is not the same as the prosperity of its people, right? So India's per capita income still stands at the lower over $3,000, a fraction of that what it is there in the advanced economies. Scale, okay, looking into the other index, is beginning very far. We are not even somewhere in a position of an arrival. The true test of Viksit Bharat will not be whether we are third or the fourth largest economy in the aggregate, but whether the ordinary citizen, of a farmer in Raigad, a small trader in Urun, the first generation graduate in this very audience, feels the difference in his or her own life. Keep that distinction in your mind, and for that, this thread that connects all the four pillars of the theme. Let's look at something we have been talking about: foreign policy, because the Prime Minister of this country, the Foreign Minister of this country, the Commerce Minister of this country, when they are trying to be very proud of the development, growth, and the stories of achievements we related to our performance comparatively at the global scale, because to attract FDIs, to attract the foreign investors, to attract the foreign capital, we need to be competitive, right? It is not only about the indigenous efforts, but the efforts which is coming from the exogenous, that is from the outside the country. So now my principal subject. So you may reasonably ask, why a conference of, commerce and finance should dwell into the foreign policy at all. The answer is, in the 21st century, the line between the domestic and foreign has all been dissolved. It's not something about, we have to keep ourselves, the national economies cut from the international economies. Most of the trends you're looking at, whether you try to look at US foreign policy, you look at Turkey's foreign policy, you look at China's foreign policy. I was introduced as a China scholar, I was introduced as a China expert, but the story of China also says that, these all countries were trying to latch up with the international and global economies while develop its own erstwhile economies nationally. So as a result of it, a developed India simply cannot be built behind a closed door. I was giving a reference of Uran. I was giving a reference of your robust infrastructure and the role Uran has been playing in the economy of Maharashtra as well as the economy of this nation from 1970s and 80s. The factory in Maharashtra depends on the components of machinery sourced from across Asia. Okay, the startup in Bangalore depends on global capital, global markets. The price of fuel at the pump in Uran is set in part by events of Strait of Hormuz. Foreign policy, in the end, in this sense, is not a distant affair of summit and protocols. So it is this scaffolding of which the entire edifice of Viksit Bharat will be raised. So when we talk about these doctrines, how these doctrines are going to guide India, in a phrase, it's a strategic autonomy, which we are trying to pursue. And what is strategic autonomy here, which is an important part of Viksit Bharat, which says that the determination to make our own choices in our own interest, free of any single power's tutelages. So the India of the Cold War practiced non-alignment, okay, standing apart from the two blocks. The India of today practices something more confident and more demanding, multi-alignment. Okay, multi-alignment was spoken by our chief guest today. We engage in all major powers at once, whether that is US, Russia, European Union, Japan, the nations of the Gulf countries and other neighborhoods simultaneously, refusing to be confined to any one group. This is the opportunism. Okay, this is what it needs to be considered the statecraft of a civilizational state that intends to be a pole in its own right in increasing multipolar world, a friend of many, a vessel to none. So we need to be friend, we need to be practical, we need to be towing the objective line, but without being submissive and subscribing to any single nation's foreign policy. So this posture has been tasted several in recent years, and I'll be really candid that whether this has been true or successful or not, but very carefully, I need to make a point over here that it has been absolutely rough decades for India. India have to navigate through world of intensification of great power competitions, of rising economic nationalism and protectionisms. You have speaking about India's Viksit Bharat. When this policy was framed, we had never Trump.0. We had only faced Trump 1.0. And then we started experiencing the protectionism, not only from America, but from Europe also, from the emerging countries. And then we have the conflicts in Europe, West Asia. We have energy shocks. We have supply shocks, right from everywhere without warning. And these have been appended with the tariff pressures on our exports, restrictions of the movement of our professionals, and disruptions of the imports of which our industry expends. You have heard about the US banning the H-1B visas, not allowing us, or maybe taking the amount of cost which incurs to get the H-1B visa. So the art of Indian diplomacy through this period has been keeping our options open, to refuse the false choice between camps, to convert constraints into leverages, and to anchor our security and prosperity in a diversified set of partnerships rather than single dependencies. So nowhere in this discipline more visible than in an engagement with the wider Asian theater, which is my own field, is our relationship with China, right? And our relationship with China is the most consequential and the most complex as we go forward. The approach has been neither capitulation nor rupture, but be careful, deliberate balancing, reducing our vulnerabilities and de-risking our supply chains while still engaging in calculated terms where our interests are served. Let me tell you, all the students here with too much of a confidence, the two most volatile relationship in this world, one most volatile relationship world with among the two nations, so two states, is India and China. India's boundary problem with China, India's trade deficit with China has been all contingent upon how we look at China and how China looks upon us. But despite all these factors, we have been carefully recalibrating our relationship with China without succumbing to their pressure and leaving our friendship and relationship with Japan, or maybe the other like-minded states in Southeast Asia, or maybe Gulf and countries from Quad countries also. So the lessons of this experience, what we call it East Asian experience, from which India has learned much, is that openness to the world and confidence in one's own capacity is not opposites, they are partners. So as India rises, it had chosen to lift its voice not from itself, but from the entire constituency of long unprecedented global affairs that is called Global South. Again, some of the guests in today's panel, the inauguration panel, have spoken about this. Our presidency, if you all remember, for the G20, which is the Voice of Global South Summit, which we convened a few years back in 2024, and this year we are holding the chairmanship of a BRICS. We are all underlining that there cannot be a single ambition; there can be multiple ambition, and India is a bridge between the North and South, between East and West, between the established powers and aspiring ones. This is the distinctive contribute of a rising India, offers the world not to deepen its division, but to help mediate them. One of my pre-concluding two sections. One is about the 4 pillars. So how I connect with the 4 pillars with the Fund Policy Foundation, let me return to the theme over here. A prosperous India with the atomic strategic ambitions, the prosperous India should be looking at manufacturing, innovating India. I absolutely respect the ambition, saying that we have fab making industries, we have technologies, but I think it is too much of a jump. First, instead of talking of a technology and chips in the first, what we should be talking is manufacturing, innovation. That's most important thing. And Professor Vayunandan, you have been absolutely an inspirator for me here. You're absolutely right that we have been talking too much, too proud, and too superficial. Sometimes, when the policies are floated, we don't look into inward, and which is very much important for here. So let's talk about the Make in India. Okay, the call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is product-linked incentive schemes at the heart. It needs India to move above the value chain and to position itself from the fourth industrial revolution of automation, advanced manufacturing, and digital integration. Integration is the key, and integration is everything which is going to decide the fate of Viksit Bharat. And the prosperity of home depends on the access of abroad also. We cannot be protectionist. Okay, we need to open, we need to be calculative, and we need to be selective in our choices. On the trade agreements India has been doing with the United Kingdom, Oman, New Zealand, and others, it is this ability to plug into the shape of global supply chain, which is going to help India to achieve its goals. Prosperity, in short, is earned at the intersection of domestic capacity and the global engagement. As inclusive India we're talking about is a moral heart of entire project. And it is here the distinction I drew earlier between the scale and prosperity becomes decisive. A developed India that leaves half its population behind would be a contradiction in terms. Yes, we can be Vishwaguru, we can talk about Vasudeva Kutumbakam, but be very careful when we talk about prosperity. We have to talk about the people, we have to talk about inclusivity, we have to talk about the how many people we are going to take forward when we go and achieve these growth numbers. Like we have these Jan Dhan bank accounts, we have direct benefits transfers, the unique identity systems, which has brought hundreds and millions of citizens into the formal economy at the first time. Inclusion means the growth must reach the women entrepreneur, the rural household, the aspiring regions of our country, not merely the metropolitan few. So development that is not shared is not development, it is mere accumulation. And innovative India, I've been talking about innovation, I've been talking about indigenous nets for some time now. So as innovative India is perhaps where our country has most surprised the world. In our digital public infrastructure, the payment system that has now processes more real-time transactions than anywhere or any one air on the earth, the identity and the data architecture collectively known as India Stack, we have built a model that other nations developed and developing alike now come to study. To this, we have the largest startup ecosystem. We have more than about 10,000 startup systems. Only one city is called Bangalore. We have a space program that has reached the moon at a fraction of usual cost. The growing ambition in semiconductor industries and artificial intelligence, and then the contours of nations begin to emerge that intends not merely to catch up with the technological frontier, but to help define it. So innovativeness is the engine that will allow India to leapfrog rather than follow. Now, something which is, I think, very important, a minute and 2 minutes for the young audience over here, permitted me to draw or to direct few of my observations to the young people in this virtual hall. For you, the real architects of India 2047, and if you are looking at the commerce and if you connect the commerce with the Indian foreign policy, you will read that there are a lot of connections which we need to make. The vision is not to preserve of ministers and diplomats. Most of the discussions which happens around India 47 has been catapulted or been forced or been discussed by power centers, whether that is Mumbai or Delhi or the other metropolitan cities, and has been taken over by the ministers and diplomats. But one has to understand that, while India celebrates or when India tries to attain the centenary goals of building, 20-year or 20-fold economy from about $4 trillion to $40 trillion, we are going to meet a lot of odd problems. So once those problems are considered here, you are studying commerce, accountancy, and finance are not spectators to the rise of our nations. Okay, all of you are the one who are quite reaching it, experiencing it, and you all are the engineers of India 2047. So while most of you are going to be in the entrepreneurship, going to be an entrepreneur to build a globally competitive firm, a globally competitive nation, every one of you who is going to be a professional or a master of a new technology, an accountant who also upholds integrity in our markets and institutions is doing a great work. And you need to be patient. You need to be really unglamorous. When you try to do the work of nation building, most of the teachers are doing most of the unglamorous work in a most unorthodox way. But that's the thing. We are not the diplomats. We are not the leaders, but we are someone who, as Professor Vayanandan said, the nation looks up to. So we are building a bridge through this nation via commerce and statecraft, and we're trying to have a balance sheet. While we build this balance sheet of best and then the best jets, we are building the national power of this country. So my appeal to all of you is to be globally fluent, but also remain locally rooted. Be ambitious, but be ethical. Be fiercely competitive, but never cease to be inclusive. My last 1 minute. Let me close where I began. So the Viksit Bharat 2047 is a slogan, as a static, and a summons. As a slogan, it inspires. As a static, it may be debated, but at the same time, it summons, it asks all of us to do best The journey from 1947 to 2047 is a journey of an ancient civilization reclaiming its rightful place in the world, not to dominate, but to contribute, not to lecture to the world, but to help shape, to be one of the teachers of the world. I would try to refrain from the term Vishwaguru here, not to be assertive, but to accommodate. The next 20 years will be full of challenges, will be more stressful and testful years for us. And in this period, we have to convert our scale into genuine prosperity, growth into real inclusion, ambition into world reading innovation, and rising power into responsible global leadership. So if we hold our nerve, autonomous in our choices, open to the world, and faithful above all our people, then India 2047 will not merely be a developed nation by a measure of economics. It will be India that those who unfurled the tricolor in 1947 will recognize with pride and the fulfillment of their dream. Okay, so I would like to thank every one of you who were quite attentive to this deliberations. I'm open to question and answers. I'm open to critics, but that is what the Indianness is. We are argumentative, open to critics, not to close ourselves and say that we are the best, but we are still good. We need to try to be our best. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening and intellectually stimulating keynote address. Your thought-provoking insights encourage us to critically reflect the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, reminding us that the journey of a developed nation is not by imitation but by innovation rooted in our own strengths and realities. You have highlighted well the sustainable progress that demands openness, collaboration, and continuous self-inspection. Your observations, along with its global dynamics, underscored the importance of recalibrating India's relationships with all major nations. Your address has really provided us with a valuable insight into economic, strategic, and the other dimensions of the India's developmental journey. Thank you once again, sir, for sharing your wisdom and vision. Participants, as sir said, sir is open for question. Anybody who would like to ask something to sir? Okay. So now we shall move forward towards the concluding remarks and the closure of the inaugural session. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Professor Riyas Pathan, sir, the Head and Assistant Professor of Department of Accounting and Finance, to propose vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Respected Chairperson, Honorable Kapil Patil, sir, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, sir, Guest of Honor, Professor Vayunandar, sir, Professor Vayunandan, sir, keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Yeladi, sir, our respected principal, Dr. Valmik Garje, sir, respected guest, faculty members, researcher, participant, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to propose vote of thanks on behalf of KONKAN GYANPEETH URAN College of Commerce and Arts. Today we have had a wonderful beginning to this national e-conference. The thought and the ideas shared by our respected speakers have inspired us and given us a better understanding of the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, sir, for your inspiring address. Your thoughts and education and nation building have encouraged us to work with dedication and responsibility. My heartfelt thank to our guest of honor, Professor Vayunandan, sir, for sharing your valuable experience and guidance. Your words have inspired us to keep learning and always give our best. A special thanks to our keynote speaker, Professor Arvind, sir, for your informative keynote address. Your ideas have helped us understand the important role of education and innovation in building a developed India. I express my sincere gratitude to our respected chairperson, Chairman, Honorable Shri Kapil Patil sir, for your vision and continuous support for education and research, your encouragement in inspiring all of us to do better every day. My heartfelt thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Valmik Garje sir, for your leadership, guidance, and constant support. Your efforts have made this national e-conference a grand success. I also sincere thanks to our conference convener, Professor V.S. Indulkar sir, for his excellent planning and hard work in organizing this conference. My sincere appreciation goes to all the members of organizing committee, faculty members, volunteers, and the technical team. Your work, your teamwork, and dedication have made today's program smooth and successful. I also thank all researchers, teachers, students, and participants from the different institutions for joining us today. Your active participation have made this conference more meaningful. A special thanks to our uh, anchor, Dr. Hannas Sheikh Ma'am, for conducting today's program so confidently and gracefully. As we move ahead to technical session, let us continue to learn, exchange ideas, and work together for bright future. Once again, I sincerely thank all our dignitaries, speakers, participants, and everyone who contributed to making this inaugural session a memorable one. I wish you all an engaging and successful National E-Conference. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Over to you,
Thank
Anand
you,
ma'am.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude our inaugural session. We shall now proceed to the technical session 2, that is the panel discussion. I request all the participants to remain connected and continue to enrich today's conference through your active participation. We'll just take a 30-second pause so that you all can freshen up your minds for the upcoming panel discussion. Very good morning once again to all the participants. After an enriching inaugural session and insightful technical deliberations, we now arrive at one of the most anticipated segments of today's conference, the panel discussion. A panel discussion provides a unique opportunity to bring together experts from diverse academic backgrounds to exchange ideas, analyze the contemporary challenges, and collectively explore practical solutions. The convergence of varied perspectives often lead to deeper understanding and innovative approach, which is precisely the spirit of today's conference. Our panel today comprises of eminent academicians, researchers who have made remarkable contributions in their respective field of political science, international relations, public policy, economics, commerce, and accountancy. Without a further ado, it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished moderators and panelists. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the moderator for today's panel discussion, Professor Dr. Upendra Chaudhary. Professor Chaudhary sir is an internationally acclaimed scholar of international relations and high-tech geopolitics. With a distinguished academic career spanning research, teaching, policy advisory, and institutional leadership, he is presently Professor of International Studies in Department of Political Science at Aligarh Muslim University. He has served with great distinction as the Director and Member Secretary of Indian Council of Social Research, ICSSR, Ministry of Education, Government of India, where he played a pivotal role in promoting and strengthening social science research across the country. Professor Chaudhary sir is an internationally respected scholar specializing in international relations, high-tech geopolitics, and Indo-Pacific region. He is the founder chairperson of the Association for Civilization International Relations and has significantly contributed towards making social sciences more globally representative. He served as a member secretary and the director of ICSR. He has authored books, encyclopedia entries, and is an alumni of Jawaharlal Nehru University. He has numerous books to his and several internationally cited research papers. His academic engagements span countries including the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Japan, South Korea, Canada, and many others. His association with the prestigious institutions such as UPSC, CSIR, NTA, NAC reflects his remarkable contribution to higher education and policy making. With his vast knowledge, rich administrative experience, and scholarly insights, we are indeed fortunate to have him as the moderator of the today's panel discussion. Sir, it is a proud privilege to welcome you. Warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning to all. Yeah.
Now introducing our panelist. Our first panelist is Dr. Mrudul Nile, Professor in Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai. Dr. Nile is
Keep it short. Keep it short.
widely
That's all. That's all.
recognized-
That is enough. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Yusuf, I think, we should be brief about the panelist and including the chair because, otherwise it will kill a lot of time. So please brief as much as it is possible.
Okay, sir. Dr. Nile is a recipient of the prestigious Hayes Fulbright Scholarship and has represented India in various academic programs in US and China. We are really fortunate to hear from you today, sir. We have our next panelist, that is Dr. Mandar Chaudhary, Assistant Professor in Department of Commerce and Management. He has demonstrated his commitment towards innovation and interdisciplinary research, holding 7 patents. He is really a multidisciplinary academic profile, having engineering, economics, political science, and international relations. I extend a hearty welcome on behalf of all to Dr. Mandar Chaudhary. Our next panelist is Chandra Mohan Joshi, Associate Professor of Economics at Kirti Dongusre College, Mumbai. He has represented and he has also mentored students representing the Mumbai University National Youth Parliament, competitions and other government of India. We welcome you, sir. Our final panelist is Dr. Kuldeep Shiv Prasad Sharma, sir, Assistant Professor of Accountancy at KBP Hinduja College. He has a wide experience in teaching and holds numerous positions at such as the Secretary of ICA, Indian Accounting Association, Maharashtra Commerce Association, and has been honored with several awards. His dedication towards teaching and academic excellence has recognition in both national and international level. We are privileged to have you, sir. So here we will begin with our panel discussion. We are very privileged to have distinguished gathering of experts sharing one platform today. The theme of today's discussion, that is Viksit Bharat 2047, multidisciplinary insights into potential challenges and strategic prospects. I now request moderator for the session, Professor Upendra Chaudhary, sir, to moderate the panel discussion and guide us through his enriching academic sessions. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yusuf, for your nice introduction. You made my task easy because you introduced all of the panelists, including the chair. So without wasting further time, I would just comment briefly about the panel today, that is about the Viksit Bharat. And when we talk about Viksit Bharat, it is not about rich Bharat or prosperous Bharat only. Rather, Viksit Bharat should be an inclusive Bharat. It should be, prosperous Bharat, of course, but it must be inclusive Bharat. It must be innovative Bharat. It must be, a Bharat that is guided by global leadership. So we have a distinguished panelist, and we have 4 panelists for this panel. And we will start with Dr. Mrudul Nile, who is a good friend of mine and also a professor in the Department of Political Science, University of Mumbai. He's going to talk about the concept "We the People of India," that is the beginning words of the preamble of Indian Constitution, and also the source of the Constitution's authority. Right. So, what is the role of "We the People of India" or the source of India's authority? That he's going to focus on the role of this concept for the concept of Viksit Bharat. So I would request Professor Mudul to speak for 10 minutes and 10 to 12 minute maximum, so that we have sufficient time for question answer. So now I request Professor Mrudul to speak on his topic. Professor Mrudul.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank all the esteemed guests also, because Professor Patnaik, Professor Vayunandan, my dear friend Dr. Arvind, all of these people, I mean, I had requested all of these people to be a part of this particular seminar conference, and that is the reason why I think it should be my first duty to thank them. I also thank our chair for this particular important panel, Professor Upendra, because he being a good friend, I requested him to chair this particular panel as well. Also, the KONKAN GYANPEEth URAN College for inviting us for this particular conference. Professor Garje especially, and his colleagues and the management as well. Well, thank you, Professor Upendra. I'm not going to take too much of time. I'm basically going to talk about we the people. Why? Because, whenever we talk about Viksit Bharat, it should not be like, technological development and, high tech development all over the place. But then where do people go? Okay, it is a question of the general people. It is a question of we the people. Okay, as we rightly said, that I'm using the first few words of the preamble of the Indian Constitution, we the people. It essentially means that where are the people in Viksit Bharat, or where do we want to take the people from Viksit Bharat? So we are looking at it in a very, in a binary kind of thing. Okay, are people a part and parcel, inclusive in that particular developmental process? Whatever they want is the are their aspirations being addressed to, and at the same time, what the Viksit Bharat has in store for these particular people. Well, unfortunately, I'm somewhere out and I couldn't connect to the Zoom. I mean, I couldn't do my presentation, but I'm essentially going to talk about 3 important indices. The first index is of Global Hunger Index. The second one is the Human Development Index, and the third one is Democracy Index. So when you're looking at the Global Hunger Index, this particular Global Hunger Index, it basically talks about what is the condition of people at this particular point of time. I mean, we have global organizations like United Nations, UNDP, and all of these particular organizations which are talking about zero hunger by 2030. I mean, this is the Sustainable Development Goal. One of the Sustainable Development Goals, with 42 countries still experiencing alarming and serious hunger crisis. I mean, when we are talking in terms of India, we have to look at the tribal communities which are living in far-flung areas, which are living in the inaccessible areas, and what happens with them in terms of food. Are there food crises to them? The 2024 Global Hunger Index score 1.83, which is considered to be moderate, down slightly by only 18.8%. Okay, so it is just 0.5% that it has come down. Okay, and the Global Hunger Index also reflects a barrage of successive and overlapping challenges that have hit the world's poorest people and the hardest amplifying structures. So basically, if you're looking at the Global Hunger Index, I mean, I couldn't put my presentation, but then I'll tell you what it is. What it says, the African countries, basically, Africa and south of Sahara, they are experiencing acute food issues. South Asia is also experiencing that acute issues of food. But when it comes to West Asia, Latin America, East and Southeast Asia, and Europe, you find that there is sufficient self-sufficiency. But when it comes to places like India, we generally find that even now, as the government records themselves say that 80 crore people are still dependent on the Food Security Act, and they still thrive on the public distribution system. So if you're looking at some of these particular statistics, these statistics are alarming, and therefore it is very important, in Viksit Bharat to make people self-reliant in that particular sense, and at least in terms of food, at least in terms of food. I mean, that is something that we're talking about, very, very basic. Okay, I had some other data which basically talks about the, you know, stunting of the young people below the age group of 17. So you have problems of stunting, you have problems of wasting, child wasting, and undernourishment. I mean, if you're looking at undernourishment, we find that we are amongst those particular global countries, amongst the lowest countries where we still have problems about uh, undernourishment. In terms of anemia, I mean, 57. I mean, according to some reports, okay, of 2023, they say that in India, 58.1% women are still anemic. Okay, so if you're looking at some of these particular things, I mean, it really is alarming. So if we have these kind of data that in front of us, then it is very important for us to mend some of our policies which are directed towards people, to make Viksit Bharat a reality. At the same time, I mean, we have something called as the Human Development Index, and if you're looking at the Human Development Index also, we find that we are pretty low with our Human Development Index. If you are looking at inequality adjusted human development index, we find that we are far lower than the average, okay, average of global average, and that is something that we need to look at. Uh, then what you have is the per capita and then what we have is the one of the most important aspect is the charting democracy index from 2006 to 2003. Globally, we have seen that the democracy index has fallen from 5.55 to 5.20. So this is a sharp decline. You all know that democracy index thrives on electoral process and pluralism, functioning government, political participation, political culture, and civil liberties. So if you're looking at the global indicators of all of these things, you find that the global indicators are quite low. If you look at India in terms of what kind of democracy that we have, okay, the Global Democracy Index, it says that, I mean, we are coming somewhere in the flawed democracy. Now, Asia and Australia, I have some data on Asia and Australia, and we have some data on Europe also. So, electoral process, I mean, all of those particular 5 indicators that we were talking about, 5 point electoral process and pluralism. In Europe, you generally find that 5.49 is the global average. Okay, whereas they have achieved 9.39, which is almost double the index on pluralism. In terms of functioning of the government, also the global average is 4.66, whereas in those particular countries in Europe, especially, it is 8.01. Again, it is almost double. Political participation 5.34 is the global average, whereas Europe is doing very well over there, 7.67. Political culture is 5.4. Global and the average of Western Europe is 8.10. Civil liberty is 5.39, and globally or in Western Europe, it is 8.67, and overall score of this particular democracy index in West Europe is 8.37 against the average of 5.23. So if you're looking at these particular averages, and especially why these particular averages concern me, I'm coming from Maharashtra. This particular conference is getting done in Maharashtra. It is really important for us to see what is the political process that is going on in the state. I mean, my concern is not about the politicians who have been going to different parties, but then my concern is what happens to the voters. Okay, are the voters participating in the political process? And if at all, if they have voted for a particular political party, okay, or they have shown some kind of interest. Why I'm looking at this particular case is very specifically, one of the MPs from Bhandup area, who was representing a huge chunk of Muslim population, has suddenly shifted to some other camp. Okay, and those particular Muslim population had, in a way, shown their interest and shown that their allegiance to a particular political party. What happens is, after this particular person leaves that particular political party, okay, who is going to represent these particular people? I think that representation in political process is something very important from the development perspective. It is the people who tell what is the developmental model, or what are their aspirations about development that they need to look at, or they need to uh, they need in a way. And I think any state, and especially when you're talking about Viksit Bharat, I mean, Viksit Bharat. Why I'm talking about Viksit Bharat, or why I gave the data from Western Europe, is that, as the development increases, you find that the participation also should go higher. I mean, it should not be that that people belonging to the last strata are neglected. I mean, of course, Arvind did talk about inclusion. He did talk about women, but I think that more than technology and all of those particular things, I think that we need to look at representation of people and the participation of people in developmental process. Okay, unless and until we are able to make those particular changes, I don't think so that, I mean, we will be able to reach what quote unquote could be called as the Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm really sorry, but I'm in the middle of some other work in some other university. I'll have to, exit from this particular meeting. But thank you very much. Thank you all. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Mridul. You clearly highlighted the role of the downtrodden people, the role of the backward people, the role of the tribals, And in case we are really serious about the concept of Viksit Bharat, it is certainly important that we should include them in the process. We can't say, okay, there is a distinction between Bharat and there is a distinction between India. India representing the urban middle class, urban rich class, corporate sector, and the upper high class, and the Bharat representing the rural India, the backward people, the people who are marginalized and who are the minorities. So that clearly explains the importance of Viksit Bharat. But I'm not very sure about the data you cited about the global democracy index or the hunger index. Nowadays there are lots of news, lots of controversies about the methods of arriving at the conclusion of those reports. They are prepared mostly by the Western countries, international organizations representing the Western countries. So I'm not very particular and very sure about their methods, their applicability to India. But there is no doubt that we still need to improve the economic standard, the social dignity of the 80 crore people who, as you said, are dependent on national security or national food art, particularly for that. So with this, I would thank you for your intervention.
Thank you,
Now
sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I would request Professor Dr. Mandar Chaudhary of Vidya Lankar University, Vidya Lankar School of Information Technology, who is our next speaker and who is going to speak on an important topic called the concept of development, how it is important in the context of Viksit Bharat. So, Professor Dr. Mandar Chaudhary.
So, thank you, Garje sir, Niye sir, and Upendra sir for giving me this opportunity to speak on developed Bharat, or rather India that is Bharat. Basically, when we talk about developed nation or a developed country per se, we need to see what are the parameters when we talked about this. As Upendra sir has rightly said, even I would like to quote Mark Twain. When Mark Twain has suggested there are three kind of lies: lies, damn lies, and third one is statistics. So before boasting anything, we need to know the reality. And basically, when we're claiming that at 2047, we need to know the 20 years roadmap. But before charting out a 20-year roadmap, in let's say 5-10 minutes, I would like to know the reality of India, and then we'll with the statistics, and then we can see how do we reach this thing. So I would like to quote a Saptarshi for a Viksit Bharat or Viksit India. So when we claim we are the 6th largest economy, we are the $4 trillion economy, but basically for development, we are 140 crore deshwasi. So for 140 crore population, our per capita, we are almost 147. Our neighbors, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka is basically performing better than us. Even the Jamaica, even the war-driven Iran is performing better than us. So in per capita, we are at almost $2,800 per year. And if we take the average of top 25 countries per capita, the per capita goes 91,000. Top 25 countries per capita is 91,000, and we are at 2800. So 3,000 to 90,000, just to put into perspective. So when we see a developed nation, that means our basically not the GDP should grow. Obviously, GDP should grow, but GDP per capita should be the prerogative. Next, as Mridul sir has rightly pointed out, the Human Development Index, which generally comprises of three broader domains, which is health, education, and basically GNI per capita. In that also, we are faring almost 130th among the almost 190 nations. And again, our neighbors are faring relatively better, such as Bangladesh or Bhutan, or let's say Azerbaijan, basically, or South Pacific nation, Turkey. So point of assertion is basically, we are standing at per capita 147. We are standing at human development almost 130th. Then basically at rule of law, there's a report, a rule of law index. Basically at that also we are standing roughly around 87. So when we say we need to be a Viksit Bharat in let's say 20 years, we need to focus on those broader 7 pillars. And mind you, basically majority, majority of the audience, 2/3 of the Indians are below the age of 30. 2/3, which is a huge number. And however, after 20 years, that population demographics is exactly going to be lopsided, exactly like a Japan. So we have those 20 years very crucial. Otherwise, those demographic dividend will become our demographic liability. In just to put in perspective, the third pillar, which is technology. In technology, we are focusing on, we say we are the IT hub of the world, we are the back office of the world, we have the TCS, we have the Infosys, we have the Tech Mahindra, correct, highly appreciated. The export, generally the export is around $100 billion plus. But just to put it into perspective, we need to show Sitaro se aage jahan aur abhi hai. The AI revolution is happening and is happening massively. India's largest company, let's say Reliance, values around, let's say $200 billion. But the startup, 5-year-old startup, which is not only listed, which is just merely startup and raising money, let's say OpenAI, that's we use ChatGPT, valuing almost around 850 billion. Anthropic, Claude, values almost nearly $1 trillion. Point of assertion is the highest company of India, Reliance, is 200 billion, and Anthropic, $1 trillion. Our highest IT company, 7 lakh employees, TCS, 100 billion. Anthropic, 900 billion. So we need to think broader. Our AI domain, let's say Krutrim or Sarvam, we have it. But India does not have a broader large language model per se. And basically future would be the AI, or rather the present is AI. So India should have at least LLM, large language models, and we should have absolute R&D. Just to put it into perspective again, USA has almost $30 trillion plus economy, spends almost 3% of their GDP on research and development. Even the China, almost $20 trillion plus, spends 2% of their income on the R&D, research and development. But India, with roughly $4 trillion economy, we merely spends 0.9% on the R&D. So when we talk about basically we need to be Viksit Bharat, we can be a Vishwaguru. The technology should be our back domain. The IT, the back office is important. However, we need to enter into the new charters, which is machine learning, which is embedded, which is LLMs. So that we should be a forebearer. When China could do with DeepSeek, we can also seek different chartways. Then basically, Mridul sir has rightly pointed out about rule of law. I would not getting into that topic, but India should be a broader net exporter. In many years, even after LPG, even after 1991 reforms, India is broader net importer. Anything goes in Hormuz, my basically restaurants dosa goes away. My basically interior styles goes away. So our supply chain are disrupted heavily just because we are net importer. So we need to focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we need to identify the areas where we have where we are lacking and where we are importing. Let's say embedded, let's say VLSI chips, let's say basically semiconductor manufacturing, let's say API, active pharmaceutical ingredients. So we need to identify sectoral, surgically sectors wherein how the local industry can be developed. The government schemes such as PLI, performance linked incentives are good, but that need to be promoted surgically, sectorally, and segment by segment. Then there is a direct correlation. If the country becomes developed and that country generally have good rule of law, very rarely would see a country does not have rule of law becomes developed, or rather invariably underdeveloped country would have good rule of law. So rule of law generally often not talked about metrics when we talk about developed nation or developed country, and that is basically we are eroding. So that should be also focused upon. Then broadly, sustainability would be the future, because we have one earth and we might be the last generation to do something about the earth. So sustainability is undoubtedly the forefront, but we should walk when we talk. Whenever we talk about life, whenever we talk about basically green finance, sustainable finance, that sustainable finance should be translated into real money. We have International Solar Alliance. We basically garnered support of 100 plus basically nations. However, the target of finance for International Solar Alliance is 1 trillion plus. And as of now, we could manage barely $10 billion, barely. So where 1 trillion and 10 billion. So point of assertion is, when we talk about sustainability, that sustainability must be backed by solid green finance. And lastly, we should have a global leadership. India should be a Vishwaguru, India should be a visionary, but that visionary should be backed by the followers. And that's why we need to have the 20 years, and we should focus on each of those 7 pillars independently, wherein we need to improve on manufacturing. That is very important, because post-independence, our manufacturing is untapped. At 1947, we are roughly around 20% of GDP. Presently, 2026, also we are roughly around 20 to 25% of GDP through the manufacturing. Many countries become developed. Let's take example of Europe, let's take example of USA, or let's take example of China. They started with agriculture, then their manufacturing boomed, and then their services boomed. But in case of India, from agriculture, we have shifted directly to the service industry, and we have missed the huge boat of manufacturing. And because of that, we have become a net importer. Because of that, we are lacking in the Atmanirbharta. So the manufacturing would be the key, and manufacturing would eventually lead to the employment in the rural areas, into semi-urban areas, or basically in the rural areas. So the distressed agriculture population can be easily shifted if we have a manufacturing clusters. So multiple things can be solved of Viksit Bharat. So point of assertion is, there are many things to be talked about, but as we say, केल्याने होता है रे, but आधी केलेची पाहिजे. We need to identify, we can have multiple statistics, we can have multiple graphs, we can have multiple deliberation, but we have only 20 years, and that 20 years, we must harness our demography. This young talent must be harnessed and put it in the forefront of the global era, and that's how it will become Viksit Bharat. And Bharat, that is India, should be inclusive, should be innovative, should be for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mandar. Yeah, you really highlighted some of the important issues, the 7 pillars, what you called, for the, for attaining the objectives of Viksit Bharat. What you told, they are all important for achieving the target. But the problem is whenever we are discussing about development, the concept of development is highly contested, right? What you told, that is the mainstream perception of development. What about the concept of development for tribal people? What about the concept of the development for the rural people, those who are living in rural areas? So for them, development is not actually leading to development. It is actually leading to underdevelopment, right? So we have to exclusively debate on those issues. There is there is always contestation, and contestation is the hallmark of a progressing democracy. That's fine. So I think, but nobody can deny that we have to focus on, unless and until you focus on demographic dividend, it becomes demographic disaster. So and with the coming of AI, with the coming of machine learning, critical technologies, and disruptive technologies, what kind of role we can provide, or the state can provide, for the young people who are who are educated but they are not employed? So what kind of, now, are you going to really turn them into assets, or are you really going to make them as liabilities? So that again will decide the future of Viksit Bharat. So with this, I would thank you, and then I will invite Mr. Chandra Mohan Joshi, who is an associate professor in the Department of Economics, Kirti M. Dungursi College, Dadar. So he's going to speak on the concept of inclusive India. That is what he told me yesterday. So now I request Dr. and Mr. Chandra Mohan Joshi.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, clearly audible.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, sir. Greeting of the day to one and all over here, respected moderator, Chaudhary sir, fellow panelist, the organizer of this national level webinar, Principal Garje sir, the management of Konkan Gyanpeeth, and fellow participant. In fact, yesterday, sir had a word with me, and then he said, these are the people who are going to speak on various aspects. But sir, what I could gather, everybody has in one way or other spoken on inclusive growth only. So I could relate to the many points what Professor Nile was speaking, and what Mandar sir had just discussed about. But then what is the problem with the very dream of Viksit Bharat is, as Professor Yellery sir said in the morning, maybe there is a hype created with this notion. See, we all love this country. This is beautiful country. I would love my country to be a progressive nation, to be a developed country, to be Viksit. But then maybe we have over obsession with the numbers. See, making India 30 trillion, 40 trillion, 50 trillion economy would not suffice to make India a Viksit Bharat. But as my fellow panelists have also said, Viksit Bharat is the Bharat where majority of Indians could have access to basic needs of life, could live with dignity, could have a decent living. Their future is the system what we have, our environment is more sustainable. We give a better future to our generation. So having said that, and some of the figures as Manda sir has already put, and even Mridul sir was saying, if you compare the per capita income, GDP per capita income rather than GDP. So with respect to GDP, we are one of the first 5 economies in the world, but it doesn't mean we are Vikasit. So GDP alone is not the parameter. GDP per capita is somewhat better parameter. However, it also gives us only average income. But in true sense, India would become Vikasit when we would have our Human Development Index or HDI index on the higher side, and we would have ranked in the first 50 countries. Similarly, the Physical Quality Life Index should improve. We are very poor in this. The Gender Index is another area of measurement. Then Hunger Index, Professor Nide talked about. Our per capita income is damn poor. That is what Mandar sir said. See, we have a population of 145 crore, and that's rising continuously. So even if we are the fourth largest or sixth largest economy of the world in terms of GDP, you and me, every Indian get a very, very small proportion of that. So the per capita income is very poor. Though we are the emerging economy, fourth largest economy, sixth largest economy, but then in terms of per capita income, we are one of the low income economies. If I do not put the word underdeveloped or underdeveloped country. And what Murdul sir has rightly said, I mean, we are a country of contradiction. The former CEO of Niti Aayog says that India has reduced poverty to a great extent and the ratio of poverty is less than 10% in the country. But at the same time, government proudly says that we are providing subsidized food through
I think the speaker has lost the connection, I suppose. Dr. Chandramohan, we
Hello.
can't hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah,
Sahib,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
we can't hear you.
I
Please
think
check your connection. Yeah.
Okay. I think I lost my connection. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the point is, as Professor Chaudhary also said, that in post-liberalization period, India has made rapid inroads in terms of many things, but at the same time, the poverty has not reduced to the same extent. So as a result, there has been huge increase in inequality, in income inequality, wealth inequality. And unfortunately, there has been a huge cost incurred on development in because we didn't plan things in such a way where the environmental degradation could be minimized. So environmental concern is going to be another challenge for a country where you have large number of people living below poverty line. You need development, there is no doubt about it, but at the same time we need to protect our environment. So it's going to be very difficult for the policymakers and the governments and the civil society to achieve both. But then we have to find out one golden path for the same. And why this Amrit Kal or a period of 1947 matters to us, Mr. Dr. Mandar Chaudhary had stressed on it, because after 1947, India would be having one of the largest population of dependent people in the world. So the aged people, the senior citizens problem would become the prime focus after 1947 or 50s or 55. So what we have to do, we have to do in these next 20 and 25 years. So that is the only positive we have. But having said that, I personally believe we have missed the bus because we did not spend smartly a large chunk of money on education. Either India has missed the bus with respect to AI also. You and me and all the audience sitting in this house, we all are the users of technology, the users of AI, but we are not the creators. And India initially need to invest heavily on research and development. The research culture must be inculcated right from schools. It should not be connected with your promotion in the job. What we have done in last 10 and 15 years, we have connected your API score with your promotion, and that has resulted into mediocre research everywhere, even in the field of engineering and in the field of medicine. And therefore you have issues of plagiarism, therefore you have issues of uh, no,
I think he again lost the connection. Dr. Chandramohan, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
am I
No, you are not
audible?
audible. You are not audible. There is problem in your side. Your internet connection is not stable. I think that is the reason. Anyway, we can hear you, but please summarize. There are problems, so I think you summarize. We can't hear you. We
Hear me
can't.
now?
We can't hear you. You are. You are not audible for few seconds and few minutes. So you are. So again, okay. You just summarize what you wanted to say, because we have also paucity of time.
Can you
No,
hear
we
me
can't
now?
hear. We can hear you, but in between we can't hear you. Yeah. We can't hear you. I think we should invite the next speaker because it's already 12:24. So I also wanted to speak on a topic. Dr. Kuldi Sharma, are you ready?
Absolutely, sir. I'm on time.
Yeah, you are there. So I think, yeah, without wasting much time, I think I would invite you to speak on a topic of your liking, because I don't know what topic you are going to speak. So Dr. Kuldeep Sharma is an assistant professor in the Department of Accountancy and KBP Hinduja College of Commerce, Mumbai. So please go ahead with your lecture.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Respected Professor Garje sir, principal of the college, respected panel chairperson, Professor Chaudhary, sir, and we had a good discussion yesterday. Distinguished panel members, esteemed academician, policymakers, and my dear participant who listening this panel discussion with lots of patience. It is indeed a privilege to participate in this panel discussion. Today, sir, I will going to talk about banking and finance sector, why it is crucial in achieving the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. Now, I will going to sir, touch upon many area. So I need at least 15 minutes. I will going to cover areas like infrastructure finance, financial inclusion, digital banking, cyber securities, entrepreneurship, financing, agriculture, and sustainable finance. So these are some of the topic which I want to highlight, and I just want to touch upon each and everything and want to tell you why, or the entire audience, that why banking and finance is so important when we talk about Viksit Bharat. As we know, the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 is one of the most ambitious national development mission undertaken by our Prime Minister, rather than I should say our country. It is aimed to transform India into a developed, inclusive, innovative, sustainable, globally competitive economy by the century of the independence of our country. So, achieving this vision is not solely the responsibility of the government, but is we all have to work together. So, rather, it requires coordinated effort from the industries, educational institute, technological providers, entrepreneurs, civil society, and the most important, the banking and finance sector, which serves as a backbone of economic development. So, no country has ever achieved a developed nation status without a robust, efficient, transparent, and inclusive financial system. And therefore, we discussing Viksit Bharat 2047, the banking and finance sector occupies a central place here. Now, the first question which comes in our mind is why banking so important for national development? Now, this question is very important because bank performs a unique role while mobilizing savings from millions of households and converting them into a productive investment. They provide financial resources for agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, export, various services, startup. One of my speaker also highlighted on startups, education, healthcare, and housing. So in a simple term, I can say banking concept connect the people who have surplus money and those who requires capital for productive purpose. So without the intervention of economic as well as the banking, it becomes little difficult that we can grow with a rapid speed. And therefore, banking is not only merely about accepting deposit and granting a loan, but it is a fundamentally about creating economic opportunities, generating employment, and supporting national development. We know finance is a backbone of any economy. And we have seen, let's discuss some notable example is massive infrastructure expansion that witnessed in India in last 10 years. And a large scale investment, particularly in expressways, metro rail system. We have developed new.
Okay, done.
Yes,
काय
sir.
केलं? Scan केलं?
Okay.
हे नको पाहिजे?
Ajay sir, can you mute yourself so that I can continue?
Yeah, please, somebody's speaking, please mute yourself.
Okay, so I was talking about the large investment which is made by this sector, particularly in expressway, metro line system. We have developed new airports in India in last 10 years. We are focused more on renewable energy park, industrial corridors, and all these infrastructure development requires finance. And we are depending heavily on financing from bank or financial institution. So as I said, I am in Mumbai. So projects such as in Mumbai, Trans-Harbour Link, dedicated freight corridor, and various solar and wind energy projects that have required long-term finance support. Remember one thing, when we talk about government funding, definitely it will going to play very important role. But government alone cannot fund entire thing, and therefore we require a support of this banking structure. This demonstrates that the infrastructure development and the financial sector development moves together. And at the same time, we must critically evaluate whether our banking system is fully prepared for the aspiration of Viksit Bharat 2047. While India has one of the most strongest banking network that we have witnessed when there was a global meltdown where the bank of so many countries, banking system, so many countries have collapsed like anything, but Indian banking system remain intact. So we have world's strongest banking network, and public sector bank have historically played a significant development role, particularly in financial inclusion and priority sector lending. However, they have also faced issues such as non-performing asset, which is one of the important challenge which public sector bank is facing nowadays a lot. Whereas operational efficiency is another challenge. These kind of a thing we have to overcome if we tackle these kind of challenges very well. We can able to support more towards our mission Viksit Bharat 2040. One of the remarkable success story of a recent year has been financial inclusion. Earlier, we know millions of Indians remains outside the formal banking sector. There were, the lobby of money lenders, there was a lobby of landlords, which used to, lend money, and they used to take so many compound, huge rate of interest on the lending money. And today, what we did, we have done an initiative such as, Jandan Yojana, where we try to cover all the section of the society, and we brought them into a regular banking system. So the combination of digital identity, bank account, and mobile technology has transformed the delivery of government welfare benefits. So instead of multiple intermediaries or subsidies, now are directly transferred to the beneficiary's account, and that have reduced the leakages and improved the transparency. Those who have crossed their age of 50 or 60, they might be aware, earlier people used to get a pension, used to get salary in cash. I'm talking about railway also. Those people who have worked in railway, or those who have, some friends working in railway, there the money used to give in cash. Their salary used to give in cash. But now everything is such a beautifully connected to the banking system that each and every penny which a government want to transfer, it is through digital currency only. So this has strengthened the public interest in a banking system, because they know there is no financial leakage. Whatever the amount which is transferred by the bank, ultimately it reaches to the beneficiary's account. However, financial inclusion should not be measured only by the number of account which is opened under the scheme of Jan Dhan, or we have, digital inclusion. The real measure is whether people actively use banking system or not. Banking system services such as for their saving account, to open their insurance, pension, credit, investment, or entrepreneurship. Nowadays, we can see even a small hawklers, or the small food vendors, they also take a money from a scanner. Earlier, it was very difficult to get a scanner from those people. So thanks to our mission of digital India, where we connected all the small petty entrepreneur to a regular banking system. So in many rural areas, account remains inactive due to low financial literacy, irregular income, or a limited awareness of the people product. And therefore, the next phase of inclusion should focus on meaningful financial participation rather than numerical achievement along how many people have opened the account, or whether we have crossed, that 40 crore people have opened their account. That is not merely the parameter for a success, but we also have to see that these people should come into active banking sector. Another transformative, force that is shaping India's financial landscape is digital banking. India has emerged as a global leader in digital payment, and the remarkable growth of a real-time payment system that has demonstrated how technology can make financial transaction faster, cheaper, and more transparent. We all know the UPI system, which is developed by India, now getting more and more importance at a global level. And even the Western countries also, adopting our UPI system into their banking system. So even a small street vendor, as I said, or vegetable seller, taxi driver, or a tea stall owners now accepting money, through digital by using their QR codes. So this shows that there is a widespread of adoption of digital payment, and that have increased convenience, reduced dependency on a cash, improved tax transparency, and increased formalization of economy. Earlier, we used to tell that whatever the structured economy we have, similarly equally black economy we also have in India. But now this this concept is going little fast. I mean to say, people are more coming to a formal banking sector. So for an example, a small grocery shop owner in a rural town who earlier dealt with entirely in cash, now they are also receiving money through digital. So this shows that the mission called as digital economy also growing more importance nowadays. Yet digital transformation also introduce new risk, and the risk is of a cyber security, cyber fraud. And we have seen that there are so many scams which is happening online. Data privacy is also one of the concerns that are increasing rapidly. So as a financial service that become increasingly digital, bank must do investment continuously in their cyber security infrastructure, customer awareness program, artificial intelligence based fraud detection system, and regulatory compliances. Until unless we don't make our banking infrastructure strong, we cannot able to rely more on a digital system, because there is always a fear that we will going to lose our money due to this kind of a phishing attacks. And therefore, if we really want to achieve our mission, which is, I must say, achievable mission of mission Viksit Bharat 2047, we can, but we have to do investment in our infrastructure, not only physical, but also on a banking infrastructure. Another crucial dimension is financing entrepreneurs and innovation. Under NEP, we putting more focus on research, innovation, incubation, and we have witnessed that the country who are doing more investment in research, development, and innovation, their economy is growing with a rapid speed. So India also have to do a lots of investment in our innovation and research. So India aspiration to become a $5 trillion economy and eventually a developed nation depends significance on the innovation driven entrepreneurship. And banking, venture capital firm, private equity fund, development finance institution, and alternative investment funds collectively finance startups, micro industries, small and medium enterprises that are going to emerge as one of the important backbone of our economy. So considering the example of young entrepreneur development and electric vehicle battery technology, traditionally the financing may initially be difficult because innovation business often lack collaterals. But nowadays, this is not the problem. Now coming to the agriculture, India used to be called as an agriculture country. But if we see the agriculture contribution in our GDP, now it is going down day by day. I mean to say it is keep on decreasing. So agriculture continue to employ a significant share of Indian workforce. Therefore, agricultural finance remains equally important in the journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Farmers requires timely access to afford credit for seed, irrigation, mechanism of cultivation, storage facility. Storage facility is something for which government 2 years back worked a little bit when they presented that farmer bill, but unfortunately it was not accepted by the farmers, and we know the history, so let not discuss on that thing. But yes, we have to do little more investment, and this investment is only done through a banking system. A government, if they want to transfer any subsidies to this farmer, it has routed through banking system. Similarly, sustainable finance is emerging as defining feature of future economic development. Climate change is no longer an environmental issue alone, it is also a financial risk. So bank and financial institution are expected to support renewable energy project, electricity, mobility, green building, sustainable agriculture, waste management, and curricular economy initiative. Here I want to give some example. In last week there was an interview of Nitin Gadkari ji, who is our highway or transport minister. he was saying very soon we will shift to 100% ethanol. If we want to become a self-sufficient, because now our 90% import bill consists of a petroleum product, and someday war like Gulf War again broke, then we will again going to face a problem. So we have to eliminate this kind of a dependence of our economy on petrol. And due to that, we are working on sustainable finance. We are working on solar energy. In fact, for generating energy, we require some petroleum product. We can also make electricity through thermal, but more electricity we are making out of this petroleum product. Gases nowadays are used to make electricity. And to overcome this thing, we have to aim that we should completely have more self-sufficient rather than depending on someone else's economy. So there are so many things that we can discuss. But as India advances towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the banking sector itself will undergo significant transformation that we all should know. Artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, cloud computing, machine learning, open banking enabled finance, and digital currency are reshaping financial services across the globe. And therefore, bank must continuously upgrade technology, enhance employee skill, improve their customer experience, and strengthening operational resilience. We can say that the future of a banking will increase depending on data-driven technology. So the banking and financial sector has undoubtedly played a transformative role in the India's economic journey and will continue to remain one of the strongest pillars that will going to support Viksit Bharat Mission 2047. However, development should not be accessed merely through higher credit growth or increasingly profitability. The true success of financial sector lies in its ability to promote inclusive growth, support entrepreneurship, finance sustainable development, reduce regional disparity, empower women and youth, strengthening rural economy, which is very important as still more than 60% of our population stays at rural India. We should also improve the quality of life for every citizen. So the banking sector must evolve from being merely a provider of a finance services to become a strategic development partner in the nation building. Therefore, our critical evaluation leads to us a balanced conclusion. India possesses a strong banking foundation, remarkable digital capabilities, expanding financial inclusion, growing global confidence, yet important challenges remains in the governance like financial literacy, cyber security, climate finance, MSME financing technology adoption, equitable access to the financial services, and addressing these challenges with a visionary leadership, sound policy, responsible regulation, and continuously innovation will determine whether the banking and finance sector can fully realize its transformative potential. Now we are at the first stage of our mission, Viksit Bharat 2047. Still almost 21, 22 years to go to achieve our mission. And during this period, there are lots of changes that will going to come in the field of AI also, in the field of technology also, in the field of how the people are taking this concept in what sense. So if India succeed in creating a banking and finance ecosystem that is inclusive, resilient, technological advanced, environmental responsible, and globally competitive, then the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047 will not remain merely an aspiration. But now we can tell that today we are talking that Viksit Bharat 2047 is Indian aspiration. But if we make our banking sector more secure, more viable, more responsible, more compatible, then we can say it will not going to remain merely as an inspiration. It will become a sustainable and inclusive reality for more than 1.4 billion citizens. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. You really highlighted the role of the financial sector reforms and banking, inclusive banking, for achieving the target of Viksit Bharat in 2047. It was really nice, and unless and until your financial sector is reformed, your banking system is up to date, you can't achieve anything. So as you said, number is not enough, rather substance is much more important than the number. So with this, I think we are already in a stage where our four panelists, they talked each of one important issue that is crucial for achieving the target of Viksit Bharat. So earlier I planned for giving a small presentation, but I was told that I would chair the session, but still I can use the chair of the panel to speak for something about an issue which is equally important. So all the panelists, they spoke about the internal reforms, the need for internal reforms. I'm going to speak something on the external issue, right? How it is important for all of us to focus on a subject that is much more important. So the topic I prepared was from Viksit, particularly it is about the concept of Viksit Bharat. So Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, from non-alignment to strategic autonomy to civilizational leadership. So each of these three tools of India's foreign policy, either it is non-alignment, or it is strategic autonomy, or it is what we call civilizational leadership now, these are all important in achieving the objectives of Viksit Bharat. So as I said, when a country wants to achieve something very important like Viksit Bharat, goal. So it has to focus not only on the internal side of the reforms, rather it has to focus on external environment, because nowadays the distinction between the internal environment and the external, milieu has gone, as we have seen in the recent, Iran, Israel, and America war. Whatever happened in the Gulf, that also affected our economy, our supply chain, our petrol price, our energy price. So everything was disrupted, everything was disturbed. The same thing we felt during the Russian attack on Ukraine, right? So the point is, if the country wants to achieve the objectives of Viksit Bharat, it will not only go for reforming the internal sector of the economy or banking or the financial reforms, rather we should also focus on our external environment. And if you look at India's foreign policy for the last 75 to 80 years, you find there are three tools, or you can say three types of foreign policy India exercise to achieve its foreign policy objective. When India became independent in 1947, it followed the policy of non-alignment. So non-alignment typically refers to a policy of equal distancing between the two superpowers, those who were fighting a cold war with each other. That was basically not a hot war, it was an ideological war between the United States and the Soviet Union. And both the superpowers, they had established two military alliances, the America and the Western, capitalist countries, they established in NATO in 1949, and in reaction to NATO, the Soviet Union and the communist countries, they had established the Warsaw Pact. And India, because it was, politically it just got its independence, economically it was very weak, militarily also it suffered a war when Pakistan launched the war in Kashmir, and then in 1960. There was Chinese attack on India, 1961-62. So the point is, India was economically weak, industrially very poor, economically also backward, militarily it was weak. So at that time, it was not possible for a country like India to follow a very aggressive kind of policy on the one hand, or join the military blocs led by the two superpowers. That was the reason why India precisely decided to follow the policy of non-alignment. As I said, India's condition at that time was weak, but it wanted to protect its sovereignty. So the primary objective of this policy was to to secure our survival and protect its integrity, protect its sovereignty. So and it was not the problem only India was facing at that time. Rather, it was the problem faced by all the newly independent countries of Africa, Latin America, and some of the countries in Asia. So they were also facing the same problem. And India was the first country, even before independence, decided to go for a non-alignment policy when Nehru in his 1946 radio broadcast announced that we have nothing to do with the Cold War politics. Rather, we would follow the policy of non-alignment. It was not a policy of passivity, not a policy of neutrality. Rather, we wanted to keep keep an equal distance between the two superpowers so that we can have friendship with both the superpowers. And that was the policy we needed to protect our survival, to protect our sovereignty, and go for a modest economic development. So now the question is whether that policy actually helped India. The answer is yes, of course, because it protected India's strategic autonomy and enabled it to focus on national development. We had massive investment by the Americans in the Indian economy. We got economic assistance from Soviet Union. And when there was Chinese war, and we realized that, depending on the United States was not enough, so we became very closer to the Soviet Union. And that relationship, that deep friendship continued with Soviet Union till its collapse in 1991. So the point is, this was the period from 1947, from its independence till 1991, India followed the policy of non-alignment to protect its, political sovereignty and to focus on its economic development. Then from 1991 till present, we followed a different kind of policy that was called the policy of strategic autonomy. So this non-alignment policy was relevant during the Cold War, but when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, so this kind of alignment policy, or the ideological distance, or what we call the principal distance between the two superpowers, that no longer served India's interest. So India decided to liberalize its economy in 1991. Then it went for a nuclear test in 1998, and the economy, it took some time for India's economy to grow, and that was the policy India followed. And after some 20 years of India's economic reforms, there was a talk of India as a rising power. And when people talked about India's rising power, India became the fastest growing economy in the world. It also became the fourth largest economy of the world, third largest in Asia after China and Japan. So everybody talked about India's growing military power, India's growing space capability, India's growing manufacturing sector, India's growing space sector, India's growing economic sector. So everybody talked about India as a rising power. And at that time, we decided to go for flexible alignment, or what Shashi Tharoor says, multiple alignment, right? So multi-alignment policy, not only with the USA, we followed the alignment, flexible alignment policy with Europe, with China, with Russia, with Israel, with France, so many other countries. So we had established strategic partnership with many countries of the world, and it was not a policy of keeping distance, because now you are not a militarily weak or economically backward country. Now you have got the military and economic power, and that policy helped India to go for strategic partnership with many more countries. And in this period, India followed the policy of strategic autonomy, and that led India's economic and military growth, and also increase in the influence of India in different parts of the world. So it expanded India's economic, technological, and diplomatic opportunities, right? So we are a member of SCO, where China is there. We also are the member of Quad, where the United States is there. We are the member of BRIC, where the Chinese are there, the Russians are there. We are also having good relationship with countries like Israel, like United States, like Europe. So we are following a kind of balancing policy with each of the major powers. We are not permanently aligned with any country. Rather, we decide that whatever is good for our foreign policy, we will do that. We will not be dictated by any other country sitting in New York, sitting in London, or sitting in Beijing. So that was the policy India followed from 1991 till today. Now the problem is, can this policy be actually continued for achieving the objective of Viksit Bharat, which we are aiming at 2047? The answer is different. The answer would definitely be a positively yes, but in a modified form. So what I would suggest is, for achieving the target of Viksit Bharat in 2047, we are basically emerging as a major economic and military power. So our strategy should not be non-alignment of 1947 or strategic autonomy of 1991. Rather, it should be civilizational leadership. And when I say civilizational leadership, it basically refers to using your civilizational values for resolving India's and the world's problems. Suppose we had conducted the G20 meeting. So we had a slogan of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, under which we provided, we followed the policy of Vaccine Maitri and provided medicine during the COVID crisis to almost 140 countries. So now that is the policy we need, and because that policy helps you to get international influence, international respect, and also it is also based on your civilizational values. So India is not a nation state, it is a civilizational state, because when we say India is a nation state, it got its independence in 1947. Somehow we are erasing the history of India as a civilization which is as old as 8,000 years old. So the point is, we have a lot of civilizational values. We have Anekantavad, we have Advaitavad, we have Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we have Lok Sangra, and now the government is focusing on those values, and not just India. Other civilizations like China, Iran, Russia, Japan, they are also realizing the importance of civilizational values. So my point is, if India is really serious to achieve the objectives of Viksit Bharat by 2047, it is not just the internal reforms, they are important, no way, but it is also important that we focus on the external aspect. And this external aspect, as I said, it is shifting from non-alignment to strategic autonomy, and from strategic autonomy to civilizational leadership. So you are not just a nation, you are a civilization. You need to influence global policies. You need to provide alternatives. When there was COVID crisis, India not only supplied medicines, it also provided vaccines when India itself was facing the second wave of COVID. So that kind of help, that kind of assistance, when Sri Lanka was facing the problem of economic crisis, when there was problem in Nepal, when there was a problem in Maldives, you have to provide assistance to them, because they are not just your close neighbors, rather you have civilizational ties with those countries. Sri Lanka is not just a nation state for India, that India got independence in 47, Sri Lanka got its independence in 48, and our relationship with Sri Lanka started with that. Rather, for us, we have a Ramayana connection with Sri Lanka. We associate Ramayana with Sri Lanka, how Sita Mata was there in Lanka, how Ravan was there. So our people believe that the whole history of Ramayana is based on India and Sri Lanka. So you can't see Sri Lanka, or you can't understand India's relationship with Sri Lanka only from 1947. Rather, you have to look back India's relationship with Sri Lanka since the days of Ramayana. The same is applicable to Nepal. We have a Buddhist connection with Nepal. We have a Mahabharat connection with Afghanistan. Where in Mahabharat we are talking of Gandhar. Now there is Kandhar. So the problem is, now unless and until you exercise civilizational leadership, you cannot achieve the objectives of Viksit Bharat, because as you can see, America after the Second World War, it created a liberal international order. It went for globalization. It established the international organization, because that supported its rise as a superpower. So India as a civilizational country, India as a civilizational state has to create the same condition in the external environment, so that would support its goal of achieving Viksit Bharat in 2047. So with this, I will stop here, because we have paucity of time. So we have some time for discussion. So I would suggest, any of the listeners, those who are listening this session, if they have any question, they can ask me or my co-panelist, so that we can try to answer them as much as we can. Thank you very much. If anyone has any question, they can ask. Otherwise, we have some questions in the chat box. We can take them one by one.
Yes, participants, do you have any questions?
There is one question in the chat box. Should we talk about capabilities and functioning in this regard, like the GDI, gross domestic income? I think somebody is asking to Professor Mrudul. If Professor Mrudul is there, he can answer this question. Because somebody is raising question when Professor Mrudul was delivering his talk. Professor Mrudul, are you there? Okay, there is another question. The Make in India initiative has not delivered the expected results in manufacturing, investment, and employment opportunities. So this is another question. If anybody or any panelist would like to comment on this question, they are most welcome. Dr. Kuldeep Sharma, Dr. Chandramohan, anybody, if you want to intervene or answer this question, that would be fine. Dr. Kuldeep, would you like to comment on this?
I just
Somebody is
want
asking.
to read the question once again.
Yeah, the question is the Make in India initiative. Yeah, the Make in India initiative has not delivered the expected result in manufacturing, investment, and employment. So, what is your response to this? Are you going to agree with the person who is raising the question?
Sir, up to some extent, we are agree. The reason being, we have put more focus on, self-dependence in equipment. So as India is concerned, we are, given more importance to development of weapons, because we have developed missiles like Agni missiles, which have a BrahMos, which have a worldwide accepted. Yes, as compared to manufacturing industry is concerned, we are working in that area, but definitely it will going to take some time. As I said, we are in the first phase of Viksit Bharat. So till 2000, I think 30 or 32, we definitely will able to see some remarkable change in the manufacturing sector also.
Okay. So that is another question, sir. Without tangible improvement in employment, education, healthcare, and equality, the Viksit Bharat vision risks remaining merely a slogan. I think we almost all agree, because there should not be only slogans. Rather, there should be substantial improvement. Be visible both in Bharat and India, not just in India but also in Bharat. Another question is, when one section of society enjoys power while another lives in conditions resembling, servitude, a serious question arises: can such a nation truly be called a Viksit Bharat? I think there is no doubt about it. So if anybody of you wants to respond, then it's fine.
Yes, sir. Definitely. This is thing which we have to think little seriously. Only 10% of people have 90% of the wealth of the country. But as I said, India started working on this thing little late. And second thing, we are still in the process of developing. And there are so many initiative which is taken by the central government, like linking all the banks with Aadhaar card. Okay, and apart from that, linking your PAN card with all your account. So this shows that who have generated black money, or who has accumulated wealth without paying a tax. So we are trying in a such a way that equality should be achieved, but it cannot be achieved in a day. We know Roman Empire was developed in years. Similarly, if we talk about Viksit Bharat, and therefore we have kept a vision of almost 30 years to achieve this thing. because nothing can be done with immediate effect. It takes some time. There are something which is the policy which we decided today, the implementation or the outcome of that policy we can able to see after 20 years or after 15 years. As giving a small example, NEP we started implementing in 2020, but we have targeted that it will be properly executive implemented in our education system by 2030. So there are something which the process will take time. It is not like that it is just a slogan. We are working that area. As healthcare is concerned, now the IIM is also opening very fast in different states. We have also started IITs. We have also started IIMs in different part of country. So we are doing work. When British government left India, we don't have anything to for us to survive. So we have started working. It took 75 years. Still it will going to take more time, because India demography is completely different compared to the Japan or compared to the Sri Lanka or any other country which got independence in the same year, the year in which we got. And we always compare India with Japan and other countries that they also got independent in the same year, but they now become a 5 trillion economy or 10 trillion economy. But they don't have this kind of a complication which we have. We have a regional imbalance. We have a communal kind of a things. We have casteism system. We have so many things, but still India succeeded to remain united.
Okay, there is another question. India's banking sector has expanded rapidly with over 80% of the adults now having bank accounts. Yet the richest 1% own around 40% of the country's wealth. This shows that financial inclusion alone has not reduced economic inequality. So I think this is directly related to you. You would
Yes,
like
sir.
to respond?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, Vikas ji has pointed out this question very well, but I tell you one thing now, at least 40% adult, they are using banks. But before 2014, hardly 10 to 12% people using banking system. But now we come to the reach to 80%. And let's see, now only the 40% Indian wealth is controlled by 1% people. Earlier it was 95%. So something is, positively which is coming out from this, policy of the government, isn't it? So this is what I feel, after 10 years, when we have a similar kind of a workshop again, I hope that the number 40 will reduce to 20.
Okay. Yeah, so another question is there. I think it is directed to me by Dr. Vikas. Where is this so-called civilization reflected in practice? Development should not be measured solely by infrastructure or economic indicators, but also by values a society upholds. An important question is whether India is truly becoming a society where Dalits, Muslims, and other marginal communities are treated with dignity, equality, and a genuine sense of belonging. I think what I said, you also agree with me. Civilization is not a very hollow type of word. It includes Indian civilization, where we need an inclusive kind of development, where, as I said in the beginning, those who are marginalized, those who are minorities, those who are downtrodden, they should be included in this. Viksit Bharat cannot be only Adani's Bharat or Mukesh Ambani's Bharat. Viksit Bharat should be of everyone's Bharat, and where everybody has dignity, where everybody has economic opportunities, where everybody has equal stake, and that Bharat would be inclusive. So when we are talking of civilization, we are not talking of only the urban part of India. Rather, we are talking of everyone. We are not talking of the present Bharat, Bharat of 1947. We are talking of India as a civilization, uninterrupted, continuous history of India's civilization right from 8,000 years old. So a nation cannot be a truly developed nation, a Viksit Bharat, without having any kind of importance given to its values. So these civilizational values are important. What you can see in case of China, in case of Russia and other countries, they love their values so much. Google is there, but Google is not there in China. They have their own version of Google. So that is a kind of challenge we are now facing. The East India Company, they East India Company, and particularly the Britishers after East India Company, they used India as a colony for getting cheap raw materials for their machine products. These Indian raw materials became the fodder for their industries that led to the prosperity of Europe and industrialization of Europe, including the United Kingdom. The same thing is happening now. Almost all big tech companies, they are getting Indian people's data, Indian citizens' data. That data which they are getting are stored in America, in other countries, not in India, and they are utilizing those data for devising algorithms for the AI, for using those data as a kind of information for refining their algorithm. And what you are getting, you are just the consumer of the knowledge, you are not the producer of the knowledge. Now the challenge for Viksit Bharat, the challenge for all of us is to innovate, is to think beyond the present issues, and we should also think in terms of that. We should not only be the consumer of knowledge, rather we should be the producers of knowledge. What the Americans are doing, they are not thinking of today's India, tomorrow's India. They are thinking of America for next 100 years. And see all the work, if you look at 2080 data, you will find at that time there were only 2 or 3 high-tech companies. Now see, almost all high-tech companies, they are in America. Either you talk of Meta, you talk of Microsoft, you talk of Elon Musk, anybody, you talk of Tesla, all this, they are all big high-tech companies, and they are all located in America. And how they are getting richer, we are helping them to become richer because they are harvesting on our data, they are collecting our data, they are storing our data. India is the most populous country in the world. So just imagine the kind of Facebook users, the kind of YouTube users, the kind of WhatsApp users. We have a lot of data, but are we really able to harvest those data? Are we really able to, utilize those data? And so that is the question. So the real challenge is that we should not forget that the country that becomes a Viksit Bharat should be an innovative Bharat, should be the producer of knowledge, should not be the dependent of knowledge on other countries, and you should not just be a market for others. You should be the real creator of knowledge. You should just create not only values for you, rather you should values for others. So that is the Viksit Bharat should truly represent. So I think with this, we are already 15 minutes late. So I think we should stop here. There are no questions also. I must thank all the panelists, my co-panelists, Dr. Mudul, Dr. Mandar, Dr. Chandramohan, and also Dr. Kuldeep Sharma, those who particularly made this panel enriching, fruitful, and it generated a lot of questions, and also it gave us a lot of clarity about internal reforms we need, external issues we focus. So it was really good. I must thank the principal of the college, Dr. Balmiki, for providing the opportunity to me to chair this panel, and it was really nice. And I also now thank Dr. Yusuf, who also introduced the panelist and the chair. So it was really a good experience, wonderful experience to be a part of this seminar. So thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, respected moderator, distinguished panelists, and all the participants. As we come to close of this enriching panel discussion, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed moderator and all the distinguished panelists for their invaluable knowledge, diverse perspectives. To formally propose the vote of thanks, I now have the pleasure of inviting Professor Pooja Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department Accounting and Finance, KONKAN GYANPEETH. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Pooja Gupta, and it is my great privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this one-day national e-conference, a Viksit Bharat 2047, shaping India's journeys towards the prospect, inclusive, innovative, and global future. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our respected chairperson for presiding over the session. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished panelists, Professor Dr. Mudul Nile sir and Professor Dr. Mandar Chaudhary sir, and Mr. Chandra Joshi sir, Dr. Kuldeep Sharma sir, for sharing the valuable knowledge, insight, experience, and perspective of India's development journey towards the Viksit Bharat 2047. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to our moderator, Professor Dr. Upendra Chaudhary sir, for effectively conducting and coordinating the enriching panel discussion. My special thanks to our respected principals, management, organizing committee, faculty members, and technical teams for the dedicates in this making this conference a grand success. Finally, my special thanks to Finally, I would like to thank all the participation for the active presence and meaningful interaction, which made these sessions truly engaging and productivity. Once again, thank you all for your valuable contribution and support. Thank you so much. Over take Annat ma'am.
I think.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pooja ma'am. Thank you so much. Now here we conclude our session 2, that is panel discussion. Dear participants, we shall now have an half-hour break for the technical session 3 shall begin at 1:40 sharp. Okay, 1:40. Up to 1:40 we'll be having.
Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you
Upendra
very
sir,
much.
thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
Gargi
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you, Dr.
to listen to you,
Valmiki.
sir.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
चाळीस एकशे चाळीस अजून काय माहिती पाहिजे जे त्यांना पाठवतं काम त्यांचं आहे आहेत तरी किती Anat ma'am? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
प्रीत मात्रे ना?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Yes,
प्रीत
yes.
मात्रे बोल रहा है?
हाँ हाँ
मला नंतर भेटायचं हा?
हाँ ठीक है.
ठीक आहे?
हाँ ओके.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Hanat madam. Hanat madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am kindly requesting you, please announce the name of paper presenter.
Okay, sir.
This will just get confirmed that whether they are present or not.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, dear presenters, kindly listen. When your name is announced, you have to just reply whether you are present or not. Dear presenters.
Hi, this is Sarah George.
Okay, we'll take the attendance. Presenter number 1, Kedar Kulkarni. Kedar Kulkarni, sir, are you there? Sir, instead of announcing name, we can check now through the participant list by typing their names. Or we shall announce. Nakashi Saili, ma'am. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, madam, you are audible. Yeah, madam is not present actually.
We'll just check it before the presentation if they are there. Okay.
Please mute yourself, please. Yeah.
Yes, if the participants are there, those who are presenting, kindly put their name in the WhatsApp group. Okay, so that we can start early. By the way, Parag sir, we shall start now. It's 1:51, right?
Principal sir, shall we start?
Yes, sir. We should start.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all distinguished dignitaries, respectfully, faculty members, researchers, academicians, research scholars, and dear participants. I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the technical session 3 of our one-day international e-conference on Viksit Bharat 2047, shaping India's journey towards a prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global future. The morning sessions have provided us with thought provoking deliberations and meaningful discussions, laying a strong foundation for the academic engagements ahead. As we now move into technical session 3, we enter the core of our research conference, the exchange of scholarly ideas and research findings. This session has been thoughtfully designed to foster intellectual dialogue, encourage multidisciplinary perspectives, and provide platform for researchers to present their original work. It offers an opportunity not only to disseminate knowledge, but also to receive valuable insights and constructive feedback from distinguished academicians. We are privileged to have with us eminent resource persons and esteemed chairperson, Professor Dr. Suresh Main and Professor Dr. Devidas Golhar, whose vast and inspire all presenters. I now request Professor Riaz Pathan sir to heartily welcome and formally introduce resource person and esteemed chairperson. Riaz sir, please.
Thank you, Anand ma'am. Respected Chairman, Professor Dr. Devidas Golar sir, our esteemed resource person, Professor Dr. Suresh Main sir, Honorable Principal, distinguished guest, faculty members, research scholar, and dear participant. A very warm good afternoon to everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Technical Session 3 of our conference. Today, we are honored to have with us two highly respected academicians whose knowledge, experience, and leadership have made significant contribution to higher education and research. I feel privileged to warmly welcome our resource person, Professor Dr. Suresh Main sir, professor at the School of Economics and Public Policy, University of Mumbai. Sir has over 22 years of teaching and research experience and is widely known for his work in agriculture, economics, rural development, infrastructure development, and public policy. We are confident that your valuable insights will inspire all of us and make this session truly enriching. Sir, we welcome you and thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you.
It is also my honor to welcome the chairman of this technical session, Professor Dr. Devidas Golar, Director of Innovation, Incubation, Linkages at Savitribai Phule University, Pune. Sir is a distinguished academic leader with 25 years of experience, known for his outstanding contribution to innovation, entrepreneurship, industry-academia collaboration, and the implementation of National Education Policy 2020. So we are grateful for your presence and look forward to your valuable guidance and concluding remarks. Welcome, sir. I also extend my sincere welcome to all the delegates, paper presenter, faculty members, research scholar, and student. Your participation makes this conference meaningful and successful. With these words, I once again extend a heartfelt welcome to our respected chairman and our distinguished resource person. Thank you all for your kind attention. I wish you engaging, insightful, and intellectual rewarding technical session. Thank you and welcome you all. Over to you, Hannat ma'am.
Thank you, Riaz sir. We are indeed privileged to have such an accomplished scholars with us today to share their valuable insights. So now, participants, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Suresh Main. Sir, I humbly request you to kindly deliver your address to this virtual podium. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam, and respected principal of the college, professor, and my senior friend, Professor Garje sir, management of the college, chairperson of this session, Golar sir, and my friend from your college and our BOS member, Dr. Arun Chauhan sir, all other respected dignitaries from the different area of the Maharashtra and country, and all the faculty members and dear research students. This is first of all a privilege to me for the given opportunity for the presentation of my views on the that given theme of the Viksit Bharat. Yeah, one more my friend from the college, Kurulkar sir, and other also friends are there. So Ajay sir and others, all the member of faculty and friends. This is the very crucial, I think, theme which been selected for the this seminar, online seminar. I would like to congratulations to the principal and coordinator of the college for the organizing such a very crucial conference on the. I think this is the a very important subject for the not for the only state. It is for the India, and under the flagship of this honorable Prime Minister, this announcement which happened about the Viksit Bharat, and I feel that if this is the today, I would like to just enlighten about the what the India's policy reforms are there in towards the achievement of Viksit Bharat 47, as well what is the responsibility what is the responsibility of the academician, particularly in a social science, what should be the adopted for now in coming days in research and our innovations. So in these two type of, that is the first phase, I will try to talk about the theme of Viksit Bharat, and in the second part little bit will highlight about the role of academicians as a social scientist and other faculty of the economics and social sciences. So once again, thank you so much for the college management and principal sir for the opportunity. And now I'm going to talk about the theme. For that, I'm going to share my screen for the discussion or presentation of my view on the Viksit Bharat, and is a prospect and a path of achievement through the what kind of the sources. So I think now in a day that that the things are going to change very with the very planned and with the faster growing things with the adoption of the new policies. This screen is visible. Somebody will respond me, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. So I will just, as I said, highlight about the Viksit Bharat and the theme which is announced and introduced as an Viksit Bharat 47. What the theme is expected, what the flagship is expected, or what is the vision which was declared by the Honorable Prime Minister and the policy makers about the developed nation by 47. That the roadmap to achievement of the economic, social, technological, and environmental progress. I feel this is the very comprehensive kind of roadmap which has been decided to achieve this goal of the Viksit Bharat as a nation by 47. In this path, India's policymakers what adopted exactly in the means what is the difference about this flagship and vision. If you look at the prior announcement of the government of India, which was like in a economic reforms or in a social reform separately, but after the formation of Niti Aayog, that the which bottom up approach been adopted, and under this the bottom up development approach, that the comprehensive things like the technological, environmental progress and I would say that now these things are much connected with the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals, which are worldwide required to follow these the Sustainable Development Goals. And as in India, as you know, in the last 2 years ago, that India, which announced that the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and at the global level, they are going to move with the confidence. And first time, these the policies which are designed for the achievements of the Viksit Bharat with the inclusive kind of the aspect, like that environmental and social things which considered as in the important pillar of the development in the this development India or Viksit Bharat. What the key objective of this vision, if you look at that the dollar 30 to 40 trillion economy, which is the target up to 47, and in this path, if you look at the short term goal of India's policy making up to 27 28, India announced that India will become as an a 5 trillion economy. So this is the towards to the Viksit Bharat movement with the proper planning. And that with this, as I said, it has a strong connectivity with the poverty and inequality. So eradication of the poverty and inequality is the very crucial SDGs. And under this, there is been adopted, this is the zero poverty program in the coming days. Leadership in a global trade and innovation also adopted as an the key objective of this path. Sustainable development and energy security. Here, I would like to just mention that in a recent policy of India, what is the adopted development with the ecological development or ecological protection. This is the very important, I think, thing which is adopted, because only development which is not adopted, that the development with the ecological protection, which is the need of time, which will be made India as a sustainable country or sustainable development country. In this path, what is the key growth sectors of India? If you look at the present scenario of India, India growing itself with the infrastructural development and urbanization, technological adoption, and the digital economy. If you look at the last economic survey of India, which is around the 50%, means 0.50 are the infrastructure index, which developed from the last decade. It was around or below the 20%. So it brought around 50%, means 0.50%, which can say that as per the that the data sources, infrastructure development which is happening in the country with the very dynamic rate or adoption of the technological and digital economy. As you know, right now India, which is the country, around 93% of the Indian transactions which happening with the UPI. That is the I think a large adoption of the technological and digital inventions. Manufacturing and industrial growth of India, which if you look present last 2 decades about the CAGR of India, which is not much better about the manufacturing sector and industrial growth, it is around 14 to 15%. Because India jumped directly with the service sector, but definitely the some that the ecosystem for the startups and other things which are being developed and announced for the push of this sector of manufacturing sector. So this is the key growth sector in the coming day for India. Agriculture and agri-technology or agri-tech, renewable energy, sustainability are the key growth sectors or potential sectors for the achievement of Viksit Bharat, which can be changed for the India's scenario. Right now, if you look at the data of agriculture, which not much contributing to the GDP, around or less than the 10% is a contribution to the India's GDP. But this sector has a scope and hope for the increment of its contribution in the GDP as well in the national domestic product. So this is the key sector which identified with the renewable energy sources. If you look right now that the movement which is very we can say, with the aggressive mode, which is adopted about the changes in the renewable energy sources and its sustainability, as well healthcare and biotech innovations, education, and skill developments are the key sectors or key growth rate or key growth sectors of India. Depends and that the space exploration, as you know, that the sector growing with the proper planning. So I think these are the key sectors or key growth sectors which identified to achieve the developed country by 47. So that systematic or strategic, planning which is designed for the achievement of the path. What kind of the adoptions are happening in the recent policy making about this path? This is the given that the brief case studies about the infrastructure and urbanization, like smart cities and AI driving that urban planning, which regarding the waste management and smart transportation, which are the adoptions are there in the smart city programs. Transport infrastructure, particularly about the bullet train, expressways, electricity way, or that electricity vehicle corridors also adopted as an the path for policy path for the achievement of this developed economy. This is the now infrastructure and urbanization things are there, housing and water supply, particularly for the affordable housing. Government of India and state governments also taking so much initiatives for the building of affordable houses. Clean water for all. Under this mission, Jal Jeevan Mission, which is a flagship program of India's government, central government particularly, providing so much financial support for the tap waters and accessibility of the water at each house. So this is the program recently which is working. Logistic and connectivity, seamless trade corridors and multi that the modal kind of the transportation which are going to adopt cold houses, that chain, supply chain, also which is going to change in the development of infrastructure and urbanization. About the technological and digital economy, already I a little bit talked, but 5G, 6G networks and that the connectivity which is rising for the speed support. And this is the, I think, programs which are going to work. Artificial intelligence and blockchain marketing are that the kind of the things at the various sectors, meaning in the agriculture, industries, and service sector at the large scale, which is going to adopt, and digital literacy also is going to provide. Fintech and digital payments, as I mentioned, that UPI, which is the very success experiment, means example of this kind of the fintech and digital payment system. So cyber security and digital regulations are the protecting digitalized assets which are going to enhance for this path. What the things are adopted as a policy making in the manufacturing and industrial growth, particularly make that the Make in India program 2.0, strengthening domestic manufacturing. Also, it is the helping to the production link and initiatives PLI schemes to encouraging the foreign investment for in the country. As you've seen that the our state governments and Prime Minister of India, honorable, they are going to visit at the various countries to attract that investment, and that the kind of the campaigns are happening at the global level. Electrical vehicles and industry, which is also that the initiative happening in the that the reduction of the oil crisis, as we've seen recently from the that war situation, how much India and other countries also suffering from the oil and OPEC countries that crisis, how much of impacting on the overall economies of the various countries. So this is the substitute way that electrical vehicles and renewable energy sources which are going to build as in a policy decisions of India's flagship program in the Niti Aayog, as well in the central government and state government. Autonomous and robotic that the smart factories also going to adopt. Yeah, definitely there is the things with the technological change are going to adopt in the that flagship program. Agriculture and agrotech, as I mentioned, that now agriculture sector of India, which is going to change, is a traditional path, and they are now adopting that the AI based things, and a lot of changes about the automation of the farming and other things are the I think hopeful changes in the agricultural sector. Organic and sustainable farming, which is need for India's chemical reduction and its uses, which technology much going to import from the other countries. As that the cold storage and supply chain of agricultural also need to minimize that the post harvest losses, and in this connection right now at the rural area, pack house, cold house are going to increase with the subsidized finance to the agricultural sector and finance, and to the farmers particularly there is going to support through the subsidies, for the subsidies for the pharma producer companies and pharma producer organizations. So throughout these kind of the agri and agrotech programs, India's path which is going to develop about this sector. I think about the renewable energy and sustainability, few key things are going to adopt about the solar, wind, and their energy expansion. Green hydrogen revolution, also alternative fuel solutions are going to find out. Net zero emission target, which is kept for the world level achievement or maintaining of the sustainable development goal, as well that water conservation and waste management, which is happening with the circular economy. So sustainable resources and its management are the path of India's development by 47. As in the healthcare sector with the biotech innovation, that the universal healthcare access, which is going to provide through the strengthening of the healthcare infrastructure. Right now, so much funds which allocated for the Ayushman Bharat and other kind of scheme. AI powered that the diagnostic and that the kind of the medical medicines and other things which are going to adopt as a technological change or development in the sector. India, which adopted for the global pharma hub, as you know, that India's export in the pharmaceutical export, which is the better performance, which found from the last around one and half decade, means around the 15 years. Biotechnological and genetic research also happening in the advanced diseases and its treatment. So overall, if you look at the programs of the India's achievement of the developed goal or developed country goal, this is the kind of key policies which adopted in the various, means in the infrastructure sector to till that the agricultural sector. Now come to the education and skill development, what happening, as we know and we closely associated with the education sector, that the NEP which designed for this kind of the new India or new Bharat. But yeah, as you know that the various challenges are there in the future education system with the NAP implementation. Definitely we need to achieve that the path with the various challenges. AI coding and the robotics and the curriculum, that the I think a vocational training and upskilling things which are adopted in the NEP. Global collaborations with the higher educations and partnership also adopted in this path. So from the education sector, these are the changes which adopted. Under defense and space exploration, which shows that the indigenous defense productions through the startups and other things which are going to adopt through the like ISRO's that the Chandrayaan and other kind of the successful that the exploration which happened from the defense sector, which is the I think appreciable policies or supported to this kind of the movements of India's defense and exploration sector. So what the flagship of program adopted, I briefly pointed out from the various sector. And now what the challenges and roadmap to achievement of the 47. If you look at the challenges in the area of infrastructure, still we should agree with we must agree with that the infrastructure gap is there. We need to fill it with the proper strategy and adoption of the development path. As to district still not connected about the railway network or basic facilities of the roads, and that connectivity has to ensure in this kind of the achievement of the Viksit Bharat roadmap. A digital divide, because still that the Indian people having the mobile and the internet with that the Android phones and iPhones, but unfortunately they are not much aware about its literacy. So digital divide and literacy also is the big challenge for, I think, that the young generation and old generation gaps has to fill. Employment concern is the another issue and challenging issue for in the achievement of this roadmap in the economic perspective, because due to use of AIs and other kind of the growing sectors in the technological and digital era, this is the upskilling and skill people has to train, though that are the various challenges are there about the employment generation and concern. Climate change, which is the another challenging area for the achievement of this roadmap, because still most of the European countries restricted production of India due to the pollutions and other that the violation of the labor codes and other things. So this is the challenge for Indian policymakers for the achievement of this roadmap. So what the solutions for this? I believe that the public-private partnership is the hope for this kind of the good practice, and I think that can be help to the economy for the achievement of this proper path. Investment in the research and development and innovation also important solution for this achievement. Policy reforms and the governance efficiency, because here I think so much scope is there for the discussion about the governance and efficiency. Recently, what we are looking at, the one officer suppose taking the initiative, how much that kind of the governance thing and the gaps are going to point it out in the one that the ministry or in the that the respective division. I think is the big challenge for India. Despite of that, India made, I think, that district governance index DGGI, but which is not much followed and violated from the district level officers. But this is the for the governance improvement, the things are required to adopt. I think these are the things which pointed out about the India's primary, secondary, and tertiary sector with its scheme. Now I'm turning to the another area which I was planned, because due to the time restrictions, I'm little going fast. So I think in another 5-6 minutes, I will try to complete my presentation. This is the second area which related for us. What is the now responsibility on our shoulder? I think as an academicians and researcher, now as a time being that the arrangement or need, we require to divert from the traditional way of research to little bit with the high-tech kind of research, research area, that our research tools we require to adopt with the research in the economics and social science, particularly what the new things are happening and growing in the area. As an academician and researcher, we require to adopt like a rapid technological advancement in the research and innovation. Means which our traditional economist did that the manual kind of the methods for testing of the data and other things. But right now, due to the technological advancement, we have that various kind of the softwares and machine learning things, which I think required to adopt for the effective research, or we should, I think, use these tools for to connect our research with the global platform. So increase in the complexity and in the economic and social behaviors, we require to use this kind of the emerging trends in the data science, AI, behavioral experiments, and network science, which is very, very important in the research and development things. I think in the big data and AI machine learning for economic forecasting, which is required to use in the various areas, because without the data support and that kind of analysis, government also unable to use more effective policies. Being a faculty of Department of Economics, I personally associated with various government projects, like in the that strategic development report which we designed, and right now also I'm working in the water resource management department of Maharashtra and Central Water Commission. So I think these are the kind of the just examples which has that the scope for use our efficiency with the effective manner. Then that the policy makers are adopting our measures, which are the findings are there, and they are definitely implying in our sector. So social sciences, particularly in the scope of research and development, it has, but unfortunately there is the gap is there with the policymakers and academicians. So we must fill that gap with the appropriate use of this machine learning and tools which can be effectively create impact of your research with the social impact and government policy adoption. So this is the scope which I think has this the social sciences. For example, in the sociology, right now we are looking, this is the now not a much applied subject, but I would like to just mention that sociology also has a very, very significant role to design the policies for a different caste society. So that kind of the research which required to, I think, conduct by the academician. This is the need for developed economy. As economists now, data creation analysis and with the small source of that micro level data, we require to use this kind of the new tools for the understanding and analyzing that the reality of the country with the this kind of conduction of the research and development. So I think this is the experimental based and behavioral based things are there with the field experiments that I think will be helpful for the designing of the policy. And I think this is the role of academicians and social sciences particularly, which is very, very significant. If you look at the advanced economies, particularly European economies, now they are diverted from the technological development to human development or social, that kind of the social sciences and its development. So that kind of path and dignity we require to maintain with the use of this kind of the mixed methods and approaches in the country. So I think there is the other things are there for the use of ethical consideration of the future research and that. So we require to follow that the standard measures in our research. So in conclusion, I would just say that what the call of action is there about the Viksit Bharat 47, there is the need of research-driven policies. Means there should not be hypothetical kind of the policy and that the kind of the thesis. It should be the real world kind of the problem-solving thesis and dissertations. Economics and social sciences has that kind of the scope for research, and that should be actively adopted in the dynamic and innovative methods. These are collaborations between the government and industry and academia, which is very much essential. So I think these are the few paths which are very, very important in the maintaining of the Viksit Bharat, and this is the responsibility on our shoulder as an academician for the achievement of the goal, and that will be definitely helpful for the right path of designing the policy of the government of India. So I think whatever the plan in my mind, I try to share. This is my view regarding the development of Viksit Bharat 47. Once again, thank you so much, Garje sir, and my all friend Chavan sir and Kurulkar sir, and chairman of this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and thought-provoking address. Your insightful deliberations have beautifully highlighted the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. You have also emphasized the importance of strengthening the healthcare system, ensuring energy security, sustainability, attracting productive investment, and upholding the social dignity and inclusive development as the cornerstones of the developed nation. Your address has reminded us that achieving the dream of developed India is a shared responsibility and demands collaborative efforts. So, on behalf of our college, I extend a sincere thanks to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we'll start with the presentation session. Before that, I would like to ask our chairperson for the technical session, Professor Dr. Devidas Golar, whether you want to give some instructions to the participants, sir.
No, ma'am. I believe the instructions are already gone in terms of the time limit and everything,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
So maybe instead of having feedback on every presentation, we can have a sum up kind of feedback at the end of the day.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
sir, I'm interrupting in between. Sorry and really apology. I could not. I'm not able to continue the session because I am already in one delegation. So I think Devidas sir and Garje sir, other all my friends. Sorry for this. I think leave the meeting. Thank you so
No
much.
issue, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
No problem, sir. Thank you, sir.
Please continue. Please continue. Thank you, sir.
So we shall now begin with the paper presentation session. This conference has received enthusiastic participation of 147 participants from researchers, academicians, faculty members, research scholars, representing from various universities and institutions across the country. This research reflects innovative ideas, critical analysis, and multidisciplinary perspectives aligned with today's conference theme. I now request the presenters to kindly adhere to the following guidelines. Each presenter will be allotted 5 minutes presentation time. Kindly keep your presentation concise and focused to your findings, objectives. Please conclude within the allotted time to ensure that every presenter gets an equal opportunity. Participants are requested to remain muted unless invited to present. Question and answers from the chairperson will be taken at the end of the session. Okay, so participants, I hope all the instructions are clear. Now we'll start with our first presenter, Mr. Kedar Kulkarni from Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University. The title of research paper, Building Trust Through Technology, India's Digital Diplomacy and Vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Kedar sir, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Chair and Professor Dr. Valmik Garje, sir, for your kind cooperation in inviting me for this presentation. I'll just share my screen if it's fine, ma'am.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
you have.
Just a moment, I'll just share it. Just let me know if this is visible. My screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes. Okay, fine. Firstly, let me thank the previous speaker, Professor Main, sir, for giving the context of my presentation already. And I thank the organizers for having such a thoughtful topic and a multidisciplinary one, because Viksit Bharat is not merely for India, but it is also for the world. And that is where the words inclusive and global have been attracting me. And I'm sure it will attract the other participants as well. So my topic is building trust through technology, India's digital diplomacy and the vision of Viksit Bharat. Since we are in the 21st century where technology is an integral part of our life, it goes without saying that the vision of Viksit Bharat has to be built on the 21st century modern technology. Now, when it comes to digital diplomacy and tech diplomacy, usually there is a lot of discussion on AI, semiconductors, DPI. But in the past decade, if there is one technology which India has been able to leverage so beautifully, it is the digital public infrastructure, the DPI. And as part of the DPI, you have the Unified Payment Interface, which Dr. Mayan sir talked about recently, and how it has been important for us. And today I'll be precisely discussing how UPI and this DPI entire architecture is a part of India's diplomacy now, and not just as a vision of Viksit Bharat alone. So therefore, diplomacy is no longer spoken, it is increasingly built to infrastructure, to participation at scale, and offering it to the world. Now, how does it differ from other countries? People usually ask that if other countries are giving this technology, where does India stand? India has always believed technology to be a global good and not as a means of coercion or subjugation or dominance. In the political science term, as we call it, as having a hegemonistic attitude towards technology. Just recently, we have seen, friends, that how the Claude mythos has been used as a weapon to restrict access only to a certain people, whereas India has always believed in inclusion, interoperability, sovereignty, and partnership. So sovereignty and partnership go hand in hand. And that is where I say India's digital diplomacy converts the domestic digital public infrastructure into a credible foreign policy tool. Now, the objectives and methodology which I have used is qualitative, both using primary and secondary sources. Just last week, I was in Delhi speaking with some MEA officials and think tanks of how India is leveraging digital diplomacy. And there has been an uncompromising unanimity, I would say, that India's DPI, that is the digital public infrastructure, is India's poster child. And within the DPI framework, it is our UPI payment system, the fintech mechanism, which has created wonders. So how India can link its digital diplomacy to the Viksit Bharat? I'll be examining what is the India stack, which I said that it is India's poster child. And most importantly, the heart of this topic is how India builds trust to technology, and especially through cyber privacy, security, and the DPDP Act. Now, the original diplomacy starts from classical diplomacy, which is mainly based on trade, communication, but now it has transformed to digital communication. And that is what we call it as tech diplomacy or techplomacy. Now, within techplomacy, there is a lot of scope, as I said, from space to cyberspace to AI to semiconductors. But how is India's model of diplomacy different from other countries? Firstly, it is a part of a soft power, and by building trust, not as a commercial platform, not as a state-controlled model, as I said, like how maybe some Western countries use it as, but as a public rail for global good. And the four pillars are inclusion, interoperability, sovereignty, and partnership. So in inclusion, we are talking about connecting the last mile in India, and at the same time at the global level. India's digital diplomacy works in tandem with the technology of the foreign powers. We do not impose our DPI on the other countries. For example, when it comes to, let's say, I'll just skip because there's a shortage of time. For example, let's say we talk about our UPI model. So India integrates its UPI with the domestic payment system. It does not superimpose on that. And that is where we have the concept of open AIs. That is, we give them the core stack and we ask the foreign country that you build upon a stack as a matter of public good. And we are not having any claim over the technology or dominance. That is where India has been differentiating and being an effective enabler of technology for the global good. And it is not just in words, it is in action. As you can see, more than 23 countries we have signed our DPI MOUs. 18 countries are sharing India's platforms. 8+ countries is where our UPI system, the poster child of India, is already there. And to back our numbers, more than 80%, as per the World Bank reports, there has been a rapid increase. And World Bank says that it could have taken 47 years for financial inclusion, what DPI has done in just over 4 to 5 years of its inception. So that is where the voices also speak that we have built digital public infrastructure as a public good and not as a proprietary platform. And as Dr. S. Jaishankar says, we are giving the source code and not the surveillance tool, like how the various countries are using technology as a surveillance tool. And that is where we are inclusive at home. most importantly, trusted by the partners. And India, as always, explicitly mentions about a fair global order where technology is not coercive, but it is built through a collaborative platform. And most importantly, trust is given through privacy. And that is where we have built in the DPDP Act to ensure precisely the same. And if I link it with the vision of Viksit Bharat, so the saffron for our technology stands for the building a standard and sharper digital public good. White stands for inclusive technology, shared public good, the wheel that turns code into credibility, and green is for prosperity, inclusiveness, and a shared Viksit Bharat vision. So this trust is earned through legitimacy, through cooperation and not coercion, through ensuring that our systems talk with each other and do not superimpose on each other, and that we embed the rights of data privacy and the data protection within the DPI framework. Yes, there are challenges. There is a cyber challenge, there is a privacy challenge, platform challenge, but India is negotiating with that. India is solving those challenges and able to export it as a global good. So it is trust by design and not just merely in paper. So at the end, I would say that code builds system, the capital is scaling them, trust makes them legitimate. Therefore, India's digital diplomacy will succeed where partner countries see it as inclusive, secure, adaptable, and most importantly, respectful of the digital sovereignty of our partners. So by 2047, India can become a leading voice for humane digital order, one that serves our citizen, empowers the global south, protects the rights, and most importantly, strengthens cooperation through technology. So therefore, building trust through technology is both a national task and a diplomatic responsibility, and not a side instrument of our foreign policy, but a central pillar of Viksit Bharat. On that note, I thank you so much. I'll be happy to take questions at the end of the session.
Thank you, Kedar sir. Very well presented. Participants kindly also adhere to the time limit. Our second participant is Nakashi Saili Chandra Prakash from Firozshah Mehta's Bhavan and Research Center. Title of research paper, Governance, Policy and Law. Nakashi Saili.
I think Saili have some network problem. She may be.
Okay, so we'll take the next participant. Mr. Lalka Neel Ghanshyam from HR College of Commerce Economics, Mumbai. The title of the paper, Corporate Startup Collaboration in India, a case study analysis of open innovation models and their role in scaling ventures towards Viksit Bharat at 2047. Please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Great. So my topic is about corporate startup collaboration in India, a case study analysis of various open innovation models and their role in scaling ventures, which will eventually help us, work towards the goals of Viksit Bharat at 2047. So to give you a flavor of how important startups are to the country today, we've got about 2.21 lakh DPIIT recognized startups, which are doing incredible work in the space of innovation across multiple sectors. There is one key difference between how startups work and how corporates work is that startups are meant to be disruptive, whereas corporates move way more deliberately. To bring in collaboration between these two sectors involves a lot of challenges, which is where a lot of open innovation models come into play. The research objectives are to explore if collaboration between these two sectors is possible, to give you a showcase of what kind of collaborations are possible, to identify any structural or policy conditions which impact such collaborations, and to provide a evidence-based framework for strengthening corporate startup partnerships to support India's goal of Viksit Bharat. I've adopted a qualitative multi-case study approach for this particular topic, where I've selected a few corporates depending on the publications available, depending on the vintage of the startup program which they run. Data sources are largely around their own corporate websites, DPIT, NASSCOM publications, and verified news coverage, apart from some peer-reviewed literature and government policies. And I've proposed a framework towards the end of the presentation, which is a result of the cross-case synthesis. On the literature review side, Chesborough said that companies must actively incorporate external ideas alongside internal R&D and allow unused internal knowledge to flow outward. This is the only way to build an innovation economy. Even though this is way back from 2003, I think it's incredibly relevant even today. There is also a resource-based review by Barney, which says that why startups seek corporate relationships. It's usually for resources which they may struggle to acquire independently, be it distribution, be it credibility, be it finance. I've evaluated 5 different cases across 5 different sectors and 5 different corporates. The most interesting one is the Marico Innovation Foundation Scale Up Program, which is a CSR initiative of Marico, one of India's largest FMCG companies. I've also studied about Tata Motors TACnet, which is Tata Automobility Collaborative Network. There is Mahindra Logistics Catapult Program, NASSCOM Industry Partnership Program, and the GeoGenX Market Access Program. Marico, I said, is the most interesting one because even though they've been active for the last 10 years, they've scaled about 50 innovations. They've created 2 Sunicons, S4S Technologies, which was one of India's first companies to build solar heaters for farmers. And also Atomberg Technology, which you may be familiar with, is making some of the most innovative fans in the country today. They also have a very strong focus on sustainability, and last year there was a cohort which completely focused only on addressing the problem of plastic pollution. Focus is on scaling up, helping startups go from revenue of 1 crore to 100 crores. Marico's experts plus industry experts sit with the startups, help them identify blockages which are blocking them from growing at that speed, and helping them grow and providing them necessary support. The Tata Motors Automobility Collaboration Network was created with the focus that Tata Motors, being a large industrial conglomerate, could get access to newer technologies which are being developed by startups across the areas of electrification, telematics, connected vehicles, etc. Mahindra Logistics is a large Indian logistics company. Again, the focus was similar, that if there are startups who are solving supply chain issues for them, building new technology in the logistics space, this would become like a highway for startups to engage with Mahindra Logistics. On both these fronts, in terms of output data, the data was quite limited. And then there is the NASSCOM Industry Partnership Program. In terms of numbers, this is one of the largest because it's supported over 11,000 startups with about 500, 600 startups annually through various benefits like cloud credits, virtual incubation. And there is, of course, GeoGenX, which is completely supported by Reliance Industries. Again, the focus is on discovering new technologies and scaling them up within the Reliance Industries framework. To give you a cross-case analysis, there were 3 specific metrics which I would like to talk about. One is scale versus depth. Just because a program is supporting a very large number of startups does not make it good or does not make it robust. We've discovered that Marico Innovation, even though they've supported less than 100 startups over a decade, still the amount of impact which has been created per startup is incredibly high. Outcome transparency also is a big differentiating factor. While Marico and GeoGenX have published data insights extensively about the work they've done with their portfolio, Tata Motors, Catapult, Mahindra Logistics, and NASSCOM publish primarily qualitative narratives, which makes impact assessment difficult. Equity model is not completely determinative of how much the corporate is looking to support startups in that program. Even without any equity participation, the kind of impact which GeoGenX and Marico Innovation Foundation bring to the table is immense. versus other equity-led programs where there may be a fixed equity involved, but then the return on investment may not be that high for the startup. I've done the cross-case analysis on 4 pillars: 1, model type; 2, scale of reach; 3, transparency; and 4, power balance. Amongst all of these, Marico Innovation and GeoGenNext seem to rank much more higher across all these 4 metrics. Using the insights I've gained from this particular research subject, I would like to propose a C-scale framework where any kind of corporate startup collaboration should ideally be focused on these 6 pillars. One is commercial commitment, where from a startup founder's point of view, there's usually 2 things which are incredibly important. One is a pilot work order. 2 is the capital to be able to deliver that work order. If these 2 things are sorted for any founder, the founder's life becomes much more easy. Plus, he's able to hit the market way faster than others. So one is commercial commitment. 2 is structured outcomes. Any program that a corporate builds for startups should have the outcomes very clearly published and established so that there's no confusion later. It shouldn't be hazy at all. It should be measurable. 3 is co-creation. There's a lot of areas where corporates and startups can work together on building products, building technology, sharing IP, because each of them bring their own expertise to the table. 4th is access to networks. Older, larger corporates usually have very strong networks in the industry. If these networks are opened up for startups, the whole scale-up journey for startups becomes way more easier. 5th is long-term engagement. Early stage startups they usually have a longer gestation period, especially where newer frontier or deep technology is involved, which is where a long-term engagement, which is more sustained, is much more relevant than a very short 1-2 month program. Some startups may struggle for the initial 3-4 years until the product is ready, until the product finds the
Sorry to
product market
interrupt.
fit.
Kindly
Yes, ma'am. And the last pillar is the equity consideration. Thank you so much for your time. I look forward to interacting towards the end of the session.
thank you. The presentation was really very nice. I call upon the next participant, Ms. Sarah George from Kamla Raheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies. The title of her paper is Gender Equality and Religious Reform, Exploring Inclusive Traditions and
Hello.
Practices. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I share this paper titled as Reimagining Gender Inclusivity and Participation Across Faith Communities with my PhD guide and mentor, Professor Dr. Valmik Garze. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. When we think about religion and gender, our discussion often begins with exclusion. We ask who can become a priest and who can enter sacred spaces, or who has the authority to interpret religious texts. While these questions remain important, they tell only part of the story. This paper asks a very different question. What happens if we shift our attention from religious institutions to everyday religious life? Across the world, and especially in India, women quietly sustain religious communities. They teach children prayers, organize festivals, coordinate charitable activities, preserve traditions, and build relationships that hold communities together. Yet these contributions often remain invisible because they are rarely recognized as formal leadership. Today, I would like to argue that religion is neither simply oppressive nor automatically liberating. Rather, it is a living social world where questions of authority, participation, and belonging are continually negotiated. So, why does this matter? Many scholars once predicted that religion would gradually disappear as societies modernized. Yet, if we look around us today, religion continues to shape our identities, our moral values, and our communities. Think about an ordinary Indian home during Diwali. A grandmother lights an oil lamp while her granddaughter watches. As she performs the ritual, she tells stories of Rama's return to Ayodhya and explains why the family celebrates the festival. There is no priest present, yet religion is being transmitted. Along with ritual, she is passing on values of gratitude, family, and belonging. We are often of this opinion that women need to assume leadership positions. But one of the central arguments of this paper is that leadership exists beyond formal positions. Communities do not survive because of clergy alone. They survive because ordinary people sustain them every day. Across many Hindu families, women teach children prayers, explain festivals, and preserve ritual traditions. And similarly, you will find that in Christian parishes and homes, women coordinate Sunday schools, choir groups, youth ministries, and charitable outreach. These activities may not carry formal titles, yet they shape entire generations. Another powerful example comes from the Sikh tradition of langar. Every day, thousands of volunteers prepare and serve free meals to everyone who walks through the doors of a gurudwara, regardless of religion or caste. Women have historically played a very central role in organizing these kitchens and sustaining the values of equality and service. Their contribution is far more than domestic labor, it is a form of religious leadership. One of the strengths of this study is that it does not portray any religion as either uniquely progressive or uniquely restrictive. Instead, every tradition contains examples of conformity, adaptation, and change.
Please change your slide.
Yeah, sorry. What we have also seen is that in Hinduism, also, in increasing numbers of women have become Vedic priests, particularly in Maharashtra, conducting weddings and other ceremonies that were once reserved for men. Within Muslim communities as well, women are increasingly participating in Quran study circles, educational initiatives, and charitable organizations. Digital platforms have also enabled female scholars to engage directly with wider audiences. The Sikh institution of Langar once again reminds us that service itself can become leadership. Much of its success depends upon women whose work often remains invisible despite being indispensable. Within Christianity, women religious and lay leaders manage schools, hospitals, orphanages, and social outreach programs. Although debates over ordination continue in some denominations, women have long exercised leadership through education, healthcare, and pastoral care. In Buddhism, ongoing discussions surrounding bhikkhuni ordination demonstrate that questions of gender and religious authority continue to be actively debated. Although these examples differ, they all point towards the same conclusion. Women have always shaped religious communities, even when their contributions were not formally recognized. Religious change rarely happens suddenly. Instead, it emerges through continuous negotiation. A good example is the Haji Ali Dargah in Mumbai. Women challenged restrictions on entering the inner sanctum, arguing that faith and gender equality need not be incompatible. Their campaign demonstrated that reform can emerge from within religious traditions rather than simply being imposed from outside. Similarly, the Sabrimala temple debate was not only about access to a sacred space, it reflected broader questions concerning tradition, constitutional rights, religious interpretation, and gender equality. Technology has itself opened another important space for negotiation. These examples bring us to the very central and critical theoretical argument of this paper. Religion is not a fixed institution. It is continually negotiated by the people who practice it. Consider the growing number of women priests in Maharashtra. They have not rejected Hindu tradition. Instead, they have studied the same scriptures and rituals that were historically restricted to men only, thus demonstrating that traditions can evolve from within. Similarly, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Sikh Gurudwara churches, temples, and mosques became centers of relief. Women organized community kitchens, coordinated volunteers, raised funds, and cared for the vulnerable families. Few field, sorry, few official religious official documents even claim that people who kept their communities functioning during a
Sorry to
national
interrupt, ma'am.
crisis.
Kindly conclude faster.
Yeah, sure. During a national crisis were actually women themselves.
Hi.
In conclusion, what I would like to sum up is that I would like to leave you with three reflections. First, inclusion is much more than representation. Simply appointing women to leadership positions does not automatically transform institutions. Second, communities survive because of invisible work. Finally, religious traditions continue to evolve. They're not static inheritance, but living communities shaped by ordinary people. Perhaps the most important lesson from this research is that religion survives not only because of sacred texts or institutions, but because people recreate it every day through acts of care, teaching, service, and participation. Women's contributions remind us that they have never simply been participants in religious life, they've always been among its principal architects. Therefore, it is not only significant but imperative to acknowledge the varied roles women play in everyday religious life, not as secondary forms of leadership, but as central agents who hold communities together. At the same time, genuine gender equality requires that people of all genders have equal opportunities to contribute across all dimensions of religious life, from positions of formal leadership to the everyday practices of caregiving, community support, and welfare activities that sustain religious communities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good presentation. Our next presenter is Vishal Vinayak Deshmukh from RTCC Khargar. Title: A Study of Chief Minister Employment Program (CMEGP) in Promoting Employment Generation. Yes, you can start.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected chairperson, distinguished panel members, faculty members, and fellow researchers. My name is Mr. Vishal Deshmukh, research scholar in commerce at KJ Uran College. Today, I am presenting my research title, A Study of Chief Minister Employment Generation Program, CMAGP, in Promoting Employment Generation. The study examine how the CMAGP scheme contribute to entrepreneurship development and employment generation in Maharashtra. India continues to face the problem of unemployment and underemployment, especially among educated youth. Because of this, employment generation has become one of the major priorities for economics and social development. To address this issue, the government of Maharashtra introduced the Chief Minister Employment Generation Program, commonly known as CMEGP. The scheme aimed to encourage self-employment by providing financial assistance, margin money subsidies, and institutional support to entrepreneurs who wish to establish micro and small enterprises. It covers the manufacturing, service, and agricultural sector, thereby promoting entrepreneurship while strengthening the MSME sector and creating employment opportunities across the state. The study has five major objectives. First, to understand the important features of CMEGP scheme. Second, to examine its role in promoting entrepreneurship. Third, to evaluate its contribution toward the employment generation. Fourth, to identify the challenges faced during the implementation of the program. And finally, to provide suitable suggestion for improving the effectiveness and reach of the scheme. This study is based on the descriptive research. Only secondary data has been used for the analysis. The information has been collected from government reports, official website, research journal, books, and published literature. The study covered a period of 5 years from 2021-22 to 2025-26 to understand recent trends in employment generation under the scheme. Major finding, the finding indicate that CMEGP has made a significant contribution to entrepreneurship development. The scheme provide financial support and subsidies, encouraging many individuals to establish new enterprise in manufacturing, service, and agriculture. The employment generation data also show encouraging result. In 2021-22, around 10,300 employment opportunities were created. This increased to 14,300 in 2020-23. The highest employment generation was recorded in 2023-24 with approximately 25,400 jobs. Although there was a decline into 15,250 in 2024-25, employment increase again in 21,350 in 2025-26. Overall, the trend indicate that CMEGP has played a positive role in generating employment and promoting self-employment in Maharashtra. Uh, Despite its success, the program faced several implementation challenges. The major issues include complex application procedure, delay in loan sanction by bank, lack of awareness among eligible beneficiaries, poor coordination between bank and government departments. To improve the effectiveness of program, the following measures are suggested. Increase awareness through regular outreach program, simplify documentation and loan approval procedure, strengthen entrepreneurship development and skill training, and finally provide post-establishment guidance and continuous support so that new business can survive and grow successfully. Last is conclusion. To conclude, the Chief Minister Employment Generation Program has played an important role in promoting entrepreneurship and employment generation in Maharashtra. The scheme has encouraged many unemployed individuals to become entrepreneurs and has contributed to the growth of the MSME sector. However, addressing implementation challenges such as loan delay procedure complexity and lack of awareness can further improve its effectiveness and increase its contribution to sustainable employment generation. Uh, Thank you all for your patient listening. I sincerely thank the chairperson and respected panel members for giving me this
Thank you,
opportunity.
Vishal sir. Thank you. Good presentation. Now we move towards our next presenter, Mr. Avadut Deepak Tareja from RB Law College, presenting his paper entitled Right to Human Dignity under Article 21, a constitutional perspective for Viksit Bharat at 2047.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Fine.
Okay. So my topic is related to. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all present over here. Thanks everyone for providing me a golden opportunity, and special thanks to KGUC Konkan Gyanpeeth Uran College of Commerce and Arts for providing me to present the paper over here. My topic is a critical study of right to human dignity under Article 21 of the Constitution of India in the relevance of the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So here I start. The topic, introduction, and the background of the study is all about the human dignity. It is the constitutional foundation of a meaningful life. As we all are human beings, we all know we have a inherent worth, equality, and freedom of every individual. Although the Constitution of India does not expressly define human dignity as a separate fundamental right, judicial interpretation has firmly established it as an essential element of Article 21, thereby ensuring that every person has the right to live with respect, security, and self worth. The background of the study consists of the scope, that is included in the Article 21 that has been already expanded relating to the livelihood, health, education, shelter, privacy, legal aid, and a clean environment. Why this study is important? Human dignity lies at the heart of constitutional governance. That is the base and the foundation. Article 21 has become the foundation of several dignity-based rights. Constitutional values are essential for inclusive and sustainable development. The vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 requires development that protects both economic progress and individual dignity. And the research problem consists of the remarkable constitutional and judicial developments, the practical realization of human dignity remains a major challenge in India. Social discrimination, poverty, gender inequality, digital privacy concerns. So this can lead to an challenge and a research problem for the researchers. Can the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 be achieved without ensuring the effective protection of human rights under Article 21? The research objective consists of the study, that is constitutional analysis, judicial interpretation, dignity-based right, contemporary challenges, and national perspective to evaluate the significance of human dignity in achieving the constitutional vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. The research methodology consists of the study follows the doctrinal, qualitative, and analytical research methodology. It is based on a detailed examination of constitutional provisions, landmark judgments, legal literature books. The research analysis how judicial interpretation has expanded the meaning of Article 21. And the methodology provides a comprehensive legal understanding of the relationship between the constitutional rights and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. The constitutional foundation of human dignity, the ideals of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity embodied in the preamble provide the moral foundations for protecting the dignity of every individual, while Article 41 and 19 guarantee equality and fundamental freedoms. Article 21 ensures that every person has the right to live with dignity and personal liberty. The DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy, further emphasizes the state responsibility to promote social justice, welfare, and human development. The judicial expansion of Article 21 is in progress. The Supreme Court of India has played a transformative role in expanding the scope of Article 21 through progressive judicial interpretation. There are various landmark cases such as Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India 1978, Justice K.S. Puttaswamy versus Union of India 2017, and there are various cases for the same. Human dignity and Viksit Bharat 2047. The vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 extends beyond the economic growth and technological advancement. A truly developed India can be achieved only when constitutional governance protects both individual rights and collective welfare. Human dignity, therefore, is not a merely legal principle, but a guiding force for sustainable and inclusive national development. There are major challenges in protecting the human dignity, as addressing these challenges is essential to ensure that the constitutional promise of Article 21 becomes a practical reality of every citizen. Key findings and recommendations were many. The vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 cannot be realized without ensuring equal respect, justice, and dignity for every individual. And the recommendations are also many. Improve access to affordable and speedy justice, legal awareness, public policies, digital privacy and personal data, and encourage the constitutional values. And the last but not the least, the conclusion part, the study concludes that the constitutional governance must remain centered on the dignity of every individual if India is to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. A truly developed nation is measured not only by the economic progress but also by the protection of human rights, constitutional values, and the dignity of every citizen. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Avadut sir. Nice presentation.
Thank you,
Our
ma'am.
next presenter is Chedda Kajal Kaushik from KE Shroff College, titled Bridging the Policy Practice Gap.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I want a right. I'm unable to on my video.
Okay, no issues. Just
Yeah,
share
thank
your
you.
screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, all. Today I will be presenting my research focusing on bridging the policy practice gap, welfare scheme awareness and utilization among the platform-based beauty workers in Mumbai. This study focuses on often overlooked yet essential workforce in the gig economy, because I have seen many research has been done, but no one has touched this area of a beautician gig workers. The rapid expansion of the gig economy in India has created a new employment opportunities while simultaneously introducing significant vulnerabilities for the workers. Among this, beautician gig workers represent a critical yet under-researched segment. These workers, primarily women, provide a home-based beauty services as well as the wellness services through the digital platforms such as Urban Clap and other similar applications. So my study will be focusing on beautician gig workers which are operating in the western suburbs of Mumbai from Dahisar to Bandra, where the cost of living is particularly higher. The average monthly earnings which they are able to manage is between 28,000 to 45,000, indicating a severe financial imbalance. It has been estimated that from 7.7 million of the gig workers this year, by the year of 2930, we will be reaching that the gig workers will be reaching to 23.5 millions, highlighting the increasing relevance for this employment model. Now, in the recent years, government has came across with has introduced multiple welfare schemes, and even a structural reforms was been done in the worker security. The new rule which came in the month of November 2025 was the 4 labor codes. Earlier, we were having a 29 labor laws, which got reduced now to a 4 labor codes. That is Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jivan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, and E-Shram portal. So despite these initiatives, government has lot of initiatives which are been available, and even they are affordable and accessible, but their utilization remains very low. So this study identifies a significant policy practice gap in the implementation of welfare scheme. Through this data which I have collected, I have seen that only 21.1% of the workers are registered under any of the schemes. 24.2% have no awareness at all, means they are not at all aware about the schemes which the governments are offering. 71.1% are not registered despite the cost is very negligible, and 7.8% are unsure of their registration status, means they have done the registration but they are not sure that how to avail the scheme, what are the next steps which they have. So this clearly indicates that the issue is not a financial affordability, but rather it is information access, procedural complexity, and a last mile delivery failures. I have identified the 3 key issues. The first issue is income instability. Earnings of the platform-based gig workers are fluctuating due to cancellations. Platform commissions, platform fees are higher. This beautician gig workers get the more commissions, or you can say they get the more orders during the time of seasons. So this is a seasonal demand, and during the other months they completely have a lean earnings, and they have a unpaid travel time as well. Second one which I have seen is high cost of living, because in the city like Mumbai, rent alone often is exceeding their total income. If they are earning 28,000 to 45,000, the rent alone of the one room kitchen is going up to 28,000 to 30,000. So this is leading to a short-term survival-based decision. The third one, the problem which I have identified is low awareness of the welfare schemes. Workers face this barrier such as because of the difficult procedures involved. Documentations are getting mismatched. There is a lack of the time. The workers are not giving the sufficient time, and there is a limited mobility. Yes, the previous study indicates that gig economy is associated with income volatility and lack of social protection. Platform often transfer hidden costs to the workers. Financial literacy improves the planning, but because of the irregular income, it remains a major barrier. Women faces the additional challenges such as domestic responsibilities, and they have a limited financial autonomy. However, there is a lack of research integrating the financial behavior and the welfare assess among the beautician gig workers in the Mumbai, which this study is addressing. So the objective of my study was to assess the awareness, registration and utilization of the welfare schemes, to examine the financial planning behavior among the workers, and to identify the barriers to assessing the welfare schemes. Based on the objectives, I have developed the two hypotheses. This study has followed both the descriptive and the analytical research design. The sample size, which I have taken as 128 respondents, my target was between 100 to 20, but I was able to get 128 responses. The sampling techniques which I have used, the methods rather, I will say the methods which I have used is convenience and the snowball. Convenience method because of they were the platform-based workers, and snowball because I can reach to the other clusters, or you can say the other home-based workers as well, where the no official database was in the existence. The data collection was through the structural questionnaires, interviews, personal interviews were being taken through telephonic conversation, WhatsApp-based responses. And even I have used the Konach alpha test, a reliability test to confirm whether the things were been in a proper shapes or not. Ethical consideration was completely taken into the consideration, and the tools used was a chi-square, Spearman correlation, and the frequency analysis. Participation was completely volunteered, and it was based on the informed consent.
Thank you, ma'am. Kindly conclude.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I just wanted to conclude with my study, what conclusion I have drawn through this. The conclusion, thank you so much, ma'am. The conclusion is this study clearly demonstrated that there is a policy practice gap in the welfare assess, and it's a wide and persistent. Despite the strong policy initiatives are being taken by the government, only small proportion of the workers are able to take the benefit. The key barrier is not a financial barrier, but it is a structural barrier, particularly informal as well as the informational and procedural. So income irregularity, moderate financial literacy, gender-based constraint, and lack of the support system has worsened the situation. So this study concludes that the welfare gap is not a failure of policy design, but it is a failure of last mile delivery. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. Justified the topic well. Further, the next presenter is Raut Ankita Arun from Vishnu Vaman Thakur Charitable Trust, Veva College. Presenting paper on the title Impact of Automation and Technology on Accounting Practices. How technology is transforming the accounting industry. Ma'am, are you there? Hello? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Please unmute yourself, ma'am. You're not audible. Click on it.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so is it okay that I'm giving voice from my cell phone and I'm presenting from my laptop?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, just a second. Let me present my screen again. Yes. So the automation in accounting refers to the use of technology to perform accounting tasks with minimum human intervention. It involves replacing repetitive and rule-based activity with computerized system capable of executing tasks accurately and efficiently. Automation allows accounting professionals to follow on higher value activity focus on higher value activities such as financial planning, risk assessment, strategic analysis, and business advisory services. This presentation explored the impact, benefit, and challenges of this technological advancement. These are the major technologies which are transforming the accounting. Okay, in that the first one is artificial intelligence, AI. AI refers to the computer system capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. And in accounting, AI is used to analyze data, detect anomalies, predict financial outcomes, and automated decision making processes. Next one is the robotic process automation, RPA. It involves the use of software robot to automate repetitive and rule-based tasks. It reduces processing time while minimizing errors. It allows accounting professionals to focus on analytical and strategic activities instead of routine administrative work. The next one is the cloud computing. It is one of the influential technologies. It enables organization to store financial information on remote servers and access it through the internet. It provides flexibility and accessibility regardless of geographic location. Next one is the blockchain technology. It is a decentralized digital ledger that records transactions securely and transparently. It has a potential to transform auditing by providing continuous and verifiable transaction records. Next one is the big data analysis. It involves examining large volume of financial and non-financial data to discover patterns and insights. It helps in analyzing market trends, assess financial risks, improve budgeting, etc. And the last one is the machine learning. It enables system to learn from the data and improve performance. It helps in predictive analytics, revenue forecasting, etc. Now, impact of this technology on accounting functions. So on bookkeeping, first of all, bookkeeping is the process of recording the financial transaction of a business. So the technology reduces manual recording errors and improve efficiency through automation. It enables real-time recording of transaction, and it saves time and allows secure storage. Next one is the financial reporting. It financial reporting basically involves preparing financial statement. The technology provides real time financial information for better decision making. It enhances compliance with accounting standards and regulatory requirements and offers customized reports for management analysis. The next is the tax management. Tax management involves calculating, filing, and monitoring tax obligation to ensure compliance with tax laws. The automation allows the allows in e-filing, that is electronic filing. It automates tax calculation and reduce human errors, helps business stay updated with changing tax regulations and improve tax planning, budgeting, and forecasting. Budgeting refers to the planning future financial activities, whereas the forecasting estimates future financial outcome based on available data. It technology helps to use the data analytics and artificial intelligence to improve prediction accuracy, enables real-time monitoring of budgets and financial performance. Auditing, it is the examination of financial records to verify their accuracy and compliance with regulations. With the automation, we improve the fraud detection through advanced analytical and artificial intelligence. It enhances transparency by maintaining digital audit trails. These are the benefits of automation in accounting. First, it increases efficiency. Through the technology, we reduce manual data entry and the repetitive tasks, which helps in faster processing
Can
and
we move
reporting of
towards conclusion, ma'am?
Yes, sure. The next one is the accuracy and reduce error. Okay, so technology, because of technology, there is a reduction in the errors. Cost reduction, it reduce the cost of it reduce the administration cost and improve the compliance. These are the challenges like cyber security risks, high implementations cost, skill gap, resistance to change, and dependence on technology. This is what the transformation of account role of accountants. Earlier, the accountants used to do the manual work, but now it is transformed from manual to strategic. The accountants used to work on the data entry, bookkeeping, transaction processing, etc. Now they are working basically on the financial analysis, strategic planning, risk management, business consulting, etc. These are the few new accounting future trends, that is AI powered predictive analysis, AI fraud detection, blockchain for secured audits, and voice activated tools. Just like today's we are using Alexa, soon we will see some tools for accountancy which help us to perform tax hands free. Okay, these are the few recommendation, that is embarrass go with the continuous learning, invest in cloud solutions, stay updated on regulation, foster innovation culture, and strengthen the cyber security measures. So the conclusion is, though we have the benefits, but still there is a fear of job security when it comes to the technology. But still, to fulfill benefit of technological advancement in accounting, organization must adopt a balanced approach that combines modern tools, strong security practices. By investing in technology, the business can improve financial management and success in a digital environment. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the listening. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Nice presentation. Our next participant presenter is Dr. Nitin Sunanda Narayan Bakar from Garver Institute of Career Education and Development, presenting his paper on urbanization, smart cities, disaster, and environmental governance. So please.
Yeah, okay. Are you audible to me, madam?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
I'm just, shall I share my?
Yeah. Please share it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Nitin, sir. Hello.
Hello, just a minute. I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay. Huh.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone, who are the faculty and distinguished fellow members and the most honorable chairperson of these presentations. I'm thankful to everyone who has given me the chance to present myself on my topic for the integrated science, technology, and innovation for sustainable urbanization, advanced smart cities through the disaster resilience and environmental governance. I am from this college, Bharat Institute of Career Education Development, and I am on the final year of my MA in Disaster Fire and Industrial Safety Management. This So everything has been given in my research paper, but what is not given in my research paper, I would like to explain with the more pictures. So for our everyone's understanding, that we know that the integrations from the science and technology and innovations for the sustainable urbanization and for the advanced smart cities. If you look at these pictures, you can see how the integrations part has been already there in smart cities, which we call a smart cities mission. So what are we include in a smart city mission is like a safety through the smart public safety system by CCTV, then smart ad hoc traffic balance management, smart water quality management, smart city lightings, then efficient public service tracking through so many gadgets. We're working on the IoT platform, then ecology monitoring solution that is from the intelligent business intelligent building management systems, and smart meter networks. These are the basic credentials which is required, which highlighted the smart city missions in every area. Now I'm just going to take back in a stone age where even though we have done a very smart integration with the science, technology, and integration for the sustainable urbanization. But do you think that the risks and hazards has been minimized? No, it's not has been minimized. The risks and hazards are still there. Still, the person who are living in a stone age have the risks and hazard at that time. So today we are travel with a small, small bullock to a supersonic plane, but the risks and hazards are still there, which question the human being: Are we are going to sustainable our life rather than to talk more about the sustainable environment and sustainable urbanization or not? So it's a question of the human beings whether we are going to live tomorrow with all these science and technology, sustainable urbanization, advanced cities management, because we are not ready to focus to overcome on the disasters, because the resilience has not been created at the individual level. Why? Because the individual is very, very important. Individual form a family, family form a society, society form a district, district form a state, state always form a nation. So we cannot keep aside a resilience which has been required for the disasters and the resilience to create a better environment for our future, right? So see the hazards, as I already explained in this picture, that the hazard is the stone is at the upper side and there is a person at the below. If the stone falls down, there will be harm to these people. Okay, so the vulnerability is that the people doesn't know what to do at the time of disaster is a vulnerability we called. So the hazards, exposure to the disastrous condition and vulnerability is called risks. So risks is still there. So how to mitigate the risks? Yes, you can see there is a the stone has been the stone has been rounded off with a chain and it has been stopped to get fall down so the disaster could not happen. So this is the one part of risk mitigation. We are going to discuss more in details. So these are the, as per disaster point of view, risk mitigation, risk management, then crisis management, and this is all about post-disaster and pre-disasters. So what is the post-disaster? Post-disaster is a response and recovery at the time of disaster, where we have a fraternity like a fire brigade, we have police department, we have NDRF, we have SDRF. These are the people who are going to save the human lives and property at post-disasters. What is pre-disaster? Pre-disaster is a preparedness and a prevention which needs to be take care with the use of the technology and innovation and science. So, in a both way, we have to a proper risk management is a minimum crisis management and the catastrophe of the disaster at the given point of time. As we are aware that the recent last year there is a sunroof, a car which is going on from the Tamini Ghat. The Snail Gujarati has been died because of the stone. One of the stone has been rolled down on his car and he's died on the spot at Tamini Ghat.
Kindly
So
please be quick.
Yes. So the key finding is the incident unsafe and the unsafe conditions, actions derived by the individuals, and yes, this is where the Maslow's theory, where the psychology need, after having the psychological, fulfilling the psychological needs, there is a need for safety which cannot be avoided as security, then employment, resource, morality, the family, health, and property. So these are the type of disasters which have been discussed right now. There's a natural disaster and human disasters, biological, geophysical, hydrological, meteorological, climatological. So this needs to be mitigated by the crisis management, emergency contact number that we have. We have a plan for disaster, immediate medical assistance, nearby hospitals, all provision hospital looking expected possible disaster conditions. These are the risk management that follows safety compliances, given importance fire safety norms first for safety. Then government step towards safety, whether it is a environmental governance or a disaster resilience. And yes, the Viksit Bharat, that is a developed Indian mission, is achieved by empowering youth, power, women, and farmers through inclusive growth, digital transformation, and sustainable infrastructure, driving the nations toward a prosperous and self-reliant economy by 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Nice presentation. Next is Advocate Chhajjar Rupali Suresh from Dr. Panjabrao Deshmukh College, presenting paper Beyond the Fine Print, Strengthening Consumer Protection Against Standard Form Exploitation. Ms. Rupali, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute. I'm sharing my screen, ma'am.
Okay.
No. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Beyond the Fine Print, Strengthening Consumer Protection Against Standard Form
The screen
Exploitation.
has not been-
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. It's not. I'm not
Okay, no issue. Just
able to-
oral presentation.
Okay,
Come
okay.
on.
Just I'm
Good.
doing in a very short time.
Okay, fine.
Standard form contract is an agreement which is between the two parties and which are pre-staged between the business entity or the firm or in transaction with the consumers. So we interact with the SFC almost every day. The very common examples are the digital agreements, like if we are going for an app or the Facebook or Instagram, we have to fill a form and which we have to agree or not to agree. So this form SFC are actually the contract of adhesion or take it or leave it contract. So the characteristic of this contract is that in the fine prints, this are the crucial terms or the liability and the exemption clause, which are frequently detailed in extensive, are put in a very small prints and in a very hidden in a clause area. So and it are non-negotiable. It is there is an unequal bargaining power. These are pre-drafted and there is a binary choice. So going towards the advantages of this contract, that these are highly efficient and massive time and legal cost saver actually to give us or offer us a standardized goods and services very quickly. But there is in every coin there are two sides. Along with advantages, the disadvantages comes, and the disadvantage of the standard form contract is the risk of hidden clauses like fine prints, which is the topic of my paper, and where the potential for unfair and the unconscionable terms is always there. So there are legal protection against this abuse to the or exploitation to the consumer in the form of Indian Contract Act 1872 and the Consumer Protection Act 2019. Under section 23, section 13 and 14 of the Indian Contract Act, if you were enforced to sign or mislead about the fine prints, the contract's validity can be challenged. There is also a doctrine of contra interference rule, where the court interprets all the fine prints ambiguities against the drafter and in favor of the weaker party by striking down unconscionable clauses. So this paper actually is based on the methodology of depends on the primary sources and the secondary sources, and my suggestion and recommendation is that every this standard form contract should show a summary of the contract where the terms and conditions are given in a form of synopsis, so that the customers are not unnecessarily harassed. There is must be the burden of proof. The law must statutorily shift the burden of proof not only to the customers but to the drafters also, strengthening interpretation doctrine and the amendment of Indian Contract Act. And to the consumers, they must read the fine prints very cautiously, paying attention to cancellation policies and look for the automatically renewal clauses. So this is from my side, ma'am.
Yes, Pali ma'am, good.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm not able to share the screen and.
It's okay, fine, no issue. But your presentation was fluent. So now we'll proceed towards the next presenter, Mr. Ankush Rambhav Pingle from Dr. Munji Institute of Management and Computer Studies, presenting his paper on marketing factors influencing EV adoption. So please start. Ankush sir, are you there? Hello.
I think, madam, he is not there.
Okay. So those who wanted to present from ATY College, are you there?
Hello, I'm Dr. Ajay Golden. I share my screen.
Yes, okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Ajay Vithalrao Gole from SVKM's Mithibai College of Arts, titled Preparation of Fe3O4 Nanocrystallites using tris ion as single compound.
So I'm Dr. Ajay Gole, going to present my paper entitled Preparation of Iron Oxide Nanocrystalline using this acetyl acetonate to iron 3 and the similar source speakers here. Hello, I'm audible. Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, sorry.
Yes, so actually I have taken the two examples. That is generally when I go for sustainable development and various type of the industrial development, actually to go for the all rechargeable batteries and all that, we are going to put the cadmium to the environment, and as well as when we go for the various type of the dyes, we are going to have the organic toxic pollutant, that is the nitro intermediate that we are going to use. So actually, when we concern about the sustainable development, we should consider the toxicities, that is the pollution which is made by all these processes, by the air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, and actually if the cadmium which is entered in the body, so it is going to have very adverse effect to your reproductive system, the brain, and all your internal organs. So these are the various hazards of the cadmium. Actually, what is going to happen with cadmium is that it is going to just replace your calcium in your body, and it is going to have very drastic effect. Also, it is going to have the cancerogenic effect. Okay, when we go for the various type of the biological processes. So also, it is going to give us the oxidative stress. It is going to bind to your DNA, RNA. So it is going to just increase the oxidative stress. Ultimately, when we go for the next type of the organic compound, that is, I have taken the example of the malachite green dye. So by various industries, that is the printing industry, paper industry, leather industry, food industry, we are going to put this malachite green into the sewage system. So ultimately, one should treat this. So actually, these are the hazardous effect of the malachite green dye. Directly, it is on the cancerogenic effect. and it is going to create the just various type of the causes to your lungs and all that. Not only that, these are the LD values. If you talk, it is only 80 milligram per kg. Actually, structures and all that parts we will skip that. Actually, malachite green, which is utilized particularly from when we go for the aquaculture and all that. So directly your malachite green that goes into the bone of the fishes, and if that fishes they are taken up by human being, what is going to happen is that directly it cannot be degraded, and it is going to have the carcinogenic effect to the human being. So these are the various toxic effects, okay, of the malachite green. Not only that, if you visit the Dadra and all that, on flowers also they are going to put the dilute in ppm level, they are going to put the malachite green to make them free. Not only that, next intermediate, that is the all nitro compounds, they are also toxic to the human being, soil, water, and particularly all living beings. So they are going to have the carcinogenic effect. So we are talking about the effects of the toxic effect of the cadmium and the aromatic compounds. So actually, what is the solution for this? If you go for the sustainable development, can we use the nanoparticles? Answer is yes. So for organic as well as inorganic, your pollutant, one can use the nanoparticles. As we go for the SDGs goals, out of 17 SDGs goal, one can just talk about the 11 number, 12 number, 13, 14 and 15 number. So actually, we want to just protect and go for the sustainable, all your water sources and all that. So if you look at the iron oxide nanocrystallites, they have been utilized for the various part as the main important part. It is been utilized as the catalyst. So these are the advantage of the single source precursor, which consists of the one complex which consists of the cation and anion, which is present in the same molecule. So this is the preparation part. We are going to take the iron chloride and treat with your acetyl acetylenitrate. So we are going to get the 1s3 stoichiometric complex. We have characterized this precursor by the UV visual spectroscopy and by FTIR, and further we just decompose this precursor. So we are going to get these nanoparticles. They are non-magnetic in nature. So they are further characterized by the powder XRD and the SAT pattern, which shows that we are going to get the best pure material, only 10 milligram of material that is sufficient for treating them. So we have done the TM images, we have characterized it fully. So particle size which is running from 20 to 30 nanometers. So a very small amount which is can be utilized for the catalysis purpose. So let's consider the first our task, that is the cadmium that can adsorb on these nanoparticles, and up to 17 cycle one can go. So one can easily remove the cadmium as the cadmium sulfide. That in this middle test tube, what one can observe that we are going to get the yellow precipitate of the cadmium sulfide. Then actually when I just go to the malachite green, very toxic dye, one can treat
Sorry
it.
to
It is going to
interrupt,
have the
sir.
green. Yes, I'm concluding. So actually we are going to observe the color change. So one can just degrade this toxic malachite green dye. Not only that, when we just consider the all nitro compounds, they also can be treated, and we are going to get after treatment. So actually nanoparticles, they are going to have the play a very key role in the sustainable development. And by taking one example, that is we are putting tremendous amount of cadmium when we go for rechargeable batteries on all electrical vehicles, we are putting tremendous amount of cadmium, so one can treat this. And another example, when we go for development and all that, what we require is the various type of the drugs and dyed industries, and the nitro groups, okay, they are being utilized for this. So by minimum amount of the instrument, one can prepare the device and one can treat all these toxic radicals, and actually one can just achieve the sustainable development goal. That is, one can go with the less pollution to the environment, water, soil, and air. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice presentation, sir. Thank you to all the presenters for your valuable research contributions and for maintaining the academic spirit of this conference. Each presentation reflected sincere research efforts towards innovative thinking, meaningful insights aligned with the multidisciplinary approach of the theme Viksit Bharat at 2047, shaping India's journey towards a prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global future. To share the observations on the presentation and offer valuable guidance to our researchers, I now have the honor of inviting our respected chairperson, Professor Devidas Golhar, to deliver the concluding remarks. Sir, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you so much. First of all, my sincere acknowledgement and thanks to my mentor, my big brother, Valmik Garje sir. Sir, since my school days, I'm seeing you as a professor. You have always served as a kind of a role model to us, most of us. One thing I don't understand is your spirit and you refuse to age. You're still going with the age. And all the fellow participants who presented their thoughts on this Viksit Bharat theme broadly. The resource person also shared statistics, data about what it takes to be India, a Viksit country, a developed nation. I'm poised at these two junctures. I'm basically an economics graduate and management graduate as well, and then currently holding a portfolio of innovation incubation at Savitribai Phule Pune University. So from the present context, the portfolio that I hold, I look at this situation a little differently, or maybe I narrow it down a little. Where there are various aspects one needs to cover as a part of India making an attempt to reach Viksit Bharat. But from the perspective of innovation, from the perspective of a higher education institution, what role we have to play to make India a Viksit Bharat? Because I don't want to get really into statistics. But if I look at the statistics, we have a very long journey to actually cover because we are still hovering around 2000 odd USD as per the nominal rate per capita income. And if the World Bank has put a threshold that at least we should have some 15,000 as a minimum nominal rate per GDP income. So covering a distance from 2,500 to 15,000 is a very daunting task, I believe. Because at this stage, we are at par with some of the very developing countries. And I believe that this particular situation actually demands a lot of intervention from all stakeholders. One, primarily the higher education institution. And why I say primary higher education institution? Because we are at an advantage of in demography where we have to reap the demographic dividends. Because they say that we exactly are poised with this particular situation wherein by 2047, India will have an output advantage of being one of the youngest country. But 2047 plus, we would be having more an aging population, just like the situation we have in Europe and extreme East today. So if you don't really reap this demographic dividend, it is going to be a sheer liability in days to come. So talking from the perspective of whether we have the potential to be a Viksit Bharat, yes, of course we have. But the current policy interventions that includes social, political, and economical, I think they are inadequate at this point in time because we are doing an intervention, but the pace which we should be growing to reach this so-called magical figure of 15,000 as a per capita income USD dollar by 2047, we should be growing at least at the rate of 8 or 10% per annum as a GDP. And it's not just about the numbers, because I purposely didn't put the number of the total GDP because it hovers around 4 trillion or so, but we have to reach to somewhere around 30 trillion. I mean, that's a kind of a magical figure. But this entire GDP as a number, I believe, is not going to be helping us. Because what is more important, I believe, is that how the development indicators move. Because I still remember one of the cartoons, and way back when I was doing my graduation, this post-graduation, this cartoon actually was by R.K. Lakshman, and most of us who lived that era of waking up to R.K. Lakshman's cartoon in Times of India, we'd actually cherish it. This cartoon has a very small, juncture to present. There is this particular situation wherein a political leader is actually taking a round of a village, a distressed village rather, and he's accompanied by his secretary as usual. And as there are some villagers standing in front of him, there's this common man behind the tree observing this entire thing. And this politician is asking his secretary that what's wrong with these people? India has reached 20,000 plus Sensex, because I'm talking about way back in 1999, 2000, because 20,000 was a remarkable or magical figure for PSC to reach. Second, we also have a foreign exchange reserve, enough foreign exchange reserve. We have improved a lot. There is a foreign institutional investors coming and putting in their money into India. And on top of it, we also have won a World Cup. I mean, I remember 1999, 2000, we won a World Cup. And still with all of those indicators, why are those villagers not happy? I mean, that significantly actually helps us understand the divide between economic growth and economic development. I believe that there is a lot, when I say India is poised at interventions, I'm not looking at as an educational institute, if I look at inclusively the kind of interventions government of India is taking, or the kind of intervention we as an education is taking, I think the priority has to go in terms of development. Growth will follow, because I keep saying this, that even if we have another 2 or 3 Adanis, I don't think that we'll be able to solve this particular divide of per capita income. We need small and medium sector enterprises. And this is where I like the Neil's presentation, the first presentation which he put across, about trying to have a balance between the corporate world, the corporate houses, and the MSMEs or the startups. I think there is, India by nature, it's an entrepreneurial nature. And the youth today, if you look at it, they are necessarily wanting to try some new things. They don't want to take the same path which perhaps most of us took, in an expectation or hope that we would be landing up into some employment, because employment is getting very scarce. On top of it, gainful employment is getting scarce. On top of it, there is a disruption with AI. So even there's another set of challenge that the academicians are facing, that we all industries come down to us and tell us that we should prepare the youth for the jobs of tomorrow. And we ourselves are struggling to understand what are the jobs of tomorrow, because nobody would have thought just 3 years back there's something called prompt engineering as a profile would exist, where it has come today. So I think the interventions should be now, how do we capitalize on the smartness, the innovative mindset, the agile and the lateral thinking mindset of the youth today, because my experience, because I work in 3 districts affiliated to Pune University, and I come basically from Mumbai University, so I can speak for that as well. I think there is a lot of enthusiasm, there is a lot of anxiety, excitement to have something of your own. And mostly what I felt very good about is that it is happening in the tier 2 and tier 3 towns. It's not just in the metros, which was a story before during my days. The tier 2 and tier 3 towns are actually, the youth are wanting to experiment. They want to do something different. I think, does our education institute at the university level, at the college level, or maybe at the apex level like UGC or so and so, do we have enough mechanism or facilitation tools to actually harness or to cultivate this particular thought process which the youth are living with today? I think we are still not reached to that particular point. We still are looking at this situation in a very stereotyped manner, because they always say that extraordinary situations require extraordinary kind of interventions. We are in NEP, because NEP is also, in a way, it's put in complement with the Viksit Bharat, or the other way around as well. The UN mandate is also put in the context of Viksit Bharat and national education policy. I think that's where perhaps the autonomy is being spoken about, the autonomy is being pushed, because I still remember 10 years before autonomy was to be sought. I mean, we need a lot of effort to get an autonomy from an institution, but today universities are actually encouraging people to go autonomous. I think that's the first structural kind of intervention I think we should be taking up, because I don't want to see a college like in Pune or in Mumbai, like a Ferguson College or St. Xavier's, having or maybe having the same curriculum, or trying to resemble the same what perhaps a college in Malegaon or a college in Pathardi, kind of a small town, where the curriculum same, the mandatory, the methodology or the kind of pedagogy the same. I think that's not going to solve the demographic problems. Every institution will have to rise to the demographic challenges of their own vicinity. And this is where it takes for an individual or a student today to address issues innovatively, to address issues, no, it's not innovatively, even in a routine manner, but somebody trying to do something on their own, somebody trying to establish themselves as an entrepreneur in days to come. I think that small and medium sector kind of an enterprise and growth will actually boost the economy for India. And this is where perhaps the equity they see in terms of distribution of wealth is going to happen. Because at a local level, at a regional level, we create those kind of small enterprises. And this has a kind of an effect or cyclic effect of creating an employment in that particular vicinity where the migration stops, where you have some problems and livelihood issues or problems solved in the local resources itself. And perhaps these are some of the interventions, and where in Education Institute features over here, because now is the time we should start looking at this situation as distress call, and we should start encouraging our own student to take an experiment on this path, because most of the students are the second generation. They are in a position to take the risk, not like us, because we were very much poised to get into employment. We never thought about entrepreneurship because that was a risk affair for us. But today, some of the youth, most of them, they're into second generation, third generation. Their parents, to an extent, are allowing them, if not completely. I think this is where we need to capitalize on. We need to create that entrepreneurial mindset. We need to create the creative and innovative thought processes. I'm not here as an expert to tell you that in your own institution, how do you do that? But if you start thinking a little out of box, if you start thinking about the local problems, the problems that you actually we live with every day and we've been so used to it, I think this is where the beginning will happen, and then the mobilization will take place. I think with this wishful thinking, India has the resources and India has a challenge. I think this is a very good combination, because what you need a country to actually grow is challenges and resources. I think both of it India has. Only thing is every stakeholder, how do they intervene? And as an education institute, how do we intervene in days to come with our open mind? I think that's going to be determined to decide whether India Viksit Bharat happens or not. Thank you so much, Valmiki Garje sir. And thank you all the participants for your insight. I was listening very vividly, and some of the thoughts are really very fresh. And I hope it doesn't just remain as kind of a resource thing. Maybe some part of it gets commercialized, some part of it gets into the application world. With this wishful thinking, I stop here, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, sir. You have very aptly justified the remarks. It was very thoughtful session. So your observations and constructive feedback and encouraging words have been immensely valuable for all of us. We are very grateful for your insightful guidance. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time. As we come to the closure of this technical session 3, I now have the pleasure of inviting Mrs. Deepu Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of BAF, KGUC, to propose the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected principal, distinguished chief guest, honored speaker, faculty member, researcher, participants, student, and dear guest. Good evening. I, Deepu Yadav, it is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of KONKAN GYANPEETH College of Commerce and Arts. At the conclusion of this conference, first I express my heartfelt gratitude to esteemed chief guest, Dr. Suresh Main, Professor of Economics and Public Policy, University of Mumbai, for guidance, for sharing his valuable knowledge, insightful thought, and inspiring words. Your guidance has enriched the conference and motivated all of us to think critically and contribute meaningful to society. I also extended our sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. Devidas Golhar, Director of Innovation, Incubation, and linkages with Savitribai Phule, Pune University, for all your enlightening address and your encouraging innovation, research, and collaboration amongst students and academicians. Your presence has greatly enhanced the significance of this event. Our sincere appreciation goes to respected Principal Dr. V.V. Garje Management and the governing body of KONKAN GYANPEETH College of Commerce and Arts for their constant encouragement, support, and vision of making this conference a grand success. We are grateful to all the speakers, resource persons, session chairpersons, paper presentators, and the participants for their valuable contribution and engaging discussion and enthusiastic participation. Your efforts have made this conference intellectually enriching and memorable. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. Now over to Dr. Hanna Sheikh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, with this technical session comes to a successful conclusion, we shall take a short transition, that is a break for 5 minutes before proceeding to our valedictory session. Kindly remain connected. Thank you. The session will be anchored further by Dr. Parag Karulkar sir. Over to you, Parag sir. Participants, after a 5 minutes break, will be starting with the valedictory session.
Thank you, ma'am.
गमेनेशे श्रोत्रा फोटोग्राफियात्मया परिशोधे
Please mute.
सामिया कुमासारा गमीनेशे गमीनेशे श्रोत्रा फोटो
Yes, good evening to all. I take this opportunity to conduct this validatory session. Right from morning, we have been discussing on the various aspects of this Viksit Bharat. And now there's a time of ending this conference. Today we have a very eminent personality with us as the chief guest, Dr. Tej Pratap Singh, as a chief guest of validatory program. Let me introduce sir. Dr. Tej Pratap Singh is a professor, Department of Political Science, Faculty of Social Science, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Sir is MA in Political Science and MPhil in Political Science. Sir is MA from University of Allahabad and MPhil from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Sir, that's a topic of dissertation in MPhil, French defense policy and its contribution to European security. And sir's PhD topic is India's nuclear policy in post-Cold War period. Sir has successfully completed and submitted various research projects by UGC, ICSSR, Department of International Relations and European Studies, Central European Universities, Charles Wallace Trust, through British Council and AWEL in Center of South Asian Studies, University of Cambridge, Shahatri Indo-Canadian Institute, and AWEL in the Center of International Governance Innovation, Waterloo, Ontario, Canada, on various topics such as structural violence, deconstructing noise insurgency in India, linking violence with poverty, deprivation and displacement, and political violence. Sir has published more than 46 research papers in various reputed journals. Sir is a very eminent research supervisor. Under his guidance, 3 postdoctorate postdoctorate students has done. Then 1 working student under postgraduate under postdoctorate fellowship. Sir, under Sir's guidance, 12 students are awarded PhD and 8 are pursuing under him. Under Sir's guidance, there are 12 MPhil degree awarded. Sir is a visiting fellow at various national and international institutions. Sir is also having a nice administrative experience on various academic bodies, such as member of Board of Studies and member of ICSSR. So very great and eminent personality is with us in this evening in a valedictory session of this conference, Viksit Bharat 2047, Shaping India Journey Towards a Prosperous, Inclusive, Innovative and Global Future. Now I request participant, because we are very eager to take the feedback of participant right from the morning inaugurated session till the valedictory sessions. There are total 200 plus participants. They have joined the conference, including eminent professor, researcher, research scholars, PhD and MPhil research scholars, and even students of postgraduate department, MA and MCOM. And total 138, paper presenter, but we have taken very few because of the time, limited time. But we are definitely eager to listen anyone representative that we are eager to listen the feedback of them. So here I have name of Neil Lalka, who wants to give his feedback regarding our conference. Please, Neil Lalka, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. I would like to warmly thank Dr. Garje and the entire team at Uran College for organizing this conference so smoothly. Right from the registration to the coordination with the team organizing the conference today, to the conference, actual conference today, the programming has been amazing. There were no technical issues. We've managed to keep time. Presentations were also, completed in time by all participants. And there was very good coordination over WhatsApp, so there was no confusion at all. Especially for PhD students like me who are still in the first year, research conferences are fairly new to us. And I would like to thank everyone for the support provided, right from Hanat ma'am to Karulkar sir to Riya sir, everyone who's been in touch with the participants. Thank you so much, and I look forward to attending more such conferences from Uran College of Commerce.
Thank you, Neil, sir. Very much thank you from bottom of my heart that you have taken keen interest to in presentation paper also and in publication also. Thank you very much. Now I request our principal to have a remark, address on this occasion of valedictory session. Honorable Professor Dr. Valmik Garje, sir, Principal, Konkan and Uran College of Commerce and Arts. Please, sir. Sir, you are not audible, sir, please. Yeah.
Sorry.
Unmute yours. Okay, sir.
Sorry. Thank you, Parag sir. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Tej Pratap Singh sir, Professor, Department of Political Science, Banaras Hindu University, respected dignitaries, distinguished resource persons, chairpersons, faculty members, researchers, scholars, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. As we come to the end of this one-day national e-conference on Viksit Bharat 2047, Shaping India's Journey Towards a Prosperous, Inclusive, Innovative and Global Future, I feel proud, grateful and truly inspired. Today was not just a conference, it was a day of learning, sharing and thinking about the future of our nation. We listened to inspiring speakers, meaningful discussions and excellent research presentations. Every session reminded us that great ideas have the power to create great change. Friends, the conference is successful not because many people attend it, but because it inspires people to think differently and motivate them to take action. I am happy to say that today's conference has done exactly that. The dream of Viksit Bharat 2047 is not the responsibility of only the government, it is the responsibility of every teacher, every researcher, every student, and every citizen. Each one of us has a role to play in building a stronger, smarter, and more developed India. As teacher, we do more than teach subject. We shape young minds. We build confidence. We encourage innovation. We prepare students not only for job but for life. The future of India is being shaped today in our classroom, colleges, and research centers. I congratulate all the researchers and paper presenters. Your ideas, hard work, and dedication are truly appreciated. Remember, every meaningful research begins with one simple question and has the power to bring positive change to society. I sincerely thank our respected management, especially Honorable Sri Kapil Patil sir, for his constant support and visionary leadership. My heartfelt thanks also go to our distinguished speakers, chairpersons, organizing committee, faculty members, non-teaching staff, students, volunteers, and every participant who made this conference a grand success. Dear friend, as we conclude today's conference, let us not take home only certificates. Let us take home new ideas, new inspiration, and new commitment to serve our nation through knowledge, honesty, and hard work. I would like to conclude with the inspiring words of Peter Drucker. The best way to predict the future is to create it. The India of 2047 will not be built by chance. It will be built by people like us through education, research, innovation, discipline, and teamwork. Let us become creator of that future. Let us turn our ideas into action, our knowledge into solutions, and our efforts into national progress. Before I conclude, it is my proud privilege to welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. Tej Pratap Singh sir, Professor Department of Political Science, Banaras Hindu University. Sir is a highly respected academician and an inspiring teacher. We are honored by your presence and eagerly look forward to your valuable guidance and inspiring address. On behalf of KONKAN GYANPEETH URAN College of Commerce and Arts, I thank each one of you for your active participation and for hearted support. May today's discussion become tomorrow's achievements, and may together we build the India we all dream of a strong, inclusive, innovative, and developed Bharat. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Principal Sir. Really, because of you and your motivation, we could conduct this online conference. And for a whole day, we are meeting various personalities, though even it's a virtual platform, but really it's an interactive session with one and all. Thank you very much, sir, for encouraging us to host this conference, especially on behalf of Department of Commerce and BAF, that we are very happy. Now, I request to take the overview of the conference. I request Dr. Hannat ma'am to take the overview of the conference, how the whole day that we are, dealing with the several aspects of this Viksit Bharat. Please, over to you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Respected chief guest, esteemed dignitaries on the virtual dais, honorable chairman, respected principal, distinguished resource persons, chairpersons, panelists, faculty members, researchers, and all my dear participants, a very good evening to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to present a brief overview of today's one-day international e-conference held on the theme of Viksit Bharat at 2047, shaping India's journey towards a prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global future. Organized by the Department of Commerce and the Department of Accounting and Finance, Konkan Gyanpeeth Uran College, under the visionary guidance of our management, principal, and organizing committee. The conference commenced with an inspiring inaugural session where the objectives and vision of the conference were eloquently presented by our convener, Professor Vinod Indulkar sir. The gathering was warmly welcomed by our respected principal, Professor Dr. Valmik Garje sir, whose words highlighted the importance of academic collaboration and quality research. We were deeply privileged to receive the inspiring address of our chief guest, Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Nagaland University, who shared his valuable perspectives on the role of higher education research shaping the future of India. The session was further enriched and enlightened address of our guest of honor, Professor E. Vayunandar sir, former Vice Chancellor of Yashwantrao Chauhan, Maharashtra Open University, who emphasized upon the transformative role of education, innovation, and lifelong learning. Our keynote speaker, Professor Arvind Yelre, from the Center for East Asian Studies, JNU New Delhi, delivered an insightful keynote on India's evolving global role and strategic dimensions of the vision of Viksit Bharat. The conference then progressed to an intellectually stimulating panel discussion moderated by the eminent scholar Professor Dr. Upendra Chaudhary, former director and member secretary of ICSSR and professor at Aligarh Muslim University. The discussion was enriched by the valuable insights of our distinguished panelists, Professor Dr. Mrudal Nile, Dr. Mandar Chaudhary, Dr. Chandramohan Joshi, and Dr. Kuldeep Shiv Prasad Sharma sirs, who deliberated on governance, public policy, economics, innovation, research, higher education, and sustainable and inclusive development. Their multidisciplinary perspectives highlighted the collective efforts required to transform the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 into reality. Followed by the panel discussion, there was technical session 3, commenced with an enlightening address by Professor Dr. Suresh Mahend, Professor, School of Economics, Public Policy, University of Mumbai. His lecture offered a comprehensive roadmap for developed India, emphasizing the roles of educators in nation building, eradicating poverty and inequality, digital transformation, the impact of global geopolitics development, healthcare, energy sustainability, social dignity. The conference also provided an excellent platform for the researchers to present their scholarly work. Under the able chairmanship of Professor Dr. Devidas Golhar, Director of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Research papers from diverse disciplines were presented and constructively reviewed. The valuable observations and scholarly guidance offered by the chairperson greatly enriched the academic experience of all presenters. I am delighted to share that the conference received an overwhelming response with 138 registrations and active participation of more than 210 participants live on the Zoom platform. This enthusiastic participation reflects growing commitment of the academic community towards research, innovation, and multidisciplinary collaboration. As we reflect upon this enriching journey of today's conference, it is evident that every session has contributed meaningfully to our collective understanding of the opportunities, challenges, and strategic pathways towards building a Viksit Bharat by 2047. The exchange of ideas, scholarly deliberations, and research presentations have reinforced the vital role of academia in shaping a prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and globally competitive India. As Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam rightly said, dream, dream, dream. Dreams transform into thoughts, and thoughts result into action. The vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 is one such national dream, one that can be realized only through informed research, innovative thinking, collaborative efforts, and unwavering commitment to excellence. I conclude by saying that let today's deliberations inspire us not merely to envision that future, but to actively contribute towards building it and achieving it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hanat Madam. Very nicely taken the overview of what we had done whole day with all these eminent experts, in the presence of all these eminent experts. Thank you so much. Taken a
Thank you, sir.
nice review of the conference. Now, really, we are eager to listen our today's honorable chief guest at this valedictory session, Honorable Professor Dr. Tej Pratap Singh, sir, Professor, Department of Political Science, Banaras Hindu University. Sir, over to you, please.
Very good evening to all of you. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Principal Professor Balmik Garje ji. In fact, it is because of him I'm here. And I also would like to express my gratitude to my friend Professor Mridul Neil, who connected with me, Principal Sir. So convey my gratitude to Mridul Neil. I don't think he has joined right now. And it is really a great pleasure to be connected with the students and other participants of this prestigious conference which has been organized online. We are living in the age of innovation. So where these online conferences have become, earlier it was exception, now it has become norms. And it has also made it possible for a large number of people like me to also participate from the comfort of their home. And just I was listening the presentation and a very good presentation and very technical presentations. Before I starting my this thing valedictory address, I would like to clarify my position. I'm a student of international politics. And so being a student of international politics, the main area which I focus on conflict and peace. So, and when you talk about the Viksit, Bharat, etc., so main focus is on economics here. So I'm not a student of economics, but from perspective of an student of political science, I will try to understand, to explain, to say something about this Viksit Bharat. Firstly, the topic is very good topic. The topic is Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047, shaping India's journey towards a prosperous, inclusive, innovative, and global future. I'm pretty sure that since morning, most of the speakers must would have covered all the aspects of this topic, and hardly anything would have been left which has not been covered. So, despite the fact that I will be repetitive, whatever I'm going to say, probably someone has already said it. You have already heard it. You have already discussed it. But this is the problem with the last speaker, because usually, and I'm no exception, they are repetitive here. So kindly forgive me for that. For my own presentation, I have this divided my presentation in a 4-part.
Hello.
First part, I will be talking about this. I have taken from your title. The first part, this India's journey towards a prosperous year. So here I will be talking about the prosperous India, that is the main component of the Viksit Bharat. In second part, I will be talking about the inclusive India, that is the great challenge. Because we all know that in the social economic progress, usually it is a inclusive development is very difficult. It's a great challenge. So I will be talking about that in that problem of inclusion, the inclusive growth, that is again part of the Viksit Bharat, and then innovative year. So I will be talking about the innovation and the challenges, also our achievement, and also where we have missed our bus. So in the field of science and technology. So in the third part, I will be talking about the significant achievements and also where we have been left behind in the field of science and technology under the innovation. Yeah. And finally, the global future, being a student of international relation, for me, this global future is my closer to my heart. So I will be talking about the global future, and here I will be talking about the prospect of India regaining its old status of Vishwa Guru, etc. So that will be the end of the presentation here. So these are the 4 components of my presentation, and this 4 divisions I have made on the basis of your topic, of your this conference here. So firstly, I will be talking about the prosperous India. The Viksit Bharat, as we all know, here I will appreciate our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is a great leader and he is a motivating, inspiring leader here. He always comes with some slogans here. And the basic purpose of the slogan is to inspire the people to do something here, to motivate them to do something. So Viksit Bharat, many slogans he has come with. Atmanirbhar Bharat, and like many slogans he has given here. So this is also the Viksit Bharat. Now we are in the Amrit Kal. In the 75 years, the Amrit Kal begins. So now India is in the period of Amrit Kal from 75 years to 2047. We have completed already 75 years. So now we are in the last phase of this 100 years. So from 75 to 100, that is the Amrit Kal of anyone. It can be any individuals, it can be for the nations also. So Amrit Kal of India has begun. And this 25 years will be Amrit Kal. And by the time this Amrit Kal will be completed, 2047. So in 2047, when India will complete its 100 years of independence, so then the target Prime Minister Modi has fixed that India should be a developed country. We all know that developed countries, to say becoming a developed country is very easy, but achieving the target is very difficult. It is not so easy here, as you would have been discussing since morning here. So I will start from Angus Madison. He's a British economist. And Angus Madison, British economist, has said that before Britishers came to India, India was the leading global economy here. And as per Angus Madison's calculation, India contributed to the 1/4 of the global GDP, that is 25%. To be precise, probably he said 24.4% was the India's contribution to the global GDP before the arrivals of the Britishers to this country during Mughal period. And before that also, India was the leading economy of the world. Even China, which has emerged as the second largest economy, it was also
Sir, please. Sir, please unmute yourself, please.
Sir, you are muted.
Hello. Yeah, I'm sorry, it was by mistake. I was muted. I'm a social science student. I'm not very comfortable with latest technologies, etc. One of my students has put the Banaras Hindu University as a background here. The first time I'm using it. Yeah, this is the gate of my university. Yeah. So usually I take the help of my students to use all the technology. I'm sorry. So I'm saying that Angus Madison, I'm repeating, I don't know that I was muted. Yeah. Angus Madison has said that India was the leading economy, China was the number 2, but China has regained its positions, and China is in much better position, and China is threatening United States of America also, and many economists are saying that in the next 1 or 2 decades, Chinese economy will overtake America's economy. But what about India, who was the leading economy just before the arrival of the bird? And it was also called Soni Ki Chidiya, the golden bird, because it was so rich, so prosperous. And it was because of India's prosperity when the Europeans were trying to discover the world. So their first target was India. And when Columbus started his journey, his objective was to reach India, but by mistake he reached to America. And then he saw the people who were there and he thought that they are Indians. But later on, when Columbus, this Vasco da Gama discovered India, then the same Indians became the Red Indians because that was not the India. So Vasco da Gama, when Columbus reached America, could not reach India, then Vasco da Gama eventually discovered India. And in fact, in Europe, there was the attraction of India. India was known for its prosperity. India was known as a golden bird, etc. So even there was a scramble in the European countries also to reach to India first. So so Vasco da Gama, as we all know, reached to India, and the attraction of India was because of its prosperity here. And and now from that position, what was the situation when the Britishers left us? From 25% of the global GDP, we came down to 1% of the less than 1% of the global GDP. Now you can imagine the kind of exploitation India was subjected from 25%, from 1/4 of the global GDP. Now we came down to less than 1%. Yeah. So you can imagine that how much poor we became over a period of time when the Britishers ruled us. Anyway, that is the history part. Now our target is to regain our positions of Viksit Bharat. So we all know that OECD countries, the Organizations of Economic Cooperation and Development, they around 44 countries, I think, are the member of the OECD. So they are the developed countries. Yeah. So how India can join this elite group of 44 countries who are the member of OECD and become a Viksit India, Viksit Bharat, and that Prime Minister Modi has fixed the target in 2047. But right now, if you look at our positions, so all economic indicators, it's a very difficult, but nothing is impossible if hard work is done. When China, within such a limited period of time, can become so prosperous, so rich, so industrialized, and so why not India? Yeah? So though it is difficult, but it can be achieved. It can be achieved, no doubt. So industrialization is the main challenge. And here, if you look at the service sector, in service sector, surprisingly, we have performed much better than the industry sector. Yeah? And now India, as we all know, that is treated as a global office of the world. Yeah? So it is treated as a back office of the world. And it is because of our leadership in the field of information technology. Yeah? So service sector, we are the leading nations, and many companies like Infosys, TCS, etc., they are global leader in their field. And in industry also, efforts are underway, and I'm sure that our situations will improve by the 2047 year. Then the agriculture, yeah. Even in agriculture, when India became independent, we all know that India was dependent on food import. When 65 war happened, and Lyndon Johnson was the president of United States of America, he was putting pressure on India. And then Shastri, Lal Bahadur Shastri, who happens to be from Banaras only, he was the prime minister. He gave the slogan, the Jai Jawan and Jai Kishan. Yeah. And he said that because at that time India was getting the food assistance from America under the People's Law 480. So, and India was very much dependent upon the food assistance, etc. And Lyndon Johnson threatened India that they will stop supply of the food aid if India is not agreeing to whatever America is saying here. They are putting pressure on India. So he came up with this thing that India will not succumb to the American pressure. We don't need your food assistance, food aid. And then he gave the slogan, the Jai Jawan, Jai Kishan. We all know that after that, the Green Revolution was launched and it was highly successful. And now in the field of agriculture, at least in the field of food production, India is not only self-sufficient, but India is also exporting food to other countries here. So from food dependency, now we are food surplus country and we are exporting also the food. So this is the significant achievement as far as agriculture is concerned. If you look at the trade, so trade imbalance is still against India. And so we have to look at it, particularly India's trade with China. It's a huge trade deficit with China because China, the trade deficit is more than $100 billion. We are exporting around $20 billion, and China is exporting to India more than $100 billion. The trade surplus itself is $100 billion. I think Chinese export is more than 180. And if you look at the items India is exporting to China, iron ore is the leading item. I think more than 60% of India's export, definitely more than 50% of India's export to China is one single item, iron ore, and other primary commodities. And you see, if you look at this India-China trade from international relations perspective, so we have a theoretical framework developed by Emmanuel Blustein, this world system theory, the core and periphery. So China, in a way, has transformed India in a periphery where India has been reduced to recipient of the finished products, the electronics, machinery, etc. And on the other hand, India has been converted into supplier of raw material, and that is the minerals, mineral resources, etc. So this and even when India is trying to address this problem of trade deficit, China is always creating some kind of problem. Because India has advantage at least in certain field, like we have advantage in the pharmaceutical sector. We are a global pharmacy. We have advantage in the IT-enabled services, and here again also China is not very open here. So anyway, so as far as trade is concerned, India is running this trade deficit, particularly with China and many other countries also. Probably one country with which that India is in the advantageous position, that is United States of America. Probably India's trade surplus is more than $40 billion. And that is why India is so concerned about this trade surplus, that India want to retain it. And that is why India is listening to all the bullshits of Trump. Trump is saying all the stupid things, and India is in fact not reacting. Yeah, many people say that why India is not reacting. But this is the reason, because if India's trade is affected, many livelihood will be affected, because from Banaras also there is a Bhadohi nearby Banaras. The Kaleen industry is there, and majority of more than half of the Kaleen export is America only. If America is stopping the Kaleen import from India, Bhadohi also will be affected. Thousands of families who are dependent on Kaleen making, they will be affected. So many issues are there. So because of this reason, when India is negotiating trade terms with America, etc., many things India is listening, because India want to retain this $40 billion trade surplus with America, etc. Anyway, so trade is one issue where India is concerned, and India has to do something to address this problem of this trade deficit, because India is running trade deficit with the ASEAN countries also, a huge trade deficit, and India is having trade deficit with many European countries also. So this is the great challenge. If India has to become Viksit, so then this trade issue has to be addressed, and instead of the trade deficit, we must have the trade surplus as China is having it. And then we have this problem of the our currency also here. So this is a main problem now. We see that India's currency has now breached 25 rupees against dollars, and it is threatening to reach 100 rupees per dollar. It is a problematic if we are not managing to control this depreciation of Indian currency. Yeah, depreciation is also helpful, because it makes the export competitive, but it is also problematic also, because you have to pay more for many things for which you are dependent on import, particularly for oil import, gas import, energy export, because 90% of our energy needs we are importing from other countries. So currency is the great challenge, and India has to do something at least to stop this depreciation of Indian currency. And then again, there is a problem of income equality also. This problem has to be addressed. This problem I will be discussing when I will be talking about the inclusion and inclusive growth. Here, one thing I will talk about that all the economies are facing the middle income economy. When any economy becomes the middle income economy, from the low level, it is easier for any economy to grow rapidly. But once they reach a particular stage that is called middle income trap, so here India economy is almost in that. And to come out of this middle income trap, it is a great challenge. So India has to make policies that at least like other countries, India is not trapped in this middle income trap, and India comes out of that. The second part, I will be talking about the inclusive growth. Here, I will be talking about the two inclusion, the social inclusion and economic inclusion. Economic inclusion, yes, we are having the growth, but this growth is not inclusive growth here. It has been found that rich are becoming richer, but the poor have not been able to increase their income as fast as others have done. Yeah. So this is the great challenge to the Indian economists, that how to ensure this inclusive economic growth. For that, many programs have been launched. This Jan Dhan Yojana had come. The many banks has been opened, many subsidies, etc. Government has started many social welfare measures, that is called the freebies also. So all the governments, including at the national level, at the state level, to overcome this problem, many welfare measures have been launched where various kinds of incentives are being given to the poor people, and various kinds of facilities are also being provided, because here we are also aiming at inclusive health facility and inclusive education here. In the health field, we all know that we have started the Ayushman Bharat. The Ayushman Bharat, it aims at providing the health facilities, the access to the good quality health facilities to all the Indians under this scheme, Ayushman Bharat. So poor people have also given to this access. And then education also, the right to education has become the fundamental right. So at least the government has universalized the primary education. As far as higher education is concerned, so we are the universalization of higher education is not possible, but at least massification of higher education has definitely happened there. So now, when the NEP 2020 came, this gross enrollment ratio in higher education was only 28%. Even China was just double of us. It was approximately 56-57%. So our objective is also that in the next 10-15 years, we want to double our gross enrollment ratio in education also. So not universalization, but definitely in the higher education also, we are on path to make massification of higher education where it is easily available to the masses. At least majority of the people must have access to the higher education here. And primary education and the higher secondary education, it has already been universalized. As we all know that as far as primary education is concerned, it has become our fundamental right. After this inclusive health and inclusive education, then inclusive economic growth. So here, government is committed to provide job to all the people. Various kinds of Kisan Nidhi, Samman, etc. have been started. So where farmers are also getting some kind of money from the government. The mothers are also getting some kind of, so various kinds of facility. So help is being given to improve the economic conditions of the people here. So the objective is to have this economic growth, and then when we're talking about the social growth, then there is we all know that India, we have this underprivileged people, the Dalits, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, So they are not in the what we call the underprivileged people here. So they have also to be brought at par with others here. So government has also started many program, special program for SCs, for STs, so that they can also be brought at par with others. And for that, various programs have been launched here. So objective is to have the social inclusion also, where there is no discrimination on the basis of caste, community, etc. And there is a regional disparity also. You all, I think majority of you are from Maharashtra. Maharashtra is a more prosperous and developed state. Here, regional diversity is also there. Our state, Uttar Pradesh, and particularly the eastern Uttar Pradesh, is not that much fortunate. And the Bihar also, they are also called Bimaru states. So this is another. So here, the regional imbalance, the regional disparity is also there. So government is also committed. So now government has come with a new frame, new word, the aspirational regions. So we are aspirational regions. The UP is aspirational state, and particularly Eastern UP is aspirational state, and particularly my home districts and the districts surrounding my district. That so they are all in the aspirational district. Large part of Bihar comes into the aspirational district as well. So here this regional imbalance, when we talk about the inclusion, so that regional disparities is there, because you have two type of India. On the one hand, you have prosperous, developed South India, you have prosperous, developed West India, but that is not case with the Eastern India and Northeast, etc. So here this regional imbalance issue has also to be addressed if you are aiming at the inclusive India, inclusive Viksit Bharat, etc. All regions had to be at par. Here briefly I will talk about this thing that this fertility rate here. Now this all the developed, the Western India as well as the South India, there the total fertility rate has come down. In fact, it has in Kerala and Tamil Nadu and Andhra and Telangana, probably their total fertility rate is less than many European countries here. But here, all the aspirational regions, all the aspirational states, and they are the Bimaru states, the Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh, etc. In Bihar, I think the total fertility rate is highest in India, probably 2.8. And the next is Uttar Pradesh, probably 2.6. And then Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh equally high, more than 2, approximately 2.4, something like that. So here, so these, so here also, if you aim at inclusive India, so this aspirational district, aspirational region, their problem has to be addressed, because fertility rate is very high. And if you look at the infant mortality rate, again in these aspirational region, infant mortality rate is very high. Maternal mortality rate is very high. So, and if you look at this human development index, here again in human development, all the parameters of human development index, this West India and the South India, they have done much better. And Kerala, as well as human development index is concerned, it is already at par with the European countries, with the developed countries. And same can be said to large extent about Tamil Nadu and other southern states. Maharashtra, Gujarat, I think they must be better position. But here, UP, Bihar, etc., they are far behind. So point I'm making here, that if you aim at inclusive India, so in this inclusion, there has to be the social inclusion, there has to be the economic inclusion, there has to be the regional inclusion, and only then we can achieve the goal of our Viksit Bharat in 2047. So here, all the parameters in Human Development Index also, the aspirational regions, a lot of things has to be done over there to bring them at par with the South India and West India. And then the next part I will be talking about the innovation, that is third component of your seminar topic. So in the field of innovation, science and technology, so here it is a very, there is a concept called resource curse. Where there are resources, usually they are poor. Yeah. Jharkhand is poor, Chhattisgarh is poor, but they are rich in resources. Yeah. And the regions which are not rich in resources, they are prosperous. At the global level, same thing can be said about the Japan, Korea, etc. They have very little resources, but countries like Japan, they have developed by importing primary commodities resources from others. Same thing can be said about this innovation also. Our scientists, they are best in the world. The Silicon Valley revolution has been brought by Indian engineers who have been trained in IITs. IIT is a brand name in America also. IIT is a global brand. So IIT engineers, our management students, and all those and our doctors also, they have made their good name in European countries, in the Western countries. And even in the NASA also, large number of scientists are from India only. But all these bright Indian, the bright and brightest Indian, they have gone to America, they have gone to European countries, and they are involved there in the research and development. They're doing the world-class research. And you see that many global companies are being headed by the Indians here. They are no longer Indians. You could call them Indian Americans because they have surrendered Indian citizenship and acquired American citizenship. They include Satya Nadella of Microsoft. They include this Google's chief, and many you all know them. Even World Bank chief Ajay Banka, he's also born Indian, studied in India. And even Sundar Pichai also studied. They were born Indians, studied in India, but now they have done very well in the field of science and technology. They headed many technology companies in United States of America. But India has not benefited from them. In fact, it is America which is benefiting from them. So here, and so here now the challenge is how we can have the world-class research, the research and development in our own country. Here I will say that China has been successful because China has brought its scientists, its researchers, its professors who are working in Europe and America back to China because China has offered them better salary than they were getting in Europe and America. China has offered them better infrastructure, better lab facilities, which they were getting in Europe and America. And many Chinese scientists and researchers who were working in America and Europe, who were Europe and America trained scientists and researchers, they have come back to their home country, China, and now they are doing research over there. And now China has emerged as a global competitor to United States of America. And in many say that in certain field, China has overtaken America also in certain science and technology field. That has not happened in case of India. So need of the hour, the Viksit Bharat objective should be that we must bring our scientists, we must bring our researchers back to our own country. We must provide them a good laboratory, good science infrastructure here, good salary also, the good quality of life, so that they can work here and India can benefit from them. And then like China, India can also emerge as a competitor to United States of America, as a challenger to United States of America in the field of science and technology. Yes, we have but China is having the deep pocket. India is not having the deep pocket. We also started a program, GYAN. We must be familiar with the GYAN, this global initiative, academic network, something like that. In GYAN, the objective was to bring back the Indian scientists and Indian researchers working in Europe and America to our country. But unlike China, India has not been successful to bringing Indian scientists and Indian researchers to our own country. because of obvious reason, because we don't have that much money, and sometimes scientists also say that kind of laboratory they are having in Europe, America, that kind of laboratory is not possible, that kind of money is not possible, etc. And even if we compare our investment on the R&D, that is also very low. We spend very little of portion of our GDP on R&D. If you compare it to Western countries, the developed countries, they are spending a huge part of their GDP on research and development. But India is spending very little of its GDP on science and technology, on research and development. So India has to increase its funding, but then India has another constraint also, because we have to look after many things, because the kind of poverty India is facing, the kind of economic challenge India is facing, India is not in position to allocate much money for research and development. But even with this small budget, India has done wonderful in the field of science and technology. About Chandrayaan, it is said that Chandrayaan total budget is less than a Hollywood film budget. Even Hollywood budget, many Hollywood films were costlier than the total budget of Chandrayaan. So with a small budget, we send Chandrayaan to moon, and even our space program is in much better. And this is our own indigenous technology. As we all know that India, when during Soviet the Cold War period, India has entered into an agreement with the Soviet Union for cryogenic technology. Cryogenic technology was to be transferred by Soviet Union to India for its ISRO. But in the meantime, Soviet Union disintegrated, and Boris Yeltsin, under the pressure of United States of America, refused to provide the cryogenic technology to us as per earlier agreement, because Russia has said that whatever agreement Soviet Union has entered, the successor state Russia will respect that. But that was not done by Russia under the pressure of United States of America, because America was not interested that India should emerge as a rival to Europe or America. So the cryogenic technology was denied to us by Boris Yeltsin under American pressure. Then our own scientists took up the challenge, and the cryogenic technology was developed by ISRO scientists here. So we have our own thing. Our space program was delayed, but we developed our own technology. So we have proved that we have the capability, we have the capacity, and now India's space program is competing with the best in the world. Same thing can be said about the nuclear program also. The nuclear program, India's nuclear program in the field of nuclear technology, no one is going to help you. India's nuclear technology, the indigenous technology, little help we got from here and there. But even our own friend Soviet Union was also not very forthcoming as far as nuclear technology was concerned. Even as we all know that Soviet Union is also putting pressure on India to sign the NPT. And we all know India refused to sign NPT. So our India's nuclear program is indigenous program. And we have developed our nuclear capacity, the Pokhran first and Pokhran second. It was indigenous program. We conducted the nuclear testing. Now we have developed our own nuclear deterrent. It is the significant achievement of our nuclear scientists. A very limited budget. We have developed this technology, and very few countries in the world have acquired this nuclear technology. India is one of them. So in the field of space technology, in the field of nuclear technology, we have done really very well, and it is indigenous program, our own. We have not got any external help. Our own scientists have done it. Same thing we have done in the field of missile also. So missile technology, India's missile program. Now India is also exporting the BrahMos and this Akash missile, and the BrahMos and Akash has proved its competence during this Operation Sindoor. So here, at least in this field, India is one of the best in the world. The missile field of missile technology, in the field of space technology, in the field of nuclear technology. So our achievement is significant. But there are certain fields where, and as far as the service sector is concerned, IT, as I said in the beginning, we are the global leader in the field of information technology. We are global leader in the field of IT-enabled services. I have already spoken about Infosys, TCS, and many IT companies, their global name. So here we have done very well. But then again, our achievement has not been satisfactory, at least in the field of AI, artificial intelligence. Here, India should have been the leader, but here, because of some reason, we have been left far behind. So in AI, we are behind. In semiconductor, we are behind. In robotics, we are behind. And there are many new science and technology field where China, America, etc., have gone far ahead of us. So they are there. In fact, our progress has not been satisfactory. So this is a so we have missed the bus. But even then, now government under the Viksit Bharat program, under the Atmanirbhar program, they have started many schemes so that we can catch other countries. We can come at par with other countries, particularly America and China, because as far as information, as far as AI is concerned, robotics is concerned, semiconductor is concerned, no country is going to help you. In fact, now these technologies are also being weaponized also. Now, we all know that recently even Trump has issued that this anthropic, something like that, this name, and now it can't be used by non-Americans here. So technology is being denied to other countries, and America has always been in the forefront in the denial of technology here. So they have many dual, they call it the dual technology, which can have the civil application as well as the military application to so these dual technology has always been denied to India. Even the sophisticated computer, when India demanded from America, it was not given to us. So this technology denial regime has always been practiced by United States of America. So now we can't expect any kind of help as far as this high technology is concerned. And even one American leader who he is a top official in the United States of America. He attended the Raisina dialogue conducted by the ORF under the Ministry of External Affairs. So in the Raisina dialogue, one American official, I'm forgetting his name, he made this statement. Even our foreign minister Jaishankar was also sitting over there. Our own Indian audience were there in Raisina dialogue. In Delhi itself, he said that America, the mistake which is committed in the case of China, the same mistake will not be repeated in the case of India. So so America will ensure that India, like China, is not emerging as its rival here. So now America has made its intention clear that America is not going to help India, or for that matter, any country, even so-called friend also, as far as our experience has been in the field of many technology, where particularly nuclear technology, even our friend like Soviet Union also have not been giving us the nuclear technology. If they would have been so our nuclear technology would have been much advanced stage, etc. Civil nuclear technology is giving, but as far as the military is concerned, anyway. So the point I'm making here, as far as science and technology, if India has to achieve its positions of a Viksit Bharat, then India has to develop its own technology. By the borrowed technology, India can't be a Viksit Bharat, and this technology will be transferred to India only when the technology has become obsolete. Yeah, the sophisticated advanced technology will not be given to us. Now coming to the last part, the global future. Here I will be talking about what is the prospect of India regaining its old status of Vishwaguru, because we have been talking about the Vishwaguru. So India, if you look at our cultural heritage, if you look our scriptures, we look our literature, India has been one of the most liberal countries. The Joseph Ney has given the concept of soft power very recently. He has given Joseph Ney has given the concept of soft power only in 1991 in his book the limits of power, something like that, which came out after the disintegration of Soviet Union in the unipolar world when America was the sole superpower. So in 1992, this Joseph Nay's book came and he gave the concept of soft power. But soft power, the Vishwaguru is soft power. India was a Vishwaguru not because of its hard power, not because of its military power. India has never the tradition, India has never the culture of colonizing others here. It is recorded in our scriptures, it is recorded in our epics. When Ram won Sri Lanka, Ravan was killed. So it is said that Ram did not make Lanka as part of Ajodhya because he was the winner. He has killed Ajodhya, he has killed Raman, and so Lanka would have been annexed by Ajodhya, but he did not do that. One Lankan, Vibhishan himself was made the ruler of Lanka itself. So India has never the tradition of colonizing others' territory. We had in Southeast Asia, if you look at the Southeast Asia, so Southeast Asia's culture is an Indic culture. Yeah. If East Asian culture is the Cynic culture, then Southeast Asia's culture is the Indic culture. You look at the culture of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, it is so similar to India. When I visited Bangkok, I was surprised to see so many Brahma's statue in Thailand. That much Brahma's statue is not in our own country, because I found Brahma's statue out of every home, and even the airport itself is named as the Swarnabhumi Airport, and it sounds like an Indian name. So the Bangkok airport is Swarnabhumi. And then in Malaysia, when we visited the Malaysian Bhasa, Indonesia, the Indonesian Bhasa itself is our own. So their culture, their language, etc., all from here. Even the Indonesia's airways is called Garun Airways. So and in Bali, the Hinduism is still practiced over there. So Indian culture is visible over there in the whole of Southeast Asia. And the Buddhism, which has gone from India to other countries. So Buddhism is one of the important source of soft power, etc. So even India's culture was there, its influence was there, and even Ajodhya, even in Thailand, there is a place called Ajodhya. Probably the name itself sounds so similar. Even many Koreans say that their king was married to a princess from Ajodhya, etc. So this there has been close cultural relations, etc. But there is no history that India has ever tried to colonize the Southeast Asia, East Asia. So our cultural influence are there. So, and in those days, India was called a Vishwaguru. India was Vishwaguru because of its Nalanda, because of its Tashila, because of the Vikramshila. So you see in the Nalanda and Vikramshila and Tashila, it is said that students from all over the world came over there. And the teachers also came from all over the world. It was a multidisciplinary university, and and the students and faculty were from all part of the world. And it attracted, even we know that Fa Hian, Wensong, etc., all the way from China, they came to Nalanda just to study here. So India was a land of attraction. People came here for knowledge. People came here to study. So in those days, India was a Vishwaguru because of its attraction, because of its culture, because of its civilization, and because of its educational institutions like Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, etc. Again, if India wants to become the Vishwaguru, so India has to become the net importer of the student rather than being the exporter of the student. We all know that we are sending around 1 million, around 10 lakh students every year abroad for higher education. But we are attracting only 70,000 students for higher education to this country. So you see the mismatch during the Takshila time, Vikramshila time, Nalanda time. Students were coming to India, faculties were coming to India. Now we are sending our best and brightest teachers, researchers, etc. also abroad. We are also sending lakhs of students for higher education abroad, and in return, only 70,000 students are coming to India. On the one hand, 10 lakh, other 70,000. So this is a huge mismatch here. So we have to reverse this thing by improving our educational institutions, by improving the teaching, learning, and research in our universities, by creating our brand over here. Now, the Mumbai University, my own Banaras Hindu University, JNU, etc., they have to become a global brand like Nalanda, Takshila, etc. Only then we become the Vishwaguru. And India has been so tolerant. India has been we have we have been talking about the this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we have been always talking about the whole world is a family. India never treated other people. This concept of othering is not here. We have been treating the whole world as our own here. So Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, this philosophy is our. And we say that Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna, everyone should be happy. We are not concerned only with this thing that only India should be happy. India wants Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna Savi Sukhu, Sarve Santu Niramaya. Everyone should be free from disease. So India talks about all, and this all includes the whole world. India doesn't talk about the only Bharat, etc. So by bringing this kind of philosophy, this kind of vision, this kind of idea, so India again can become the Vishwaguru. Vishwaguru not because of its military power, Vishwaguru not because of its hard power, Vishwaguru not because of its nuclear weapon, Vishwaguru not because of missiles, etc. Vishwaguru because of its culture, because of its civilization, because of its philosophy, which has been so broad and so inclusive. And then India can become a Vishwaguru. So with this, I am concluding that the global future, India should aim at becoming the Vishwaguru by improving our educational institutions, by bringing our Indian philosophy, Indian culture, civilization at the core of the world philosophy, world knowledge system, etc., becoming India prosperous as were in the time of before arrival of the Britishers. And we have to focus on the innovative technologies also. And at the same time, we have to be inclusive. If it is an exclusive growth, if only few are progressing at the cost of others, then the objective of this Viksit Bharat cannot be achieved. The vision of Prime Minister Modi is to achieve an inclusive India, that an inclusive, which is inclusive from the social point of view, political point of view, economic point of view, from all perspective. And in this, when we talk about the inclusive, so the inclusive, we become so large-hearted. Our inclusion concept is so vast that we talk about the word. When we talk about the Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna, Sarve Shantu Niramaya, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, etc. So with this, I'm concluding my lecture. So the valedictory address, I'm pretty sure these things must have been said by many others also. So whatever came to me, just I shared my vision, my ideas of Viksit Bharat. My Viksit Bharat is not the kind of vikas which America is having, the kind of vikas which OECD countries is having. That kind of vikas is not an Indian vikas. Our Indian vikas concept of vikas, the Indian concept of development has to be different from the European and Western concept of development. And then proudly we can show that this concept of development has come from the Vishwaguru, and that is Bharat. Over to you. Thank you so much. Over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Really, sir, it's a very, very, very informative session. You have touched the many aspects of Viksit Bharat, right from pre-British era and during British era, and what is happening today is now on the age of science technology world. You have touched many standards of the India and how the standards will become more and more standard at the global level, and how India will lead at a global level. Even you have touched the limitations and the problems what we face in the different challenges what we face in the era of education, and how education should be strong, how the students should not go abroad, and abroad students how getting attracted towards India. And even you have talked about the development of science and technology, how it plays very important role when we want to achieve the target of Viksit Bharat. And really the strengthen you have focused, because what we had previously, what we had in ancient times, but we forget this all after British came to India. And if we'll revise it, if we'll restore it, if we'll retain it, definitely our India's target of becoming Viksit Bharat 2047 will definitely achieve. before that target, what we keep the year target 2047, it may definitely happen within 2040. Sir, this is very informative session. And even you have focused many things, many aspects of Viksit Bharat within this short period of time. For formal, once again, I will definitely would like to thank you on behalf of our college, Konkan Gyanpeeth College of Commerce and Arts and Department of Commerce and BAP. Now we are ending towards this conclusion session. I request to Professor
Last
Vinita Tandel, ma'am.
one word to all the participants.
Yes.
If any of you happen to be in Banaras, I'm pretty sure you must be visiting Banaras.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Just
very good.
take my number from principal sir.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes.
you visit
Sure,
my.
sure. Next time we will invite you on for our offline
Offline conference.
Last time actually we miss you, but next time sure we will invite you, sir, as offline.
No issue, but if you ever visit Banaras,
yes, sure. I am coming
all
there.
of you are invited. Just you have to share my number with all the people. So they
Exactly,
will visit
exactly.
my university, and I will love to host them here.
Sure, sure. Our group of teachers and others, families, we want to see Varanasi.
Yeah, yeah. So feel free to call me, text me, message me whenever you are visiting Varanasi, and I will be too happy to help you here in temple.
Thank you so much.
Whatever kind of help you need from me at Banaras, I will be too happy to provide that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, yes, sir. Really, really. Thank you so much. Now, for expressing a formal vote of thanks, I would like to request Professor Vinita Tandel, madam, to present vote of thanks of this session, please.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Vinita Tandel. Respected chief guests, distinguished dignitaries, honorable chairman, principal, eminent speaker, resource person, faculty members, researchers, delegates, students, a very good evening to one and all. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the valedictory session of the one-day international e-conference on Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. As the saying goes, many hand makes light work. Today's successful conference is truly the result of collective efforts, wisdom, and dedication of numerous individuals. At the outset, on behalf of Konkan Gyanpeeth Uran College of Commerce and Arts, I express my deepest gratitude to our respected management for their constant encouragement and visionary leadership. I sincerely thank our Honorable Chairman, Shri Kapil Patil Sir, Chairman of Kapil Patil Education Trust and Trustee Member of Konkan Gyanpeeth, whose inspiring leadership and unwavering support continue to guide our institute toward excellence. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Shri Prakash Mutta Sir, Vice Chairman of Kapil Patil Education Trust and Konkan Gyanpeeth, for his constant encouragement and valuable support. My sincere thanks to Honorable Shri Pradeep Chandra Shingarpure Sir, Secretary and CEO of Konkan Gyanpeeth, for his continuous guidance and motivation, which have greatly contributed to the successful organization for this conference. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal, Professor Dr. Valmiki Garje Sir, for his visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and wholehearted support throughout the planning execution of this conference. I express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected chief guest for the valedictory session, Professor Dr. Tej Pratap Singh, Professor Department of Political Science, BHU, for sharing his valuable thoughts and inspiring perspective on the vision of Viksit Bharat. His insights have undoubtedly enriched our understanding and motivated us to contribute meaningfully towards the nation development. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished dignitaries who graced the inaugural session. Professor Dr. Jagdish Kumar Patnaik Sir, Professor E. Vayunandan Sir, Professor Arvind Yelleri Sir. Their enlightening address provides a strong foundation for today's discussion and inspirable all participate to think critically about the India journey toward 2047. I sincerely thank the eminent panelists of technical session to Professor Dr. Mrudul Nile Sir, Professor Dr. Manda Chaudhary Sir, Mr. Chandra Mohan Joshi Sir, Dr. Kuldeep Sharma Sir, and the moderator Professor Dr. Upendra Chaudhary Sir for conducting an engaging and thought-provoking panel discussion that highlighted the diverse perspective on nation building and inclusive development. My heartfelt appreciation also goes to Professor Dr. Suresh Main
Management for his insightful deliberation during technical session 3, and to Professor Devidas Kolhar for his valuable concluding remark. Their expertise added immense academic value to the conference. A special word of appreciation goes to all the researchers, academicians, scholars, and participants who presented their papers and actively participate in the discussion. Your research contribution and intellectual engagement transform this conference into a vibrant platform for knowledge sharing and academic excellence. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected Professor Shivram Garje, Dean S&T University of Mumbai, for his valuable support and encouragement. I would like to express sincere gratitude to our convener, Professor Vinod Indulkar sir, for his vision, planning, and tireless effort in organizing this event successfully. I would like to express my special gratitude to our conference secretary, Dr. Parag Karulkar sir, whose meticulous planning, dedication, and tireless effort play a pivotal role in making this conference a grand success. I also sincerely thank our co-convener, Dr. H.K. Jagtap sir and Professor Riaz Patan sir for their excellent coordination, leadership, and continuous efforts throughout the planning and execution of this conference. I would especially like to appreciate Professor Riaz Patan sir for effectively coordinating the technical session throughout the conference. My heartfelt thanks also to our IQAC coordinator, Dr. A.R. Chavan sir, for his valuable guidance and support in ensuring the academic quality and successful conduct of this conference. I also express my sincere gratitude to all the members of National Advisory Committee for their valuable guidance, expert suggestion, and constant encouragement, which greatly enhance the academic quality and prestige of this conference. I would also like to acknowledge and appreciation the excellent anchoring carried out throughout the conference by Dr. P.R. Karulkar sir and Dr. Hannat Sheikh, who skillfully guide us throughout the day's proceeding. A special word of thanks goes to our office superintendent, Shri Tanaji Gyar, for his constant administrative support and coordination, which greatly contribute to the smooth execution of the conference. A special word of appreciation goes to Professor Dr. Hannat Sheikh, Professor Pooja Gupta ma'am, and Professor Deepu Yadav ma'am for their outstanding work, whose dedicated efforts made this e-conference a success. I would also like to place on record my sincere appreciation to all the members of various organizing committees. Each committee worked tirelessly behind the scene. Their dedication, teamwork, and commitment ensure that every session was conducted smoothly and successfully. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all the teaching faculty, Professor Dr. M.G. Lone sir, Dr. A.K. Gaikwad sir, Dr. Anupama Kamble ma'am, Dr. D.P. Himre sir, Professor S.U. Dharasurkar sir, non-teaching staff, technical support team, and every individual who contribute directly or indirectly toward the success of this conference. As we conclude, let us carry forward the valuable ideas, discussion, and inspirable gain today. The vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047 can become a rarely only thought collectively efforts, innovation, inclusivity, and commitment from all the sections of society. Once again, thank you all for your valuable presence, support, and contribution. Thank you so much. Over to you, Parag sir.
Yeah, 1 minute. There is one important announcement from Dr. Hannat ma'am. Then we will have national anthem, and then we'll conclude our conference. Please.
Dear participants, please note that those who haven't sent their research paper yet should send their research paper till tomorrow evening so that the review work can be done at the earliest. We will we will give you the presentation certificates within 10 working days. So participants kindly have patience for that. We will be sending you the link of feedback, which has to be filled up completely by tonight. And the publication details will be shared in the WhatsApp group later on. Kindly be patient and cooperative for successful, ever-ending completion towards the journal and reaching you. Thank you so much, all of you, for the wonderful participation. I thank one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Hannat madam. Now the conference will end with national anthem. I request technical team to play national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की जय. Thank you so much, all participants, all paper presenter, researcher. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you. I must say thank you, TP Singh sir. Thank you.
So now I'm leaving here. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very much, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.